you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Good morning, and Happy New Year. Welcome to the New Year's Test. No, we're not in Cape Town. We're in a broadcast booth at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, one of the probably only occasion ever where you'll be able to get a New Year's Test at the Wanderers. You're listening to One World Sports Radio. My name is Mpho Mkhwani. I'm joined by Sean Mayers, who will be with us for the entire duration of the test and talking us through the cricket. It's going to be a bouncy track today.
Happy New Year, Paul. Happy New Year, everyone. And I'm looking forward to this. The toss went India's way and they chose to bat. Very surprising. As we've said, it's going to be a bouncier track. The Wanderers is notoriously known for being quite a difficult track to bat on. Only easy if the bowlers stray. And with the seam attack that South Africa have, they know the Wanderers. So very exciting. We'll be curious to see what the game plan is and how India go about their innings, as well as South Africa, how they go about hopefully attacking the Indian batters.
Yes, that is very true, Sean. It's a question of how South Africa bounced back from this. India one step closer to the Test series, the final frontier, as we've been calling it, and South Africa need to get themselves back into this series and make it a game for Newlands, which will be happening next week, Tuesday. We're ready to go. Welcome to our One World Sports Radio viewers or listeners on One World Sports Radio listeners as they join us on the stream. Just a couple of technical things. We're sorting ourselves out here.
And to open the bowling, we've got Kagiso Rabada. He's leading the attack again, and we're looking forward to him hopefully putting this team under enough pressure, putting them under so much pressure.
Yes. Okay, so India won the toss and have chosen to bat first. Rahul was taking the toss this morning, and they won the toss. One change for India. Virat Kohli has a back spasm. He is out. Vihari comes in. Vihari played for India A in the series against South Africa. South Africa have, however, the retirement of Quinton de Kock, so that brings in Kyle Verreynne as wicketkeeper, and also they've decided to drop Marco Jansen in place for Duan Olivier. Not Marco Jansen, Vian Mulder in place of Duan Olivier. Kagiso standing at the top of his run-up at the golf course end. He's got 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-on, wideish mid-off, mid-wicket, as well as Duan Olivier, who makes his return after over 1,000 days in the Proteas at fine leg. Last time he played was 2019 series against Sri Lanka. Also, another milestone, the umpire standing at square leg today is Aludin Apelaka. He'll be standing in his first test match. So he makes, I think he's the 479th test umpire. As we get the ball rolling, Kagiso coming in from the golf course and past the umpire's shoulder to the right-handed Rahul. It's a back of a length ball that veers away slightly to KL, who plays inside of that, a little bit more bounce than what he would probably be used to at Centurion.
fantastic, I would say, setup for the South Africans. This is the bull ring. It is not easy for any batters here. Very surprising South Africans chose to bat.
Kagiso coming in the second ball of the day. This one's a lot straighter and fuller, and KL Rahul plays that out to the leg side. The one fielding position we forgot to let you know, he got lost in the mire somewhere somehow, is Rassie van der Dussen under the helmet at short leg. So, Sharp, the plans for Kagiso right now from the golf course end, bowl it outside the off stump, keep your slips in place, or if not, short ball, maybe you might get one looping to Rassie there under the helmet.
I think he's going to bowl back of the leg. He's a local boy, knows the conditions.
Kagiso in again. This one's back of a length, down the leg side. First sign of him losing a little bit of ill discipline there early on, but we will go down leg side. So India have not scored after 3 balls. So in place of Virat Kohli, which is one of the big things, Vihari comes in. So it'll be interesting to see whether him or Rahane will be batting at number 4. India choosing to go in with a 5-bowler attack with Ashwin as spinner. Kagiso in to KL Rahul. This one holds its line outside the off stump, and KL Rahul playing inside of that line, just letting it go through. He did play off the back foot there, but no edge so far to get Calvarena going in international cricket.
I would like to believe they're not going to put him up at number 4. I think he'll stay at number 5. Rahane played well in the first innings in the last test. He managed to hold it, consolidate their innings, and take the game to the South Africans.
That probing line on the 5th stump, back of a length this time, bringing Rahane forward. And not Rahane, beg your pardon, KL Rahul forward. He does not get anything onto that. The ball beats the bat, and it goes out to Verena. No run.
Yeah, I think it is key for them to stay back of a length, put Rahul under pressure, make sure that he has no room to score any runs.
So 5th last ball of the first over. He bowls one straight and full on the pads and middle stump line, and Rahul plays that out to the leg side. No run. End of the first over. We start the Wanderers test with a maiden over. So the South Africans will be wanting to start the series off very strongly, largely because of having lost that first test. And so the question would be, who do you give the new ball to? Sean, I would give it to the man who's taken 28 wickets in the domestic season. He's about to break all sorts of records. He hasn't played since February 2019. It's been about 1,040 days since Duan Olivier donned a Proteas cap. And he's got blonde hair this time. The last time you saw him, he didn't have blonde hair. So he is back. If there ever was a redemption story for the Cold Packs, he would be it. Remember, you can interact with us on One World SR on Twitter, as well as on YouTube. So please do send through your comments. We'll read them out as they come through. You can also send comments through at GuerrillaSA, GUERILLASA. Let your friends know, let your family know. If you're looking for live ball-by-ball commentary, One World Sports Radio has you covered. Share widely. Go on Twitter as Duan comes in from the caller drive end. Short ball to start off with to Mayank Agarwal. He just ducks underneath it. That was going over middle stump. Really good start from Duan Olivier to get the cobwebs going, as he's got a field of 3 slips, gully, backward point. He's got an extra cover mid-wicket, and also Rassie under the helmet at short leg, as well as that fine leg.
This is a fantastic start for him. Well done. Come back, bowl hard, attack. And as a local boy, he knows these conditions.
Yes, the slips are ready and waiting as Duan Olivier pulls one full outside the off stump, a little bit of swing away as Mayank Agarwal lets that go through. It was more of a 6th stump line there, so not going to be fishing outside that off stump like Virat Kohli in the last test.
Definitely not, especially not this early into the test. You want to play tight. You want to be compact, as I've said about opening batters. And in this first session, it will be get through the first hour, get to drinks.
Yes,
that is important here. But the South Africans won't want that.
Duan Olivier into Mayank Agarwal, full on the pads, going down the leg side. Agarwal had to defend it that, and it brought that short leg into play, but it bounced just in front of Rassie van der Dussen.
I like his plan. You know, he is going to keep the batter guessing. You can't camp on the back foot. You can't commit too much on the front foot. You'll get yourself into all sorts of trouble. So I like his plan. Keep them guessing, bowling to his plan, not over attacking, but definitely not taking his foot off the pin.
Duan into Mayank Agarwal. This one's full outside the off stump, and the first runs off the bat are a cover drive through to cover for 4 runs. Agarwal leaning forward, really lovely to place that one for 4.
Just a check drive, simple, not over hitting into it. You know, it was a beautiful shot.
Yes, first, and that's the value of the Wanderers for the batters. It's the margin for error for the bowlers is very tight. In length, you'll find yourself in the stands. The ground is very small. It's not. It's a quick outfield, so you have to hit your lines very well as he bowls this ball full outside the off stump. This one closer to fifth stump, and Agarwal letting that go through to the keeper for no run. It's 4 without loss for India. Mayank Agarwal with the first 4 runs of the day.
Yeah, it was just to go through that shot that got him off the mark and got India's innings started. Literally just an overpitch from Olivier. He shouldn't be too upset about it with the little bit of movement he's getting. Just leaning into it.
You want them to come forward, get the edge as Olivier comes in for the last ball. It's a full one, loopy full one, and it's a full toss driven straight down to the long off boundary. It will race away for 4 as it beats Keshav Maharaj, who went in for the chase. That ball was probably an errant ball as he was trying to search for that block hole.
Yeah. You know, you can't blame him too much getting a Yorker wrong, especially in that manner. You know, it's still a full toss, a low full toss. Those aren't always easy to get away. But Agarwal played it really well. Kept his position, just played through the line, left or right of him. We know the ball has a quick outfield, and he managed to get it past the middle fielder and got the runs for it.
Yes. So Kagiso is going to resume at the golf course end, which is the far end from the media center that we're at. He is going to be bowling to KL Rahul. Nothing's changed from a field 3 slip scally. There is that man at short leg as Kagiso bowls one on a good length, rising up to Rahul, who plays this back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, I think you're having the 2 local guys here bowling first up, hopefully setting the tone compared to his last test. Kagiso is bowling a much better line, much better length. I would say he's a little bit more comfortable with conditions.
Yes, he's bowled here his entire life. Kagiso into KL Rahul is full on the 4th stump line. KL Rahul drives that one to Temba Bavuma at point behind square, backward point for no run.
I mean, as much as he's a seasoned campaigner, you can't get over that feeling of playing at home where you just know, the conditions, the stadium, the ground, how it plays.
Yes, I won't lie to you, Sean. I was excited to have Kagiso come back and bowl at the Wanderers. 3rd ball of his 2nd over. This one down the leg side. It was full down the leg side. The slip cordon did go up for an appeal, but KL Rahul played it around the corner for a single. We've seen a lot of those straight to balls from Kagiso stump line, and Tata easily playing it behind and negating Rassie van der Dussen there at short leg.
Yeah, not always an easy shot to play, especially knowing that there's a short leg right there. And given the fact that they want him on the front foot and, they're cramping him up for room. They're cramping the batters up for room. Not an easy shot. Has to play with soft hands. Let the ball hit the bat. Yes,
Rabada in for the 4th ball of his 2nd over to Mayank Agarwal, and he's on the money. It's a full ball outside that off stump on the 5th stump line, and it was tailing back in as it beat the bat, got past the batter. Mayank Agarwal shouldering arms to that ball, no run.
It didn't look like a very convincing leave, if I'm honest. He
left that on length.
Yeah.
And that's very dangerous here.
Yeah.
There's a grass patch, a very grassy patch on the full length outside the outline of the right-hander as Kagiso bowls it on that full length. It's a little bit wide on the fifth stump line. Mayank Agarwal plays a square drive to the square leg boundary for 4. Really good shot from Agarwal. He waited for the bad ball. That was slightly wider from Kagiso, and he got 4 runs.
Considering how much pressure he's put on in the first few balls and also the first over, very disappointing to see him bowl that full that wide this early on.
Yes. So the score goes up to 13 without loss. Agarwal on 12 with Rahul on 1. Kagiso coming in for the final ball of his second over to Agarwal. This one back of a length and rising off of that length outside the off stump. And Agarwal letting that go. Hint of a little bit of swing away from the batter there?
Yes, a little bit. I would say keeping him guessing, because there was one that tailed in a little bit. There's one that straightened out, and it's swinging the other way. A little bit of movement in the air.
Yeah, pace, bounce, everything that is here. As South Africa want a good start so far, they've conceded some very, you would say, soft boundaries, but in the search for line and length, those are the necessary evils that you're going to have to take through. Duan Olivier to start from the call-it drive in, second over of his spell. 3 slips, Gully, which is Marco Jansen at Gully, Temba backward point, extra cover mid-off, wideish mid-off, Keshav Maharaj mid-wicket, more catching mid-wicket in Lungingiti. You've got a short leg as well as fine leg as Duan comes in past the umpire's shoulders. This one is full outside, beats the bat. It was a full-length ball on that fifth stump line, and all KL Rahul could do was present a straight bat and no edge off of that. But the first sign that Duan is finding that right length.
I would say much better length, much better line. You wouldn't mind a boundary hit a lot straighter. I would say that's the only thing with the boundaries that have been hit. The ball's been really wide, almost too wide. So I would say keep it a little bit closer to the off stump, have them force them to play.
Duan into KL Rahul as KL comes forward and takes a forward press as the ball is full on the 6th stump line, and KL just letting that go through to Calvarena 4 no run. It's 13 without loss. So far, India looking to get a good start here at the Wanderers, not lose too many wickets in the first session, try and navigate the perils that many domestic batters have suffered throughout this season under this man who's coming into bowl. Olivier past the umpire. This one's full outside the off stump, inducing KL Rahul to come forward. No edge off of that one, but very good ball from Duan Olivier on that 5th stump.
I would like to say that this is where you want KL to be leaving. You know, unsure whether to leave the ball, play at it, leaving off the front foot, his back very close to the pad. I mean, he's hiding it a little bit. Not a bad strategy, but if there's a little bit of movement in, he will be in a little bit of trouble.
Olivier coming in to Rahul. This one's a full toss again. Looks like it's, and KL Rahul defends it back to Duan Olivier. It is a no ball. No ball called on height. The first signal that Aludin Palaka has done in international cricket, it is a no ball sign. So that's very good to know. But yeah, that last ball went feeling like he's losing control of the balls. The second one, that's a full toss. The first one was a low full toss. This one was very high. Duan back into KL Rahul. This one has KL playing on the back foot on the length outside the off stump. Can only play that out to Temba Bavuma at on the offside in the square.
Temba Bavuma is a mover. He from the point got it in front of point, very close to KL, making sure can't get the easy singles, which would be pertinent right now, very early on in the innings, and ensuring that it's not going to be an easy go.
One for his 5th ball of the second over is a full ball out for the 6th stump line as KL Rahul punches that to a backward point. Timber Bavuma, the fielder, no run coming off of there. It is 14 without loss. Remember, we had the no ball, so Duan's going to bowl an extra ball. Hopefully that is the one that brings the magic for South Africa. They need early inroads. They need to, as Dean was speaking at Centurion in the first test, to punch, to make the first punch. This is the day. This is the time they need to make the first punch in this match. 1-0 down in the series. Duan bowls one outside the off stump. It pitched on a good length, and it was let go by KL Rahul, slightly wider than the previous balls there to close out that over. End of that over, 14 without loss. Agarwal 12, KL Rahul 1. Kagiso's bowled 2 overs. He's gone for 5 runs, no wickets, and Duan Olivier runs for no wickets.
Full, when they're bowling back of a length, it's a dot ball. Almost every single ball that has been back of a length has been a dot ball.
Yes.
Every single full ball, almost every single full ball that they've bowled today or the last 4 overs has gone for boundary.
And you'd say that's the line for Centurion. You need to bring it back for the Wanderers. As Kagiso comes from the golf course end, this one is a lot straighter on a back of a length, defended off the back foot by Mayank Agarwal down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, so if they can just hold that length, pull it back, I would say they got it a little bit wrong in Centurion, where they started off very short and then had to adjust and go a lot fuller. And now it's the other way around. They're starting a little bit too full, and now just pull it back and ask the batters the question.
So into Agarwal, who gets a ball that was full outside the off stump. He comes forward, but he gets an inside edge onto that, past Rassi down to Duan Olivier at fine leg for a single. Score goes up to 15 with Agarwal moving up to 13.
A little bit of a French cut there. Played a lot of those.
Or the Vatican slice.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I've never heard that one.
So the Vatican slice is a ball that is an inside edge that goes through the legs.
Okay.
Down to fine leg. So it's we I think Simon coined it on our early days at One World Sports Radio. Kagiso past the umpire, he comes into the gather and he has to abort that run as the batter is not happy. He needs to guard in that spot about 2 meters in front of him. That is about 2 meters in front of him. That has a nice handy patch of grass. But I think Sean and myself have been thinking that spot is the spot where if you landed it there on the fifth stump line, I'll probably go for 4. You kind of need a ball on the back end of that, with the ball rising up, maybe force the batters to get high edges on the back. So past the bowler, this one is short down the leg side. KL Rahul ducking underneath it for a dot ball, 15 without loss.
I think that area would be more utilized as the test goes on.
Yeah.
On a fresh wicket, that's way too full.
Yes.
On a fresh wicket, that is way too full. You need to pull it back, as Kagiso is doing. And rightfully so, is that these batters aren't looking as comfortable as they did.
Kagiso into KL Rahul. This one rising off of the back of a length on that fourth stump line. Rahul playing at that and moving away at the right time, as it's one of the first few play and misses we've seen as it goes out to Calvarena for no run, 15 without loss. That spot there, 2 meters away from the batter at the golf course end. It's a normal fuller length ball. You just need to bring it back slightly into that good length. You might get something happening right there from that golf course end. As Kagiso, final fourth ball of his third over. This one's a lot straighter than the previous ball, a little bit fuller there, as Rahul plays that off the off stump down to mid wicket for no run. He did come forward for that shot.
Yes, as you said, pull it back, and there is a little bit of movement here. We've seen some outward movement, some in swing. So just keep it there, hold it there. Don't pitch anything too full.
So into KL Rahul, this one back of a length outside the off stump. Rahul did come forward, but his forward press is very stout, like the one at Centurion. No edge there, just the ball beating the bat again to end that over. Much better over for the South Africans, 15 without loss with 1 run coming off of it.
I've been talking to a few people off air about the way KL leaves the ball. It's like almost at the last minute he hides his bat. And
yes, so what KL normally does, to describe it to our listeners, is that he comes forward for a forward press, but his bat is tucked well behind his front pad. And he's playing with soft hands, so even if he does get an edge, and that's what happened at St. John a few times, the edges would die as they go to the fielders. This one's going to be quite different because he has to try and figure out how soft his bat needs to be as Duan Olivier starts the 6th over of the day. His 3rd over, it is a full ball outside the off-stump, 5th stump line, swinging away a little bit, and Mayank Agarwal letting that go, the right-handed Mayank Agarwal letting that go through to Rahane. Yes, yeah. So that's essentially what Rahul needs to get through today to figure out how soft it needs to be. With the extra bounce here, it might not be the similar type of soft that you did at Centurion that kills the ball. Duan Olivier to Rahul to Agarwal. This one's a full ball in the block all down the leg side, and Agarwal plays that, glances that down to fine leg for a single. Duan's accuracy hasn't been there this morning. He's also been spraying it around a little bit with the lengths. He's found a good length, but he hasn't consistently hit it.
I would say it's a little bit, maybe it's some cobwebs. He hasn't played Test cricket in over 1,000 days.
But he's played a lot of cricket in between that. Funny enough, South Africa only played 20 Test matches between the last time Rahul played, Duan Olivier played, I beg your pardon, and this Test match. Duan Olivier to Rahul now. Short ball on that 4th stump line, and Rahul gets in line of the ball and defends that back to the bowler off the back foot. And that score is 16 without loss. Mayank Agarwal on 14, Rahul on 1. Similar start to both batters as it's ensuring. Agarwal was a lot more aggressive. KL was a lot more circumspect, and they built that 117-run partnership beautifully with the two of them complementing each other really nicely. Olivier coming in to Rahul. This one's outside, no stump, gets the edge, and the South Africans are appealing as it was a full ball outside the, back of a length outside the off stump. The South Africans believe there was an edge. Umpire Pelika says not out. We're just waiting to see whether we're going to go for DRS. And we are not going to go for DRS.
Oh, it's pitched back of a length, and there seems to be daylight between the ball and the bat. It seems that KL has hit his own pad. So I think a good call there from Dean Elgar to not review that one. Very good ball from Duan. Fantastic line, fantastic length. I think this is where he needs to stay. I think he's finding his rhythm.
First half chance for South Africa. Duan bowling the next ball. This one's a lot shorter than the previous one outside that off stump. It is the 4th stump line, and Rahul plays that off the back foot out to point for no run, 16 without loss.
Yeah, very. I think he's finding his rhythm.
Hopefully, in these last 2 balls, they've been on the money. And South Africa in with a shot. Thought they were in with a shot to get the danger man, the man who scored 100 at Centurion, Rahul, out. Short leg has pulled away. He's now more at square leg as Duan comes in. Fuller length ball outside the off stump and defended out by Rahul to end the 6th over at 16 without loss. Mayank Agarwal on 14, Rahul on 1.
Maybe it's just a confidence thing for Duan. His confidence is building, bowling much better lines, much better lengths, wants to get that wicket. Unlike KG, where it's rhythm. I see he is a much more rhythm bowler where he must be in a rhythm and you'll see things come right for him. And much better start. The South Africans are having a much better start than they did.
Yes, and if you're joining us today at the Wonders, it is the New Year's Test night at Cape Town. It's at the Wonders. India won the toss. Rahul was the captain at the toss. They won the toss and chose to bat. One change for India. Virat Kohli has some back spasms. So Vihari comes in to the Indian side. We'll tell you what's happening with South Africans as KG comes in past the umpire shoulder on the golf course, and he bowls one full on-off stump, defended out by the right-handed Mayank Agarwal to extra cover, no run. Nice forward front foot press from Agarwal. Yes, so South Africa's changes. Quinton de Kock wasn't supposed to play in this match as he awaits the birth of his first daughter. He also announced his retirement on Thursday after the first test from Test cricket. So that brings in Rahane and also Duan Olivier is in for Vian Mulder. This one's full straight on that middle stump line. The South Africans are appealing, but they Mayank Agarwal had probably had gotten bat onto that down the leg side, no run. This field for Mayank Agarwal, 2 balls in, 3 slips, gully, backward point. You've got that short leg under the helmet again. You've also got mid-wicket catching, extra cover, whitish mid-on, and fine leg Kagiso coming in to bowl to Mayank Agarwal, back of a length on that off stump. Agarwal plays a back foot punch to extra cover.
They are bowling a much shorter length to Agarwal compared to KL. I would say that's because he did show his aggression, hitting the boundaries. So they had to bring it back, force him back onto the back foot. And compared to SuperSport Park, he is batting from his crease. So that's a sign of this wicket.
Fourth ball of Kagiso's third over gets the edge, and it is a back of a length ball getting the edge of Agarwal's bat. It bounced in front of that third slip that's Keegan Peterson. South Africa now starting to get some sort of chances now, creating those tough chances. There was that shout in the previous over with Duan Olivier to KL Rahul. Now Mayank Agarwal, South Africa finding the edge of the bat. It dropped short of Keegan Peterson at third slip. Kagiso in for the 5th ball of his 3rd over. It is outside the off stump, full ball as Agarwal shoulders arms on a ball that goes past him. He has his off stump well covered there for no run.
Yeah, continually bowling this back of a length. That ball that did drop short, not a convincing shot. Even if you wanted to play it through the gap between Peterson at third slip and Janssen at gully, not the one.
But he played it with soft hands. That was key. It's the soft hands that you need. Kagiso into Agarwal. This one's full. It was straight, and it is driven in the V down the ground for 4 off the bat of Agarwal. Really, really good runs there. Another 4 run as the over ends with 20 runs to the board. Mayank Agarwal goes up to 18, and KL Rahul 1.
Paul, can I just say that is a beautiful, it's a gorgeous shot. The on drive it's one of those shots you just lean into. You don't have to overhit it. If you do try, you lose your shape. Just step into the ball, wait for it, drop your shoulder, play through the line. And Kagiso, he left it. It was a vacant area.
And we spoke about that full length, and Kagiso bowled that one full. It was airing down leg side, less risk, and it's easy because you're just relying on the pace. And Evan Flint has made sure this ground is as immaculate as possible. Really one of the best groundsmen in the country. The outfield is quick, it's lightning. Duan Olivier from the corner drive end to KL Rahul, forcing him on the back foot with a much fuller ball on off stump. Play that off the back foot out to Temba, who is effectively patrolling backward point, and slightly bit of catching cover in the way that he sets himself up.
When you have somebody of his talent, he's fit, he's agile, he covers a lot of ground. I would say the only thing not on his side is if it goes over his head, if
it goes over his head, then there's nothing we can do about that. Back of a length ball on off stump, defended coming forward is Duan from a ball from Duan Olivier is KL Rahul, and it goes out to Keshav Maharaj, who is that extra cover. No run, 20 without loss.
Yeah, that is a very wide area from backward point to almost cover point. A very wide
area.
Look,
I think you're trying to let the batter know that if you want to hit that, you can score. as Duan comes in. Back short ball, rising on length, gets the edge. It is caught by Calvert, and the South Africans are jumping up and down. But KL Rahul has done claims he has not hit that ball, and the South Africans are all bemused in the middle of the pitch. They have taken it up to DRS. Another chance. This time they will go upstairs. KL Rahul feels. KL Rahul is standing there all confident that he did not touch it, as we just wait for DRS to happen. Very good ball, short ball, surprising. KL. Duan's been doing a lot of variety of balls. As we look at that review, it looks as though from the replay that we're getting from the ground that it's come off KL Rahul's shoulder and not the bat, but we'll wait for Snicko and real-time Snicko to confirm if it didn't catch a glove or anything. South Africans were very confident about that. As we look at that ultra edge, and we're doing it real time with them, it's come off the shoulder. It's missed the bat, it's come off the shoulder, and that'll be the first review for the South Africans. Lost. Good umpiring decision from Aludin Palaka in his first outing in Test cricket. The other umpire is Murray Erasmus.
Great ball from Duan.
Yes.
Great ball. Caught KL by surprise. KL batting a little bit deeper in the crease, jumping. This is a sign of what's going to happen at the Wanderers throughout the day.
And I think it's a nice strategy from the South Africans to have KL Rahul playing off his back foot rather than his front foot. I think KL Rahul was a lot more certain off his front foot than he was off the back foot. Duan Olafir coming in again past the umpire's shoulder. Another short ball outside the off stump. KL Rahul just sways away from that one. He was tempted to ram that, but he chose not to, just swayed away. And no run there. 20 without loss. 2 balls left in the 8th over.
Good decision not to ramp that one. You never know. Could just ramp it straight into Calverado's hands or into that slip corner. Not that anybody up here would be too upset.
Yes, I think Duan might just float one in full to see if KL Rahul wants to come forward a little bit more. This one is full and straight and half volley down the leg side, similar to Mayank Agarwal, but KL Rahul's gets it a lot more wider down to the long on boundary for 4 runs. Really beautiful shot from KL Rahul.
And as a batter, that's what you want. A close call. You looked uncomfortable when that appeal happened. The next one short, but still, dominating on that front foot. Anything at him on the front foot, anything on a fuller length, he will make you pay.
Yeah, it was over pitched. It was a half volley. Squares up to 24. KL Rahul's now up to 5 with his partner Mayank Agarwal on 18. 1 extra. That was the no ball. As Duan comes in and he gets a very healthy edge on the back of a length outside the off stump. KL Rahul playing off the back foot, squirting that between gully and third slip all the way to the boundary for 4.
Duan can't be too upset. KL didn't commit forward, didn't commit back. He was almost caught in no man's land, and as we've said, he plays with very soft hands, and that, I would say, was his saving grace. Not sure if there was a 4th slip, would that have carried?
No, I would have dropped in front of 4th slip. But it's another indication from the South Africans getting KL playing on the back foot. He doesn't have a lot of control over those shots. He did play with soft hands, hence the ball dying as it went in between slip and gully. Score is 28 without loss at the end of 8. South Africa looking to start, but India starting off really nicely with these 2. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. This one's full, half volley on leg stump, and Mayank Agarwal plays that beautifully past Rasif van der Distance ears at short leg to the square leg boundary for 4.
Can't blame Rassi for wanting to get out the way of that one. Just the pure pace from Kagiso Rabada, and these days these bats aren't thin pieces of wood, just using the pace, timing it well. It's rather safe than sorry.
Is that ball went past Rassie van der Dussen in the air. Would have been an incredible catch if he got it. Kagiso coming in for the second ball of this over. Short ball outside. Letting that go through for
a bit more behind square, and hope he's behind square. Almost saying, play that shot again.
So he's now 2 pitch lengths back. He was 1 pitch length. Now he's 2 pitch lengths back. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. This one back of a length on the off stump. Agarwal defending that out to the leg side. No run off of that. 32 without loss.
As a batter, you'd be thinking twice about playing that shot again. You ideally play a lot straighter, and that isn't always the case because, especially at these speeds, the ball hits the bat. Could put Rassie in for a catch there.
Kagiso into Agarwal. He's up on a ball that is on a back of length, on more shaping in. And Agarwal play that down the leg side, gets a healthy-ish edge out to the offside. Didn't fly. For searching for the first wicket in this test match to get themselves back into this test series. India 1 win away, as we're going to see the first bowling change of the morning with Lungisani Ngidi coming in to bowl 12 matches, average of 21. He's taken 6 for 39. That was on debut. He took 6 wickets in the last match as well. He's gotten 40 wickets in international cricket. It's going to be interesting to see how he's going to bowl on this Wanderers pitch. He's got 3 slips to a right-handed KL Rahul, 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-wicket, as well as square leg, and fine leg, as well as Lungi comes in from the caller drive end to that is KL Rahul, who gets in line to a ball that is full and on off stump, and he defends that out to the bowler, no run.
I do believe Lungi will be key in this test. He brought his game back his spell back in the first test, and these conditions will best suit him. He does get movement both ways, and hopefully will put the Indian batters under a little bit more pressure.
Ngidi passing the umpire, second ball of his day, edged and dropped at third slip by Keegan Peterson. It looked like it bounced in front of him. I beg your pardon, it was a fuller length ball. It was it brought Rahul forward, playing on that stump line, and the edge looked like it died as it got to Keegan Peterson at third slip. So I do apologize if I said he was dropped. It died on its way to Keegan Peterson. Those soft hands coming in again.
Yes, and great bowling. Just as you say that these conditions work for Lungi, finding that outside edge.
Ngidi coming in to Rahul. This one outside the off stump, enforcing KL Rahul's a fuller length ball there, and KL Rahul coming on that front foot, and the ball just going past the bat for no run. The only excitement that it's brought is the slip cordon, thinking that they could be in business.
I think they will be in business today. It's the first hour. All the bowlers are finding their lines, finding their legs. I think this is a pitch where the seamers or the fast bowlers can definitely dominate throughout this test.
Ngidi passing the umpire to KL Rahul. It's a full on that off stump. KL playing it off the back foot out to the offside for no run.
Definitely asking some questions here. KL not looking the most comfortable. He was, I'd say, caught in between, staying on the back foot and the front foot when Duan Olivia was bowling. And now, on the back foot, Ilungi finding the outside edge. KL, the superstar that he is, just playing with soft hands, making sure that if it's going to be a catch, his wicket mustn't come too easily.
Ngidi into KL Rahul, this one on a good length, rising up past the bat on the offside, a little bit of a waist swing, hinting there. Rahul letting that go through to Calvin for no run.
It's a lot more consistent, yeah. The bounce of the pitch was playing a lot more consistently than Supersport Park, especially on this first day, given that there also was a lot of rainfall last night in Joburg. Would you say that the intermittent showers that are forecasted will play too much of a role in this test?
And Ngidi coming into KL Rahul, this one out, it's a fuller ball outside the off stump this time, and Rahul letting that go through. Of the 10th over, 32 loss, Agarwal 20, Rahul on 9. We have a commentary change. The next voices you'll hear are of Proteas and Dave Midgley.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers here. We have an exciting match of Test cricket. It's the second Test between India and South Africa. My name is Proteas, and I'm joined by none other than Dave Midgley. How are you doing, Dave?
Tepo, I'm really excited for this second Test match. Kagiso Rabada from the golf course end. It's full and punched back hard to the South African speedster, and he just manages to get a right hand down to it. The score is 32 for no loss. What are we looking at so far, T, after the first 40 minutes of this day's play?
Of the first 40 minutes, KL Rahul is still sitting there at 9. And Mayank Agarwal, he's got 22. It's been a bit bright, breezy, a few streaky boundaries from time to time. But no breakthrough here for the South Africans again. Another lackluster start compared to the one at Centurion as well.
3 slips and a gully in. And this one is a length delivery that goes past the hip of the right-handed Agarwal, and Calvin just selects that one at his left shoulder. The state of play, TT, South Africa lost the toss. India won the toss, and they decided that they have a couple of changes that you may have heard of. And Rahane coming in for Quinton de Kock, who retired from this format of the game. We wish him all the very best in his continuing white ball career. Kagiso Rabada in again, and this one's gone down the leg side. There was a bit of a stifled shout. Good length ball, but it died on its way through to wicketkeeper Vihari, and yet to see a run in this over so far. They're going at 3 to the over, but these two have put on 32 as the opening stand without loss so far.
Another comfortable start for these two batsmen. Now, when it comes to not losing wickets at the top end, negotiating that new ball, they've done very, very well. But at the same time, you feel that the South Africans lacking a little bit of venom. It doesn't look like it's too difficult to bat out there.
So Rawara now with the length delivery, it pops up and it's going to drop agonizingly short of the man, Rassie van der Dussen, who was at a backward short leg under the helmet. He dove to try and get his hands underneath the ball on the leg side, but not so lucky there. And so Agarwal survives that one. Seppo, there's been a couple of chances, ball that died to Marco Jansen in the gully, but that time not so fortuitous for the South Africans.
Yeah, got the inside edge of Mayank Agarwal's bats, and Rassie van der Dussen at backward square leg was diving to get that, but he really wasn't going for the catch. It was going to bounce well short, and he just wanted to sort of covered it.
Palm it into the ground.
Yeah, covered it like a bomb.
Kagiso Rabada, 2 balls left in the 11th. He goes right on over the wicket, and it's a fuller delivery this time, and Agarwal just defends that, and no run. There's 3 slips and a gully in place. And then there is Lungisani Ngiti down at fine leg. This Wanderers wicket is a lot greener than we would expect it to usually be. I had a chat with the groundsman this morning. He was saying that traditionally, obviously, this is heavily favoured towards the batters for the conditions, but not looking up. Finishes, this is driven and the bat's turned in the hand, but it's fortuitous for Agarwal. This beats the right hand of Kagiso Rabada going down to that long on boundary, but ably collected for
the domestic.
Marco Jansen in the gully region. So an interesting selection there, but because he's got that left hand, he can cover the gap more comprehensively. And Yeti in again, and this one just is a good length outside that off stump, 5th stump line, and that's through to Rahane. Seppo, these two have played well together in that previous game, but it's not the first time that they've batted together. Perhaps at Test cricket, but at the level of Test cricket, but not in other forms. See, we've seen them at under 9. He's bowled well here. It's a ball that's squared up. KL Rahul outside that off stump. Good length delivery. And he seems happier with it.
And that's exactly what the South African bowlers will be needing to do. They need to get these batsmen playing, because we saw in the first test how KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal were leaving. That was definitely their strength. Not a lot of balls are played outside the off stump, even if it's very close to the off stump. They're very aware of that. And South Africa's not getting enough nip in or in swing, as Umpo would like to say, to get them playing.
Absolutely. To finish the 12th, Lungengiti. This is another full one, and it beats the bat of KL Rahul. Goes through to Calvarena. It's 12 gone. It's 34 without loss. Don't forget, you can tweet us as well at One World. There's a couple of changes in the South African team as well. We saw in the A series in Bloemfontein of Vihari, who there's 350s to his name. He has somewhat conditions, and
Marco Jansen, also in the A series, the left-handed pace bowler, comes off a whole bunch of length. There is very, very tall. I believe he's 6'8". We'll be keen to extract some golf course in. Looks like we've heard that probably will be a little bit easier to bat when you're facing the golf course in. So you're standing on the corner drive in.
Absolutely. He picked up 4 Tsepo for 55 in his debut test in the second inning. So he'll want more of that going into this. 3 slips and a gully in place. Point, backward short leg, run it off, and fine leg. Marco Jansen, for his first ball, he passes Maria Rasmussen. This is a ball that swings away from the right-handed Mayank Agarwal and goes through to Calvarena behind the stumps. These two going at 2.8. A lot, not too dissimilar, Tsepo, from the previous game in which they were going at 3, and that stand ended up being 117 for the opening pair.
Clear tactic here, not going for anything outside the off stump. And now with Marco Jansen coming from over the wickets, the left-hander, just generates that angle going across the right-hander.
Jansen again, and this one's a little bit straying down that leg side, and they tuck it away off the hips. They run hard for the first. They're not going to get the second, but that ball on leg stump or just outside, and they were able to tuck away from a good length there.
And what's nice to see about Marco Jansen, he's got pace, he's got line length, got some discipline, sometimes a bit wayward in the first test, but he didn't stop showing his quality. Got dropped by Quinton de Kock very early in the game to get his first test wicket in the first innings on the first day, but unfortunately that wasn't meant to be. He did clean up the innings towards the end. He got the last wicket there. But it's good to see that he didn't give up. A bit nervous, that's what Bavuma said.
35 without loss. 12.3 balls bowled now, and that's just a bog standard delivery outside the off stump. We also saw a bit of an anomaly with Marco Jansen, in which he took the last wicket of the Indian innings in the first innings, and then with his first ball in the second innings, took a wicket and was on a hat-trick in his debut game. How nearly that could have been an incredible opportunity for him on debut.
One of those obscure hat-tricks that you normally miss. Normally just check it out to like, oh, he got a hat-trick. That's very impressive.
Not quite Peter still on his birthday. Marco Jansen in again, and this is a bouncer. And so used to saying Quinton de Kock. Calvarena takes that one down the leg side. It went over the top of Midland leg, but kept swinging towards that leg side. So lovely to see a bit of aggressive fast bowling here from the South African quicks. We saw some of it from them, but it really was the Indian bowlers, Tepo, in that first game that showed what you could do with raw pace. And we saw particularly Jasprit Bumrah putting these South African batters into an uncomfortable position. Janssen in again, and this is full and spat up out the wicket, and not too comfortable for KL. But
That's
just defends that on middle stump.
That's good to see. That's what I like about Marco Jansen. When he comes, something happens. You get those game changers, those X factor players that just generate something, because it felt very lackluster at the beginning. Bowlers didn't reach 140 plus. No one really going that fast. So it's good to see that he's actually generating something here.
Janssen, that one was full and outside the off stump, not just going over the top of the off peg. We saw Rassie van der Distance in that first game, where I think he left one that hit his stumps. I remember Aiden Markram as well. I think he chopped on as well as Keegan Pearson. So it was a frustrating time with the bat for the South Africans, and they'll want to make sure that they remedy this in this second test, because if you go down 2-0 now, then the series is done, and South Africa would love to pick up a win here. Although they haven't been too effective here, South Africa, in the last 5 games against India, where 2 wins and 3 draws has been the order of the day with South Africa and India at the Imperial Wanderers.
They did come in different contexts, The Wanderers test normally the last one, or the one after 2 big ones have already been played.
Indeed, to begin a new over, and it's a length ball outside the off stump, just leaves that alone, goes through to Rahane and a run.
It was a dead rubber in 2018, if I remember. South Africa already won in Centurion and in Cape Town, and then looking for the whitewash coming here on a pitch that looked venomous, to say the least. But they still pulled through, did the Indian team. They stuck it out, looked pretty tough to bat out there. But they got the result in the end. And what you like to see is a fighting spirit. That's what Virat Kohli, his brand of cricket, and he sort of permeated that through the entire team.
He certainly embodies that. Second ball now in the 13th. Lungi Stunning Giti. Right on over the passing Alahuddin Palekar. And it's a copy and paste delivery. It's a length ball outside the off stump. And Giti just lifting his hand to his wicketkeeper to say sorry. Perhaps it was one that slipped out the hand, but it didn't look all that too wayward from Ngiti. We saw that Tepo, when he bowled that wobbly seam delivery that came back into the right-handers, that he managed to experience the joy of a leg before wickets. And so we're, as South African fans, they'll desperately be looking for more of that. But you said earlier that there was a lot more away swing early on here.
Not a lot of in-swing here. Some would consider the in-swing Lungi stock delivery.
Giti was an overpitched delivery, and this is on essentially a leg stump half volley, you might think, but maybe a little bit fuller than that, and worked away off the pads. There's a bit of a hands-on heads there from Calvarine as that ball goes down to fine leg and they get through for the single. Not comfortable at all with this new ball, does Lungi Ngiti look, but certainly extracting a bit of something here.
He did get the breakthrough for South Africa in Centurion. We're hoping to do that again. Different conditions here.
Certainly earlier would be helpful if he could do that.
Sooner rather than later, South Africans will be hoping for. But at the same time, this is quality control here from KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal, doing something similar to what they did in Centurion, where Rahul was going at a slow rate.
Giti passing the umpire now, and it's a good length delivery, maybe a little bit fuller than the last one, and beats the bat. But there was daylight between bat and ball there, and so it goes through to the keeper without anybody inhaling. Great.
Now, Carroll isn't exactly zooming a strike rate of 19.5. He has 9 of 46. Mayank Agarwal facing less balls, got more runs, 26 of 36. He's got 4 boundaries to his name. So there's an understanding here. One is the aggressor, one just holds up the other end and gets the big runs long term. But South Africa don't look like they're disturbing that at all. Plans very obvious here from India, but they don't look like they're being put under any real pressure. Anything outside the off stump, they've been leaving very well. So, yeah.
Final 2 balls before the first drink break on day no 1. This one into the body of the opener, Rahul. And it's fuller this time, and just blots out to the third slip on the bounce. So Tsepo, first hour of play, what have you thought so far?
Yeah, I've been saying it, and I'm going to say it again. A lackluster performance here from the South Africans. Need to do something with the new ball. I mean, whenever you hear the new ball, you're supposed to quake in your boots, but nothing really testing the batsmen, nothing really getting them playing forward shots that they shouldn't be playing, nothing wrapping them on the pads. It's very dangerous. Yeah, nothing from the South Africans.
Not without opportunities, though. This one is on the line of middle off and just squares up Rahul, and he just defends that. So that is the end of the first hour. 36 without loss is the score. 14 overs gone. So we're just one behind the required amount for over 8. Remember that India won the toss and they decided that they would have a bat. The man out for India is Virat Kohli, and in his place is Vihari.
He was the standing captain at the A Series. Rahul stands in as captain today, the vice captain. Has been doing very well. It's been a good start for them.
You were speaking, Tsepo, about the fact that Vihari stood in as captain. It was for Priyank Panchal, who's still in this the India squad at large. Over 100 first-class games and still not able to break in. But it shows how good this Indian batting lineup has been for the past
that big. Difficult to drop a person in that much form. And it's also a pleasure to witness him here in South Africa. He's been pretty good, been pretty aggressive, has a very clear role at the top of the order as the run rate moving forward. We saw that Rahul was able to. Agarwal might not have. He got himself a half century. So the runs at the top of the order, and that's very good to see from an Indian perspective. And just looking at the South African side, their counterparts, no partnership in the last few innings has gone over 5 runs. It's gone over 4 runs. You know,
absolutely.
And you can't understate a quality opener, someone that can negotiate the new ball that well. But yeah, it's something about it's a little bit of good batting and lackluster bowling from the top end.
So we talk about the first hour of play in any long format game being crucial. And for those at home who are listening, why is it that they need that first hour to go right? It's the new ball, you've got a fresh wicket, you've got an opportunity to take it. But once players make it past that first hour as a batting pair, you feel a little bit more comfortable, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And as you said, it's about negotiating that new ball. It's a very difficult thing to negotiate as well. Tons of movements straight off the bat. You're still getting used to conditions, assessing the conditions. So opening the batting is no mean feat. It's something that's not for the faint at heart. And if you do manage to survive the first session, you set a fantastic platform for your team. In the last test, we saw exactly that happening. A big partnership for the first wicket. And that turned out to be the difference in the end.
Certainly, Tsepo, certainly, Tsepo. So we're back. We're back live with you once again. Well, we were live with you, but now play is going to get underway once again. Mark from the golf course said 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, wide off, a very wide mid on. He's almost at our corner, but in where you would imagine the traditional ring to be. And Lungi Ngiti is the man at fine leg with Rassie van der Dussen at a backward short leg. He's about 2 strips away from the playing strip here. Mark Jansen to begin a new over. He's got the edge, and that's it. South Africa have a breakthrough. 36 for 1. And Murray Rasmus raises his finger. It was an edge straight through to Verena. No fuss for him there. and a breakthrough within the first session here at Tsepo. We spoke about 2 wickets early. There's half of them.
True, that's Marco Jansen getting the break here. Golf course in. Good length delivery. Got Vihari. The end of mine.
And he was just there hour before pushing too hard at that one. You would have thought he was maybe expecting a slightly quicker delivery, or maybe one that came onto the bat a little bit more, that well in front of the foot, so the contact wasn't where you would want it to be. But you spoke about it, Sebo. When Marco Jansen comes onto ball, something happens, and that's exactly what we've seen for left arm seamer.
Yeah, that angle that goes across the right hand is exactly what got Vihari get forward. And that got the breakthrough for the South Africans. A relatively early wicket share. A good start for both teams, in fact. Both teams still very much in this game.
Pujara is the new man at the wicket. He's got 6,605 runs. He averages 44.3. His highest score, 206 not out against England at Ahmedabad in 2012-2013. But crucially, Tsepo, he was out first ball duck in the previous game for the first innings. It had Lungi Ngeti 2-2. And there's a change in the field. One Olivier is going down to a fine leg position. Now, Marco Jansen's having the experienced pair of Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ngeti to assist in hands of his.
It's good to see that. KG Rabada really hasn't hit the ground running in these test matches. So it's good to see that he's not just wasting his experience, he's actually chatting to the new bowler, chatting to the new prospect, the South African prospects, giving him a few tips and heads up.
The season campaign of Kagiso Rabada, well on his way is Kagiso Rabada to becoming South Africa's leading wicket taker. He's not far behind Dale Steyn, but he's certainly got the time of his career in his will need to backward or straightish point rather, wide mid off, wide on, fine leg man under the helmet. It's rather Cheteshwar Pujara. Jack does Pujara just tucks his head in like a tortoise, and that goes through to Rahane. Lovely to see. It's always nice, unless you're the one facing it, to see a bit of short. Going to be somebody 10 centimeters.
Shots makes you or puts you as the bowler in control, which is exactly what you want to do to the new batsman facing. So Marco Jansen has been hitting his straps nicely here.
Halfway through the 15th, and this is now a ball that Pujara can leave over the top of his off stump. And it's the standard Jansen length, that back of the length, 7 to 9 meters away from the stumps. 729, not 79, 729 meters away, and that just goes through to the keeper over the top of off stump. But there's clearly a conversation between first and second slip, Dean Algar and Ed Markram, who would be considering their options, because they'll still have to bat in this test match, and they'll certainly be thinking about using the heavy roller. Jansen, left arm over the wicket, and Pujara just defends us off the back foot over the top of middle stump, and Rassie van der Dussen, who's under the helmet at the forward short leg, collects that in the middle of the strip. 36 for 1 after 14.5, and it's just a fresh partnership. Pujara yet off the mark, but he certainly has the record, Seppo. You spoke about it. He would love to come right here. We almost thought that it was time, perhaps, for Virat Kohli to come right in his drought of centuries, but that wasn't to be the case. Jansen with a fuller ball this time, and Pujara just stretches out that front foot and defends. So 15 gone. Rahul is on 9, Pujara on 0, and India having been selected to bat of their own volition, 36 for 1.
I was actually going to ask you about that decision to bat first. David, do you think that the pitch is going to be very similar to what we saw in Centurion? Soft, sluggish, slow at the beginning, and then towards the end of the test match, as the pitch deteriorates, as a few cracks start to open up, you start getting variable bounce, things start to bounce off the pitch. Wow.
I think, T, it's going to be an interesting one where the grass on the wicket will obviously dry out as the game goes on, and so it certainly will quicken up the more that this strip is rolled with that heavy roller. So to begin his 4th over, he's just conceded the 1 run, and it's 11-11, so you've got to make a wish. Right arm over the wicket, Lungingiri full, and that beats the bat. Wonderful delivery to start his over. Ngiti's bowling well here. Tsepo, he's obviously eaten his yes, I was gonna say all brand because he got it all this morning. But if your wish was for a Jaffa, you've got exactly that. It was a length ball, and it just nipped away from Rahul. What a delivery!
Yeah, what a ball indeed. What these two have been doing is they've been slowing down the run rate significantly. We haven't seen any runs of late going to the boundary. The achieved rate now 2.4. We were talking about it earlier, being at around 3.0, 2.9.
Yes.
So fantastic bowling here from the pace court pair.
Ngiti again, and he just strays down the leg side. Tsepo, you put the markers on him because immediately he bowls a leg stump delivery at about hip height, and that goes down to G for just a single. 37 for 1 now.
Just earned his line a little bit, Lungi Ngini. But fascinating, fantastic, fiery bowling from him in this spell so far. South Africans have been guilty of a few freebie deliveries. Luckily, this one going to the man at fine leg. 3 slips, a gully, a man at backward point, short square leg, right front distant under the mid. And then there's a mid wicket and a man at mid off, in line with the non-striker.
Forcing the drive. The cover region is open, as so is mid on. Ngiti passing Palekar, and that's fallen on the middle and leg stump line, and just pushes at that one, and Olivier does the fielding.
And this is the type of pressure that you want to see. If you're a fan of cricket, you want to see a battle between bat and ball. And in the first half of the session, India were definitely in control, cruise control, not getting their bat anywhere near anything outside off stump. But now with the bowling of Lungi Ngidi that he generates, getting that outswing as well, just beating the edge a few times, and Marco Jansen as well getting the breakthrough with the wicket.
Lots of encouragement from Rassi Fernandez under the helmet. He knows that there's something boiling here between Ngiti and Agarwal, rather KO Rahul, and Shea Pujara. But that was a standard ball outside the off stump, good length, and he just leaves that alone. Does Pujara still yet to get off the mark?
It looked like it nipped away from the right hander just a little bit as it bounced, just jagging away. So that's good signs for the bowling team. Looks like they're extracting a little bit of movement here. And once they get a little bit more control, a little bit closer to that off stump, that's when the wickets will be in business. But it's good to see that Marco Jansen got the breakthrough. 37 for 1. He got Mayank Agarwal for 26, caught by Kyle Verreynne. Rahul on the non-strikers end at 10, and Pujara on 0.
Pujara facing up to Ngiti, and this is a full-ish delivery and nipping back into the pads. That's the instinct for TT, and that's exactly what you've gotten. Just a length ball there, maybe slightly further than traditionally it would be this Wanderers wicket. And it's 6 gone 38 for 1.
Exactly what they wanted there. Lungile just dragging that one back a little bit. Shorts. He could have had a catch there, but it just went over him a little bit too quickly. So good news for the South Africans. It looks planned. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to see from the bowling side. No, that's went past him. Far past him.
It was a length delivery that just spat up from to Pujara, and that got him off the mark. He now has to face the first ball of Rabada's next. Oh, sorry, Mark Janssen. Sorry, beginning his third. I got excited because I thought KG was down at fine leg, but not to be the case. So ball again, and Pujara just defends that one. Mark Janssen's 1 wicket and 1 run conceded from his first 2. So he's also gotten off to a fly here at the New Year's Test.
Yeah, it's looking economical now. As we just see, it looks like Lungile going. No. Yes, it is Lungile. He's going off the field. Looks like Sadal Arvia is coming on the field.
The designated fielder in the previous game as well. He was only too happy to be on the park and yet to get his test call up. So I'm sure he's thrilled. Marco Janssen left arm over the wickets, just full and over pitched and smashed at KG Rabada. So no let out of jail there for Shea Pujara.
Yeah, KG Rabada just standing at a mid-off, a very nice drive. Unfortunately, straight to the fielder there. Sadal Arvia has just come on. He's on the opposite side of the pitch.
Leg side, yeah.
Leg side of the pitch in a similar position, almost like a mid-wicket, short on hybrid. A man under the lid at square leg, backward point, 3 slips a gully, and the man at fine leg.
4 balls remaining in this over. Janssen in, and that one nips back a little bit.
Okay.
Or a lot, actually, because that came back over the top of middle and off from the right-hander Pujara stumps, and Rahane is taking that nicely. Good technique from the Western Province wicketkeeper. He's earned his place in the South African Test squad. He's done the hard yards at domestic cricket, and now he's been rewarded with what you imagine is a long selection. Well, his selection will be a long-term one.
Yeah, he does have a few years to go.
Janssen in again, and this one is just over the top of off stump. Pujara lifts his hand. Standard length and no run there.
So that was a bit ambiguous. Yes, he is an exciting prospect, is Kyle Verreynne. You spoke about his first-class stats. A best of 260 not out and an average of 51.96. So when you talk about hard yards, when you talk about performing on the domestic circuits, this man does the job. And what's very fascinating about Kyle Verreynne is where he does the job. It's normally in the lower order or late top order, but Western Province usually collapsed.
Marco Janssen in again. That's a lovely delivery outside there off stump. Good length, back length in Pujara. He's alone, but he's certainly getting some bounce. You're talking about that Western Province have struggled of late, and so he's had to come in when the chips are down, and has certainly done the job. That's not 51 average is not just politely knocking on the door.
No.
My friend there is slamming his fist on the door and saying, "Let me in."
No, 100%. He definitely has earned his call up. He has, and that's what I'm saying about he has a lot of time here with the South African selection. It's going to be hard to drop him now.
Janssen with the final ball of that over, and it's a bouncer. It goes over the top of Pujara. That is the end of the 17th, 38 for 1. Rahul is on 10, and Shea Pujara is on 1. This partnership is only 2, and they're going at 2.2. So you said it, Seppo, that between Lungile and Mark Janssen, they've been able to restrain the Indian batters for a while. But now that we saw Ngidi go off, we're going to see a change of bowling from the caller drive in. Dwan Ulafir is going to begin his new over. 4 overs, 18 runs, being the most effective of the South African bowlers. And he'll want to make a remedy of that.
Dwan Ulafir, the prodigal son, he comes back here. I know that a few fans were a little bit reluctant to have him back after he took a Colpack deal and said that he wanted to play for England. I'm not going to lie, my heart was broken as a South African fan. He was doing very well against Pakistan as well. Very difficult to deal with as he comes in now.
Right on over the wicket and into the body of Rahul, and he just defends this on the onside. No run.
So before this, had played 10 tests already and got 48 wickets. He was on his way to become the fastest South African, or not the fastest South African, to chart for getting to 50 wickets quickly. I believe that he would have been third. He would have shared third spot with a few other bowlers.
And there's a bit of a graphic on the screen here at the Imperial Wanderers saying, "Welcome home, Dwan."
The prodigal son, my man.
The prodigal son, indeed. 38 for 1. And South Africa would love just another one, to nip out another one here before lunch. It's a back of length delivery, and on the back foot is Rahul defending that one once again. Rassie van der Dussen comes from his position at short leg to collect it at a catching mid-wicket. One of here is much better. Dots. He's best of 5 for 51 at the Imperial Wanderers. That was against that Pakistan team, in which he absolutely ripped them apart with the short ball. But he's been going great guns in this year's domestic competition. He's taken the form book for fast bowlers and absolutely ripped across all of the games for the Imperial Lions. He's right on over the wicket, and that one spits off of a back of a length delivery and looks very uncomfortable. The Rahul just went over the top of off stump, but it came back prodigiously.
It looked like it was quite a pacey delivery there, but only 129. But really squared him up there. That's the type of pressure that the South African bowlers will be needing to put on this Indian opener. Rahul can really do some big damage to the side. We saw it in the last game. So it's very vital that the South Africans continue with this type of pressure, square up the batsmen, get them playing forward while the ball is still new-ish, get things going.
Well, if you're right arm over the wicket, it's a bouncer going over the middle and leg, and Calvert takes that one, and Rahul's only too happy to collapse like an accordion underneath that delivery. 2 balls remaining in the 18th.
A Constantina at the time. But yes, it is good to have a bowler of this ilk, of this quality coming back to South Africa. But with some cold pack experience. It's not like he just went there to twiddle his thumbs. He was there to play cricket. He's surely learned a thing or two. And for this very young lineup, this could be very valuable experience. I mean, not a lot of caps in the South African side, losing even more caps with Quinton de Kock's retirement.
Well, if you're in again, and this is tried straighter this time, back of a length delivery, and Rahul tries to push that away off the back foot, but Maharaj does the fielding and snuffs out any opportunity. 1 more remaining in the 18th. At the end of this over, you'll hear a commentary change. It'll be Mpho Motlana and Jenna Searle making her debut. Very excited for her. But she's got the ample and capable hands of Mpho Motlana to introduce her, baptize her into Test cricket. Right arm over the wicket, Dwan Olivier, and it's a similar type delivery. This time he hits it out a little bit squarer, and there's no run there. So 18 gone, 38 for 1. I've been Dave Mitchell alongside me, Tsepo Taylor. After this, you'll hear Mpho Motlana and Jenna Searle.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
And we're back with Marco Jansen coming into the right-handed Cheteshwar Pujara from the golf course, and he bowled a short ball, left arm over the wicket to across to the right-handed batter. So I'm just going to cover in for no run. My name is Mpho Motlana. You're listening to One World Sports Radio at 1WSR.com. I'm joined by Jenna Searle, a provincial cricketer in women's cricket. Has played here a couple of times before, so she'll be letting you know all the nooks and crannies that the South Africans need to hit. This ball from Marco Jansen's second ball of his 4th over is full. It's back of a left on that middle stump line. Remember, he's going across the right-hander, and Pujara played it out to the leg side. Marco Janssen's field, 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-wicket, short leg under the helmet, as well as Duan on the field of fine leg. Hi, Jenna, how are you doing?
Good morning, I'm very well. It's such an honor to be here.
That is amazing. South Africa looking for wickets, Marco Jansen being the wicket taker this morning. The answer was that he bowled right now. The ball he bowled was back of a length, rising up and hits Cheteshwar Pujara high up on the bat over middle stump. This one getting an inside edge down to fine leg for a single. Score goes up to 39 for 1. Pujara goes up to 2 with KL Rahul on 10. Remember, India won the toss and they've chosen to bat. How have you seen this game so far, Jenna?
I've actually really enjoyed Marco Janssen's bowling this morning. He's been very attacking, asking the correct questions. Also enjoyed watching Lungi Ngidi, same thing, nice and attacking. But I do think that that breakthrough that Marco Jansen just got now after the first drinks was well needed.
Yes, we were 20 minutes to lunch, 40 minutes to lunch, I beg your pardon. Marco Jansen coming in to KL Rahul. This is a short ball. KL Rahul coming across him, and he has to play at that one, and he rides the bounce and plays it out to the offside for no run. Another moment where the South Africans thought they could have been in there, but Marco's aggression with bowling a lot shorter than Olivier and Rabada has really helped.
Yes, he's hitting the deck hard, and he's really asking good questions.
Yes, remember India won the toss, chose to bat. Virat Kohli isn't playing. Vihari is. Virat Kohli at back spasms. Marco Jansen bowling one on that off stump line coming across the right-handed KL Rahul. It was a fuller ball. Rahul just defended that off the back foot out to cover for Narana. It is 39 for 1. Dean will be hoping for another wicket, and that's what we are here to do, to try to see if we can't provide it for him. But from the Indian perspective, we'll be trying to provide for them too. For our fans in subcontinent, probably no wicket until lunch. As Jansen comes in for the last ball of the 19th over. It's a short ball going across the right-hander, ducking underneath it is KL Rahul, and that's the end of the 19th over, 39 for 1. KL Rahul has started off as circumspect as he did at Centurion, but he's shown the type of application any batter needs to take at the Wanderers on the first morning.
He showed a lot of patience, but he's also gotten behind the ball, made sure he's in line. They've been leaving really well, which is good to see. He has a solid base in his setup, and it's really good to see that he is looking confident on the front foot.
Yes. But he comes on the front foot, pad first, bat underneath, behind, and if there are any edges, it's very soft. Duan Olivier coming in from the corner drive end. It's a back of a length ball defended behind by Cheteshwar Pujara. He got in line of that one and defended it back to the bowler for no run. It is 39 for 1. 1 ball into the 20th over of the day. The team that played here, the Imperial Lions, have done really well this season. They're unbeaten the domestic season, unbeaten at home. They have restricted all their opponents to 180 in each innings. And largely was the man who's coming into bowl, Duan Olivier, bowling to Pujara, who comes forward to a fuller ball, a lot fuller than normal, more closer to Yorker length than anything else. And Pujara defending that back to the bowler, no run. And Duan's taken 28 wickets. He's looked very, very good. But the one criticism from me, who's been here, Jenna, is that Duan starts off very slowly. But after lunch, he gets into his rhythm and he torments batsmen. So from a patience perspective, it requires a lot of patience as Duan comes in for the third ball of his over. Shorter one and outside the off stump, played off the back foot by Pujara to extra cover for no run. And that's essentially what it is. Sometimes people think they come to the Wanderers, you can bomb people out.
In Olivier's first spell, he did look like he was struggling a little bit to find his length and line. But now into his second spell, he's looking pretty good. A lot more control, which is nice to see.
Yes, and it's normally, even for the South Africans this year, the second spells were much better. 3 slips, gully, and a backward point with that short leg. And the ball gets a short ball off the hips of Pujara. It rushes past that short leg. That is Rassie van der Dussen. He nearly got it. He's very back for a man with a helmet. And he stretched out that hand and he just missed it.
Yeah, what I've noticed about Rassie van der Dussen this morning is that he's changed his position very often, which is slightly unsettling because just wondering, a couple have gone past him and he hasn't really found his space yet.
That ball coming high off the bat of Pujara. He had no answer to that short ball from Duan Olivier. And Rassie van der Dussen, as you were saying, Jen, is moving around, seemingly a step to the left, to the right of where he wanted to be. One step to the left, it would have caught it, and South Africa would have had a wicket at short leg. Duan coming in again. That's full. That's straight. An LBW appeal to umpire Palaga. It was missed by KL Rahul, and the umpire says not lost because of height.
Yeah, I think that was definitely because of height. Olivier's getting some nice bounce here, back of a length delivery. Hitting up on the thigh.
That was a lot fuller. He's cranking it up as well, which is something that you like to see.
Above the roll.
Yeah, so that was watching the replays, and it looks like it was going down the leg side above the roll. Duan's at his best. I think a lot of people think that the Wanderers, you want to get the ball swinging away. But I think Duan's at his best when he's attacking the top of off stump with that pace that he can generate. Olivier into KL Rahul. This one pitching on off, going down leg, but at the back of a length ball that KL Rahul just plays off his hips out to mid wicket. No run taken there. End of that over. A bit of events there happening. 40-1.
I enjoyed that over from Olivier. The first 2 balls, he fielded his own delivery there, just getting blocked straight down the wicket. And that kind of set the tone for the over, showing the batter, I'm in control and I want to take this over for myself.
Yes, and it got better. And the great thing about that over is that the speeds increased. His first spell, he looked subdued. The speeds increased. Dean Alga going back now. Another bowling change. Marco Janssen's done his job. The man who plays at the Wanderers hasn't played domestic cricket in years, but this is his home ground. Kagiso Rabada at the golf course end, running in over the umpire, 2 chest over the wicket, but he pitches this one short on middle and leg, and it just goes with the arm down the leg side as Pujara just lets that go through to Carl Verena, who is the wicketkeeper this time. What have you made of Carl Verena's inclusion in the side as the wicketkeeper?
I really enjoy watching him play. He has a lot of energy on the field, which is good to see.
Kagiso in for the second ball to Pujara. This one's much better. Back of a length outside the off stump. Pujara letting that go through to the keeper. No run.
Earlier we were speaking about the intermittent showers that we're expecting over the next couple of days. Do you think that'll play a big role?
Look, I think in the afternoon there's always a chance for showers, but domestically games have finished just after, I think the longest game here was an hour after day 4. It's going to be interesting. Kagiso coming into Pujara. It's a lot fuller, bringing Pujara forward, and he defends that on that forward defense to the fielder at extra cover, no run. So yeah, I think, yes, there's always thunder showers on the Highveld, like everyone saw at St. John, but no, I don't think it's going to rain for like the full day. Yeah. So we will have play. The question is, games at the Wanderers always just tend to accelerate a lot quicker in the first 2 days than all the other grounds. Kagiso into Pujara. This one is a lot straighter, back of a length on that middle stump, defended out to the mid-wicket by Pujara. Score is 40-1, no movement to the score. Pujara's on 3, Rahul's on 10. The partnership is worth 4 so far. We started the day, India on the toss. Mayank Agarwal and KL Rahul started off. First wicket to fall was that of Agarwal after the first drinks break. On 26, he was caught Verena and bowled Marco Jansen. Next ball is full outside the back of a length, outside the off stump, way outside the off stump. Pujara playing at a wide one. He managing getting the guy that's to third slip. defended that really, who corralled that ball really well, and no drama there. Really well controlled shot from Pujara.
Yeah, wonderful agility from Keegan Peterson there. It's good to see the slip fielders are all on their toes. Good dives. They've stopped 2 now in the slips, which is good.
So into Pujara, this one's a lot straighter on middle stump, and Pujara defending that back to the bowler. Was a fuller length ball there, ending over 44-1. That's a maiden over for India as we get to 25 minutes before lunch. Earlier today, CSA and the team, the Proteas team media officer Sipokazi Sokanile rang the bell that signifies the first start of play. So a really great achievement to her, and congratulations to her. South Africa looking to obviously find wickets. The plan has always been to try and bowl it outside, and I think they were very wide. What do you think they should do now for the last thing? Should be short ball? Should it be full?
Well, they've been containing really well now since after drinks. In that first session,
Duan Olivier full ball outside the off stump, driven back to him by KL Rahul.
In that first session, the bowlers were a little bit expensive, getting a couple of flashy drives through the covers. I think they were bowling too full. But since then, they seem to have pulled it back, bowling good lengths, which I think is something they can continue doing, keeping the batters under pressure and just taking it from there.
It hasn't been bad bowling. And also, India have only gotten 40 runs an hour and a half into the day's play. So both teams, there's a pressure moment, and we'll tell. Duan Olivier, fuller ball, full and straight, and it's a half volley driven straight down the ground by KL Rahul. It will race away to the boundary for 4. Really lovely shot.
Yeah, Levine Gidi gives chase, but unfortunately the outfield here at the Wanderers is too fast for him.
You would have loved those half volleys.
Yeah.
On North Star.
Definitely a lovely shot. Just leaned into it, dropped his shoulder a little bit, full face of the bat, straight past the non-striker.
Yes, and that's been Duan's issue today. It's a mixed bag of balls.
Yeah.
There's a wicked ball somewhere there. We just need him to bowl that more consistency. But beautiful shot from KL Rahul. And that's been the thing of his batting, is that he's been waiting for the bowler to make the error. He's never put the bowler under pressure. He just sits in his compact stance and then waits for the bad ball to come. And that one was very bad. Duan Olivier drags the length back a little bit. It's more of a good length now. And Rahul plays that out to point for no run.
Yeah, KL plays with his hands quite close to his body, which really does show that he's waiting for the bowler to make the mistake and then to capitalize off of that.
Yes, and you just want more consistency, line and length, top of off at the Wanderers. If you can find that line, that length, you can give batters a lot more trouble. Rassi is still under the helmet at more 45 than short leg.
Oh.
This one is short and pulled straight into the direction of Rassi van der Dussen behind square. He's in the fire. He couldn't do anything. He got a hand onto it as he's rubbing his hand. It is a single to fine leg off of that pulled shot. It surprised the batter.
Surprised Rassi van der Dussen as well.
Yes, Rahul had no that shot. Came off the top edge of his bat very quickly to him. He came late into that one.
Yeah, Olivier again looking nice and attacking, hitting the deck hard.
I'd rather he bowled this
Yes.
if the full ball not working for him. Duan Olivier coming into KL Rahul. This ball is back of a length coming off the hip, and Rahul playing that down the leg side. Actually, the ball just hitting him and it going down the leg side. Great fielding from for no run.
KL 15, Agal on 26. Score is 45.
Yeah, yes, Pujara batting really nicely compared to the first Giti off the pad. Nearly got out into Cheteshwar Pujara, as this one is on that off-stump line. Pujara coming forward, defending that to mid-wicket. End of the 22nd over, 20 minutes to lunch, 45 for 1 with Rahul 15 off 66 balls, Pujara 3 off 30, and India 45 for 1. Only wicket to fall, Mayank Agarwal, he was caught behind Rahane off the bowling of Marco Jansen. India did lost and chose to bat. South Africa with 2 changes in the side. Rahane coming in for Quinton de Kock, who subsequently retired after the first test, as well as Juan Olivier coming in for Vian Mulder, which is interesting because you would have thought the Lions man in Vian Mulder would have gotten a nod over necessarily a Marco Jansen, just for the fact that he plays here and he's played in the last 4-day game. Yeah, he took about 4 wickets in the match.
Yeah, it is nice to see Marco Jansen out in the team today. I think it wasn't a bad decision to keep him in and to drop Vian Mulder, because he has proven himself so far by getting the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, so got Kagiso Rabada golf course end, right arm over to KL Rahul. 6-3 offside field, short leg on the leg side, way back now. He's just taking steps back. Mid wicket, as well as fine leg, as the first ball is a back of a length ball down the leg side. Easy pickings for KL Rahul, who plays that with a lovely glance down to a fine leg than Duan Olivier for 4.
Once again, we see Rahul not taking any risks, low risk and high reward, just waiting for the bowler to make a mistake.
Yes, the score is 49 for 1 right now. KL Rahul's now 19. And that's what you want to do at the Wanderers as a batter. You know, bad balls, punish them, but it's riskless cricket as Kagiso comes into KL Rahul a lot fuller on off stump, defended off the back foot by KL Rahul. Out to point, no run.
There's been a lot of chatting in the slip cordon over there between Dean Alga and Aiden Markram. They're probably discussing what's going on at the pitch because they might have to come on later and have a bat.
Yeah, I think I was surprised with India choosing to bat first. I thought they might want to put South Africa into to bat first, with them trying to get the best of the bowling conditions at the Wanderers. This ball from Kagiso on that off-stump line, a little bit fuller, inducing an inside edge on that front foot press of KL Rahul, goes out to the leg side. No run there. So I'm hearing more leg side-ish with their plans, trying to engage Rusty, the catching mid-wicket, in Lungingiti in the server.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rusty has now found a good position.
So into KL Rahul, a short ball that KL Rahul ducks underneath of. Well caught by Rahane, just above his head for no run.
We saw Rassie van der Dussen standing quite close under the lid earlier on in the day, but now he's taken a couple steps back. Obviously, the bowlers are looking to hit the deck hard and giving himself more time.
It's more like a catching leg side gully rather than a short leg under the helmet.
Yeah.
Which begs the question as to why he has the helmet on. Kagiso coming in, it's a full ball straight. There's a bit two noises, bats and pad. South Africans thought they were in with an RBW shot, but Murray Rasmus is unmoved as the ball splits out to the offside, no run.
Yeah, he is standing. Rassie van der Dussen is standing 3.5 pitch widths away from the batter and backward of square leg. So I do wonder why the helmet is still on his head.
Kagiso's final ball of his 8th over to a KL Rahul, back of a length outside the off stump and left on length rather than line, as that one was slightly on that full stump line. End of that over, 49 for 1. Pujara on 3, Rahul on 19. Partnership is on 13. We have 67 overs to go in this match. India got a run rate of 2.1 to the over. South Africa's bowlers, Ngiti's 4 overs have only conceded 3 runs. Marco Jansen's 4 overs only conceded 2. but you have Rabada, the spearheaded attack with Rabada Nokia, 8 overs, 20 runs for Rabada, no wickets, and Olivier 7 overs, 24 runs as he started his 8th over, coming over the umpire to short ball outside the off stump, ducked underneath it by Cheteshwar Pujara, who would be expecting the short ball. Yeah, I think there's been moments in South African cricket where when they're bowling and they're not getting wickets, they tend to fall into the short ball plan, which is something that was missing at Centurion and was frustrating, because if there's one thing that you want them to be is consistent, and that's one thing that they were very consistent with, as I think, we'll talk about that after this, or if you're coming into Pujara. This one is good length outside the on the off stump. Pujara looking to play at that. He missed that, and it came off his thigh pad out to point no run. It's interesting to see in the first short ball, Jenna, when Pujara ducked, he left his bat out in the air, some sort of a periscope.
Yes, he didn't drop his hands at all, which is slightly worrying. Anything can happen on the short ball.
Do you leave the bat out in the air, or is it like tucked in somewhere? We'll just do this after this ball. All of it into Pujara, gets an edge. It's going to fly up to Temba Bavuma. It was a back of the length ball outside the off stump. He went fishing, and Temba was the fisherman that caught him at point. South Africa have their second wicket with India on 49. It is Cheteshwar Pujara out for 3.
That's that second wicket that we've been looking for. We've said from the beginning of the day that we wanted to get 2 wickets before lunch, and we are there.
Yes, the second wicket for South Africa. That ball was really good. We've seen a lot of short ball stuff. That ball, back of the length, not too short, rising up and getting hitting Pujara high on the bat. And India have lost their second wicket. It actually hit him on it's actually on the splice, but the top of the splice, the top of the bat, and it's just squirted out square of the wicket.
Yeah, we did see the previous 2 balls from Pujara. The first one, short ball, leaving his hands out hanging, and the second one throwing hard hands at the ball. So I'm not really that surprised that they set him up that way. Get him pushing at that back of the length delivery just to give the ball some flight and give South Africa an opportunity to strike.
Yes, giving South Africa an opportunity to strike. We're just trying to see who the next batter is coming out. And it is the former vice captain. India have gone through quite a few vice captains this year. And it is Ajinkya Rahane coming out to bat in the middle. Remember, Ajinkya Rahane was the captain who famously won the Boxing Day test in Melbourne for India in that incredible series where they conquered Australia for a second time. He comes into bat at 4, an average of 39. He scored 4,800 runs in international cricket with a high score of 188 against New Zealand in indoor. 24 50s, 1200s. This is his 82nd match. He'll be looking to bat through to lunch, bat as deep as possible. As many people say here in the Highveld, it gets better as the day goes by.
Yes, I don't have that much experience out here in the bull ring. The women's team doesn't really play here that often. But yeah, watching a lot of men's cricket here does show that the runs come later on in the day.
Yes, Rahane play versus South Africa, averages 54. So he'll be hoping to do that. He scored a half century in that first match at Centurion. So it's going to be something that his team will be looking to. He looked the more solidified batter after the 2 openers in that middle order, and the promotion is worthy. Rahane, Rassi's back, short leg, normally forward a short leg, about 2 pitch lengths behind the batter, 3 slip scully, backward point, mid off, and you've got 2 fine legs. At the edge, the first ball gone. Pujara gets a back of a length, but Rahane gets a back of a length ball, and he fishes at that one. No foot movement. Duan Olivier has 2 in 2. It is his 5th test wicket as he's caught at 3rd by Keegan Peterson. Another great for South Africa as they now have 3 wickets in this morning session.
Turned out to be quite a simple catch, straight into the hands of Keegan Peterson.
Yes, the batter had no foot movement there, Jenna. Normally, early wicket jitters.
Yeah, throwing hard hands at that ball outside the off stump.
And Olivier is back in his, I don't want to say resurrection game, but his comeback game. That is Olivier's 50th Test wicket. He'll be very happy. Over 1,000 days since he had last played Test cricket for South Africa, and he starts off the first morning with second wicket. He's on a hat trick right now as Rahane goes back for a duck.
He's definitely deserved both of those wickets. The second spell from him has been really aggressive and good cricket to watch.
It is, and that's the great thing about this contest at the Wanderers. The batters looked like they had the rub of the green in the first hour. The bowlers have come back with 3 wickets in the last 15 minutes. We've got 9 minutes to lunch. Hamuna Vihari is coming into bat for India. Vihari, as we get his stats, he averages 32, high score of 111 against the West Indies in Kingston. Has only played 13 matches. This is 14th, 100, 450s. And he'll be hoping that he can arrest the carnage, or presuming the carnage is now starting with Duan Olivier looking as menacing as we have wanted him to be. He didn't play in the first match, but he's now playing. He is now here playing. As Hamuna Vihari's only played 1 match in South Africa, he's only scored 10 runs, and so another opportunity for South Africa to get into with a new man in the Indian setup, or presumably newer. 4 slips, gully. You've got a catching extra cover, short leg, and ball on the money, full ball hitting the top of off as Vihari defends it out to the offside, and the hat-trick ball is done. Vihari has gone to survival first bowler, unlike Ajinkya Rahane.
This is a very attacking field. As a batter, you don't really know what's going to come out of the bowler's hand. 4 slips, a gully, catching extra cover that under the lid there in the form of Rassie van der Dissen at short square, and you also have a deep square leg and a fine leg. So anything can come out of Olivier's hands at any point.
And that's what Duan always brings. He brings in the threat of being hit. So as a batter, yes, you need to get behind the ball, but the idea of being hit by a 140, 145 kilometer ball rising off a length comes into that. And then on top of that, he's throwing it outside off. Your instincts are saying play, but it's not the type, because your feet aren't working with your head. And that's been the strategy for Duan. Short balls, keep them in the crease, and then put one outside the stump, and the slip cordon will sing. Duan, again, extra covers now conventional, not catching in this one. 4 slips. This one is off the back of a length and played behind the leg side by Vihari, who gets off the mark with that one. Ball went down the leg side for a single. End of an eventful over. 2 wickets for South Africa. India got into 50 for 3. Rahul on 19 and Vihari on 1.
Once again, we're seeing Rahul being the anchor of this India lineup, which is really good to see. Performed really nicely in the IPL, but to see him in Test cricket performing is really good.
Yes, and it's tough, obviously, playing ODI and then Test cricket, or T20 and Test cricket, and he's done that very well, being able to adjust to the formats. ODI, T20 might need harder hands. Here, soft hands, and he's done that well. I thought that 100 at St. John was the best 100 I've seen from an away player in South Africa in a very long time. Kagiso resuming from the golf course end, fuller length ball down the left side, and Vihari made the action for the leg glance, but went safely behind to Tal Morena. The fielding positions for Vihari, to Kagiso Rabada, 3 slips, gully, the tallest gully in the world, Marco Jansen, the shortest backward point in the world, Timber Bavuma, Keshav Maharaj at extra cover, mid-wicket, short leg, as Kagiso bowls a lot fuller ball more closer to the block hole there as Vihari comes forward to defend it back out to the fielder at extra cover for no run.
We see Rassie van der Dussen getting closer for Vihari, and obviously different bowling plans for the two batters.
Kagiso coming in to Vihari. This one on a good length, rising up really nicely past the bat of Vihari, who shows arms for that one.
It's interesting for me watching and speaking about men's cricket, because the back of a length delivery in women's cricket comes about thigh height, but in men's cricket above the hip, which is obviously a lot different.
And obviously testament to the pace that the men are generating. Kagiso in this one a lot straighter on that back of a length, on that good length, and it was nearly in the pockets of Rassie van der Dussen at short leg, 2 paces, 2 pitch lengths behind the batter. Vihari playing at that one, and it just rolled past Rassie van der Dussen. It was a little bit airborne there, Jenna.
Yeah, Rassie's having a tough day, but he's things flying past his the whole day.
Yes, they are flying past him the whole day. Really, really interesting because he's moved all around under the helmet. He must be tired of that helmet. Kagiso into the body line of KL Rahul. That one's a fuller length, and KL just defending that out to the leg side. Rassie's too far back for it to worry any of KL Rahul. 51 for 3.
Kagiso Rabada comes in.
KG coming in past the bowler, straighter on that off stump, defended back to the bowler. 1 for 3. Vihari 2 without loss. KL Rahul 19 without loss. India started the day having was chosen to bat. They wouldn't have wanted to be 51 for 3 by lunch.
No, definitely not. But I think the two batters in will definitely want to stick it out. It's not to go now, so hopefully they can do that.
Yes. At lunchtime, we will be playing, which is about in 3 minutes' time. We will be playing one of our podcasts that are on One World Sports Radio. We had a conversation with former Proteas bowler, Senran Kumutisam. I don't want to call him former because he is current, he's still playing, hasn't gotten an opportunity to play in the side. And so we had a conversation with him, and we will be playing that at lunchtime as Duan Olivier bowls a ball full outside the off-stump, defended by Vihari out to the offside. No run.
After still have that. So he's obviously still looking to attack, hitting the deck hard.
Yes, Duan Olivier. Yes, now Rassie's a lot closer now, short leg. He's more forward short leg this time. Duan Olivier into Vihari outside the off-stump, full length ball left outside the off-stump by Vihari.
It's interesting to see. Obviously, we spoke about the different bowling plans to the different batters, and Vihari, Rassie is standing in front of square, but for Rahul, standing behind square. And
he's standing way behind square to kind of let you know that Rahul's actions are more, he plays it a lot squarer, probably a lot later than Vihari, who may come with hard hands to balls going down the leg side. Next ball outside the off stump, and hit alone by Vihari. There was a fuller length ball. So, lunchtime team talks. If you are Mark Boucher in the South African dressing room, what do you say?
I think we want to get a good start straight after lunch. We saw when Marco Jansen got his first wicket after the drinks break that the men really came out with a lot more force than they did in that first hour. So that's what they would want to come out and attack.
That's a full ball on the Yorker length, and it is straight. The question is whether it's hit the bat or it's missed. It is an LBW appeal. Duan Olivier will always be asking the captain whether he needs to review it, and he does. Dean Algo goes up. It was Yorker length, and the question for me is whether it was bat first or pad.
Yes,
It looked
definitely.
plumb.
It did look plumb. It looked like it was going straight down onto middle style.
And we say it looked plumb, and that's from our vantage point. There is an option that it could be going down leg, but that looked really, really tough and a really good. It'll be interesting to see if Palaka, he hasn't been wrong so far in his first test. So that's a fuller ball. It's a healthy inside edge onto the pad. And South Africa lose another review. So now they're down to 1 as everybody goes back to their stations for the final 2 balls of Olivier's over to take us to lunch.
That's really good umpiring. It's good to see.
Surprising that they didn't hear the 2 stars.
Yeah.
It's surprising because, like I said, even from here, my question was whether it hit the bat first or the pad. Outside of that, it had it missed, you're in for the money. But I'm surprised that they couldn't hear it. Even Rassi being at short leg to Vihari, being that close in, couldn't hear whether it came off the bat or pad. And it looked like it was a big deviation on ultra edge. So, South Africa down to 1 review. 51 for 3, they'll still be happy. 4 slips, gully, short leg, extra cover, and 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. Back of a length ball outside the off stump, left alone by Vihari. He just needs 1 ball to survive until lunch, and then India will have to regroup. If you're India right now, how do you go about the next session?
I think I definitely look to get myself back in. Also, wait for the bowler to make their mistake. Be nice and solid.
Because it's very interesting. You got KL Rahul. He's batted so well the past 2 days. He's the example, and he's still out there, and that's what they need to be looking to. Final ball for lunch. It's a fuller one on the leg stump, and it's played out by Vihari down to the leg side. They will take 2 because the fielders on the leg side are behind square. You've got 2 behind square, so looking at to run all the way from final leg to mid wicket to collect that ball. It was 2 runs taken. That brings the end to our lunch session. India are 53 for 3. India started the day winning the toss, wanting to bat first. Mayank Agarwal's wicket fell for 26, caught behind by Rahane off the bowling of Marco Jansen. Then you had Duan Olivier with a blitzkrieg in an over just before lunch, about 15 minutes before lunch, getting the 2 wickets of Pujara. Pujara was caught at point by Timber Bavuma, and Rahane was caught at third slip by Keegan Peterson. Hamuna Vihari is on 4. KL Rahul has been watching the carnage on the other end. He's on 19. South Africa's bowlers, Olivier's taking 2 wickets for 27 runs. Mark Jansen 1 for 2. And that brings us to the end of that session. Thank you very much, Jenna, for joining us. You'll be hearing a lot of her as the broadcast goes by. Right now, we'll be playing our conversation with Senaran Mutusami. It's myself and Tim Dale Lace bringing you that conversation with Senaran Mutusami. We ask everything for him, and he gives us his predictions of the India series. So do enjoy that interview. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast here on One World Sports Radio. My name is Mpumutlwani. I've got Tim Dale Lace here with me, and we're going to be discussing, we're going to have a conversation with a South African Test cricketer. And so that's going to be really awesome. Tim, you obviously let the people know on social media who we're going to have, but I think I'll give you the honors to introduce our guest. You are the MVP of our show, Tim. By the way, you are always willing to get. You are always ready to get us some really awesome guests. So thank you very much for that. Just before we do that, remember, please do like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Tweet us at One World Sports Radio. If you are also watch the Cheap Seats, which is our football show, we announced the winner of the competition. So go watch Cheap Seats, and we've got the FPL show coming up tomorrow to find out who's won. We've also obviously got a discount code if you want to go to Classic Shirts ZA. And yeah, if anybody wants to sponsor this show, please do so. You can reach either Tim or myself on the social media platforms. But Tim, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, can't complain. All good.
Okay. The stage is yours, Tim. You do the introduction.
I thought it was a good opportunity to get somebody in from the recently completed SAAC. Against country we're going to be playing, they give us factor as a few playing them. We did play them in 2019. Very much established first-class cricketer now, and pretty much in the sort of prime of his career as a spin bowler. So we got Senran Muthusamy.
Yes, Senran Muthusamy, who is a former Protea, or is a Protea, not a former Protea, is a Protea because you are currently off playing. You haven't retired, and you also play for my. So when the franchise system happened, they split out the lines. So the Northwest is like my second team. So thank you very much for joining us. I have a soft spot for the Northwest team because obviously some of the Lions players were there, and when they signed you, I was like, come on, let's get it. Yeah, so I'm really excited. We're really excited to have you on. Thank you for spending time with us to allow us to just ask you some questions.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on the show, Ampo and Tim. Thanks for inviting me, guys. I look forward to our chat. And yeah, it sounds exciting. I mean, there's a lot of cricket ahead and awesome summer ahead of cricket still. And yeah, it's been awesome so far.
Sure. Yeah, so normally with the first question we ask off the bat to all our guests is how they got into cricket. When did you start getting into the game? How did you get into the game? And just take us through that journey throughout your teens and your childhood as to what drew you to cricket.
To be honest, I was just drawn to all ball sports from a young age. From the time I was a youngster, I remember having a cricket ball or bat all the time, or a soccer ball with me, or a rugby ball, but more soccer ball than a cricket ball. And yeah, just asking all my family who came to visit at any stage, to throw balls or to kick the ball along with me. And they have fond memories of that as well, of course. I think, yeah, my dad got me into cricket from a young age. I remember going to the nets quite a few times with him and hitting balls, bowling a bit, and that sort of thing. And I think I just got bitten from a young age, really. But yeah, really grateful to have been able to forge a career in cricket. It's not easy to be a professional athlete or cricketer, but I suppose it's really rewarding. At the end of the day, we get to do what we love and fulfill a passion and dreams. And I've been fortunate enough so far to represent our country, and yeah, it's been an incredible journey so far, and long may it continue.
Yes, long may it continue.
Indeed. Who would you say early on? You said you played a lot of cricket as a youngster. I read recently that your mother had a big influence on your career, taking you to different trials and things. She is still quite a big influence on today.
Really I mean, I was growing up from their parents. My mom was awesome. I mean, she literally a cooler box with food and water and juice and all the rest of it, and just watch, you know. And whether I'd done well or not done so well, it was the same response. And so there was no real pressure on me or my game growing up, if that makes sense. I mean, the only pressure from her was on my academics and
Well, that's realize that you could make out of it because and even
both in the Birmingham League and the Lancashire League. So talk to us about that and how important that was to your overall development as a cricketer.
Yeah, that was, to be honest, it was more important for my development as a person as opposed to a cricketer, Tim. For me, it was my first time away from home and living on my own and getting away from the nest here in Durban, to be honest. So my first season was I was in the Birmingham League for a team called Brockhampton, which is just out, which is a small farming, which is very different to Durban. So it was a bit of a challenge initially, just to settle in and to get used to those, just a smaller, just a smaller community, It's so that took a bit of getting used to and that sort of thing. But the cricket was great. It was awesome experiencing those conditions and just playing, with a different group of people and trying to see how they go about things. And of course, there's a different pressure when you're the overseas professional. 80% of the time, it's on you with the bat, with the ball. You've got to find a way, to win games. And if you're not winning games, then you're not doing your job. So in that sense, to see that side of it and experience it. And then the next time I went over was to a club called Ramsbottom in the Lancashire League. And that's also a fantastic club. I've really enjoyed my time there. And I've actually signed on again for the next season, for the upcoming winter, back at Ramsbottom. Wow. Yeah, so it was a really awesome experience there. And I always said that I'd love to go back. And then the opportunity did present itself this year. Of course, Darren Smith, we've had a lot of South Africans there. I mean, Darren Smith's been there, Peter Malan, George Linder was there recently, the year after me. So yeah, there's been a lot of guys that have gone over there and had a really good time, Again, it's a different challenge altogether up north in Lancashire. It's a lot more challenging conditions batting wise. The pitches are probably not as good as in the Birmingham League, where they get a lot more sun and it's a lot harder and truer wickets. But that as well, I mean, you've just got to find a way, with the bat.
Yes, and I remember your test debut. You found a way with the bat in India, so maybe that helped too. But we'll go with that. My next question is: obviously, you spoke about that when you started, you were like a top order batter. How was the transition to being an all-rounder, bringing in that left arm spin option? How did that come about? Was there like a conversation with the coach, or have you always just had that in you? It's just now everyone is like, okay, at the net, bowl a few more, and it goes like that.
Yeah, I think throughout so I mean, from the age of 13 or so, I was just a batter and I bowled a bit of left arm orthodox, as you do as a youngster. And then I think playing amateur cricket, I bowled a bit on debut and that sort of thing. And then for a few months, I didn't really bowl much, and was just proper concentrating on my batting. And then, yes, the opportunity presented itself again to be that all-rounder. And then the more I bowled, the more, it just bit me. I mean, I really enjoyed the challenges that it brought. And yeah, I've just enjoyed it since. Yeah, I think what I've learned from a batting perspective is that opening the batting has its challenges, and batting in the middle order has its challenges too, and it's just about finding a way to be consistent. So yeah, I'm still working on that and still trying to find a way. But again, I've enjoyed my new challenge, and it's been great so far, man. So basically it got really tough bowling in 4-day cricket, especially bowling a large volume of overs and then going out and opening the batting. I did it for a few seasons, and I just felt that over time and in the long run, it was something that was really tough to. It was becoming really tough to do. So it was a career decision that had to be taken. And yeah, so here we are.
Making a real nice niche for yourself. I think you're doing really well at the moment. Give us an idea of what life was like at the Dolphins, particularly the last couple of years when you guys started to be really successful, picking up trophies. Just give us an idea of how things were there and why the Dolphins were and are successful unit.
Yeah, I think when Grant Morgan came in, the leadership and there were quite a few. The leadership changed, and there were a few changes in and around the squad. There was a bit more of a freshness to the unit, and he set a good foundation for us to be successful, or for the team to be successful for the next few years. I think the little disciplines that we had in place were really good, and it set a really good foundation going forward. Under him, we were quite successful in 50-over cricket. I think, I can't remember exactly. I think it's 3 Momentum Cups. I think it's 2 shared, or 1 rained out, 1 shared, and something like that.
Yeah,
and
like
then obviously
the Dolphins just find a way to share trophies. It's just it was just unfair. But
and then of course recently under Emmy, I think it's 2 Momentum Cups, if I'm not mistaken. It's 1 from the COVID era, and then 1 what it was last year was shared again in Potch, in the Potchefstroom bubble. And then of course T20, there was the final. Yeah, and then the 4-day was the cherry on top to cap off the franchise system, and that sort of thing was a little bit poetic. Also considering that we weren't really in the running, or we weren't favorites throughout the competition, if that makes sense, because we ended up having to win at the Wanderers. Then it was a must. We had to get a certain amount of bonus points in Port Elizabeth against the Warriors, and still make sure we won the game to get into a final, and then to secure a home final as well, which was pretty important. And yeah, it really just worked out nicely. I think that's I feel teams go through, in all sports, teams go through an ebb and a flow, where you go through the rebuilding phase, and then you go through a period of real success. I think in football, it's happening at the moment with Man United, where they went through an exceptional run of success under Sir Alex Ferguson, and since he left, it's been really patchy. So I think it's just about finding that consistency again. And I mean, it's just Man City, Chelsea, and Liverpool's time to dominate, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a cycle. It's just like I support Arsenal, so my cycle's never coming to a title. I'm waiting for.
So is that the exception to the rule then?
And Tim supports Liverpool, so he waited years for his cycle to come around. That's actually pretty good. It's good to see. I think let's move into the domestic team, and then we'll go into the national towards the back end. So after that successful season, obviously there were a lot of spinners in at the Dolphins. But you were a mainstay in the side. You even batted at the top order in the limited over side. What made you move to the Northwest at the beginning of the year? It was a great move for the Dragons. I was like, that's a coup. Massive coup, because I think you're one of the most underrated all-rounders in the country. But why? What made you leave the success? Because trophies are in Durban right now, and to come to the land of bouncy wickets, actually, because I think Potch is quite a lot of bounce.
Yeah, so again, it was to develop further. I feel that I wanted to learn further my skill, my batting and my bowling skills, in probably not so friendly spin conditions in the Highveld. I feel that if I can leave a better bowler, whenever that is, and a better batter, then I've got what I wanted to, and of course win a few trophies with the Dragons. And I think the guys that have joined the Dragons from the Lions have also been successful at the Lions. They've won trophies. They know how to win. So in that regard, so that was one of the reasons I chose to join the Northwest team. I felt like the team has guys that know how to win games of cricket and know how to win trophies. And I think we'd had a good start with the T20 stuff, considering the amount of injuries we had and the way it went down. And I mean, on another day, we would have been in a final, you know. And then of course, just the way 4-day cricket's unfolded, we've just probably not been good enough, to be honest, in all three departments. But hopefully we can build and we can get better, you know, in 4-day cricket. But yeah, I think for me it was just a new challenge, a clear role throughout, as well as playing all three formats. I wasn't a consistent fixture in all three formats for the Dolphins. I played a handful of T20 games over the last 4 or 5 years, and I felt that going to the Northwest coaching staff and leadership group had stated that I would be back in T20 cricket, and I think that format is essential for my development in the game going forward as well. And I mean, I've enjoyed it so far. So yeah. Nikki was injured during the T20s, and Norna was injured as well. And they trusted me with the captaincy as well during the group stages of the T20 competition. So yeah, I've been really grateful for that, you know. And it's been a great journey so far. Of course, it comes with challenges, as with everything, but it's been good so far.
That's good to hear, because I think the Northwest is a really good group of guys. Tim's a fan of Wesley Marshall. I've always been a fan of Wesley Marshall, and we think he should be in and around that SAA group, because we think he's an X Factor player, and we saw that in that T20 tournament. So I really love the group of guys that you guys have, and it's just moments in that 4-day where you're like, okay, you know, the longer the format comes in, you need a little bit more concentration. You come against some very strong sides. So and as you said, Spaces, this is like a rebuild. It's a new franchise. It's a new province, and like I was grateful that they actually got that whole. They were one of the 2 CSA provinces that actually were added on to. So look, it's 2 years. Should probably will be better, but you guys haven't disappointed in time. Good to watch that in parts, but like really enjoyed the way you guys play your cricket. It's refreshing, because I think Potch is just a beautiful place to play cricket, and they've got a really great group of guys.
Yeah, it's an awesome facility. It's a high performance facility. At the end of the day, I mean, international teams come down and use it. County teams come down and use the cricket facilities in the winter, of course, before COVID. And there's always international athletes in and around the gym and the high performance center just on the other university. So it's an awesome. I mean, it's an institute. It's a sport institute. And yeah, hopefully we can just find a way in 4-day cricket. And like you said, it's a new team. It's a bunch of guys that have never really played together. We've just stuck together. 16 guys, maybe 20 guys. I think we've probably used 20 or 22 guys. We've used a couple of youngsters this season. So guys have been getting opportunities. Guys in and around the squad with COVID and injuries and all the rest of it. So yeah, hopefully we can really find a way to play better cricket as a unit, better 4-day cricket as a unit, and then really just build on our white ball cricket as well.
Indeed. Yeah, you just took the question that I was going to ask out when you referenced the fact that you were not playing that much white ball cricket for the Dolphins. I was just going to ask you whether that was an area of concern for you, that you wanted to play. Which format would you like to play more? Do you have a preference between the 4-day stuff and the T20s, or is there a particular, or do you want to be all format cricketer?
Yeah, no, I did play white ball cricket for the Dolphins. I played a lot of 50 over cricket for the Dolphins. I just didn't play very much T20 cricket. And that was one of the reasons I felt like I could still add value in T20 cricket. And that's when Northwest had come in and said that, of course I would get back in that format. Yeah, I think 4-day cricket is the toughest format. That's for sure. Or red ball cricket is the toughest format. And although that being said, I think 50 over cricket and T20 cricket comes with its own challenges. My favorite format is probably 50 over cricket. Yeah, I think it has a little bit of everything throughout the game. I mean, there's always a rebuilding phase, and there's always a chance to use 4-day skills, as well as a chance to use T20 skills throughout a 50 over game. So I think it's a little bit of all formats mixed in. But yeah, I really think that I can add a lot of value in T20 cricket with a bat, with the ball, and in the field. So yeah, I mean, I look forward to the future and what it holds.
Yeah, look, we've got an MSL coming up, and with the Dragons being part of the 8 teams, we'll sing you again in a T20 competition. So, because I enjoyed watching you play in Kimberley. That I think you scored 62 in one of the games, took 3 wickets in the other, helping the team out. And I think that's where T20 kind of works for a player with your skill set, good with the bat, good with the ball, and you have that ability to be able to be one of the game changers. And I think the Dragons could have something to say in that MSL in February. Looking at your obviously your ambitions, your career ambitions as a national cricketer. Obviously, you went on the spin camp, then you got onto the national team on that tour to India, and you made your debut in Visakhapatnam, which is a very beautiful stadium in India. When you found out, I don't know, like take us through the moments when you found out. Was it the day before? Was it on the day? Did you have a chance to call home? What were the emotions around that moment when they said, Senaran, you're up?
Yeah, it was awesome. I'd been on 2 series tours to India and 2 spin camps as well before that. So I had a good sense of conditions, a good sense of what to expect. Yeah, and that sort of thing. Of course, nothing can prepare you for a test debut. But I mean, the whole dynamic of it, there's always going to be the nerves and all the rest of it. But I think I'd prepared as well as I could. And yeah, it was the day before the game. The guys, the coach, captain had a look at the surface we were playing on, and it was really bare. So they felt that there was a good chance of us going with 3 spin options, being myself, Kesh, and Dane Pete. And then I would obviously play as an all-rounder, and then 2 frontline spinners.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers on day one of the second test between South Africa and India as part of the Freedom Series. My name is David Mitchell. Alongside me is Jenna. So, good afternoon, Jenna.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here. It's a lovely day at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. Blue skies, a couple of clouds around, but nothing too ominous.
The late, great Richie Bennett would say it's a marvellous day for cricket, and it has been a marvellous day for the South Africans in that first session. India winning the toss and putting themselves into bat. 53 for 3, Jenna. A couple of starts, but you wouldn't say that anybody was impressing you with the bat for India.
In the first session, just before drinks, I do think that India had the upper hand. But straight after that drinks break, after that first wicket, South Africa seemed to have found their footing and definitely started with a little bit more aggression. Not as flat-footed as that first session.
South Africa making a couple of changes. That of Rahane comes in for Quinton de Kock. He announced his retirement from the red ball format. Quinton de Kock, well experienced within the South African lineup, Jenna, and will certainly be missed within this environment. But a great opportunity for Rahane to stamp his authority as the first wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's definitely devastating to lose that experience of Quinton. Help with the reviews. But
Jan Mulder, who he's really just come to the fore here. He was on a hat trick at one point, and the man knows how to bowl on his own wicket. He certainly does. Power of the wicket, 19 and 4 respectively. The 3 wickets to fall are Mayank Agarwal, Cheteshwar Pujara, and there was one Put this Indian innings to bed. Remember that we spoke about it earlier, that normally 2 wickets fall before lunch. There's 3 here, but it was vitally that that session after lunch that made all the difference for the Lions in this 4-day series at home. And we've seen the pair of Kagiso Rabada and Dwan Olivier for the South Africans directing traffic a little bit more in terms of what lines and lengths their bowling partners should be bowling. But now, as we begin the first over post the luncheon interval, Marco Jansen's going to come left arm over the wicket again from the golf course end, and he's bowled 4 overs and 2 runs only conceded with the 1 wicket. So, Jenna, how much as a captain would you like to see a couple more wickets here for the South Africans?
I'd definitely like to see a couple more wickets. I think they definitely came back really well. South Africa did after that first drinks break. So we can hopefully look for another breakthrough now after this recent break. But I would like to see Marco Jansen, the left arm over the wicket, coming across the right-handed batter. It definitely worked for him earlier on this morning, so maybe we can get something off the bat there again.
Certainly. He's at the top of his mark. Rahul's just squaring himself away. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, very wide mid-on, almost at cow corner. A man under the helmet at backward square leg. He's very behind square there. Jansen in, and it goes straight to that man under the helmet, Rassie van der Dussen. That's a length delivery and just tucked away off the hips. He's not in a traditional backward short leg position. He's almost at a 45, and he's nearly in line with fine leg.
He is in a bit of a strange position. He's quite far back. We were saying earlier we wondered why he still had his helmet on. But obviously expecting that short ball, maybe doesn't want to get it in the noggin.
Certainly not. And Marco Jansen, who's bowled so efficiently this morning, miserly is the word you're looking for when describing his bowling. And you want to keep that pressure on the Indian batters. He's in again, and this is a shortish delivery, and he just fends that away uncomfortably, this Rahul. And really didn't look comfortable in that at all. It was a ball that perhaps bounced a lot more than he was expecting, and so just making sure that he keeps that away. Your slip corn are Dean Elgar at first, Aiden Markham at second, and Keegan Peterson at third with Temba Bavuma in the gully region. And the Indian pair here would love to do a little bit more than they have. This is full and just defended out into the square region. If you're in the Indian camp, Jenna, what are you hoping for from this next session?
Definitely a partnership of at least over 50 runs. Maybe we can get to the next drinks break without losing a wicket. Definitely try and be as confident as possible, back behind the ball, body in line, but also looking to take on the bowler's bad ball.
You certainly want to make sure that you steady the ship here. Marco Jansen in again. That's just beaten the bat of Rahul. Looks to the heavens. Does Marco Jansen? It was a delivery that deserved the edge. It was begging for the edge, and it's a great one. It's full outside the off stump, and just forcing Rahul to be in that corridor of uncertainty, for lack of a better word in a cliche. But that one's gone across the right-handed like you called for.
Yeah, definitely. That left-hand angle to the right-hand batter is asking a lot of questions.
Puts that doubt in your mind. It's outside the peripheral vision. That's why often you'll see batters move their right foot if they're right-handed. Marco Jansen with a bouncer this time, just taps under it. Often you'll see, Jenna, the batters will shift their body to open towards the left arm, and the shift of the shoulders towards the mid-arm and the feet as well is a common thing. Is it something that bothers you when you face left-armers?
Yes, definitely. I think we don't have that many left-arm bowlers in the women's game, but often we have right-hand bowlers coming around the wicket, which then forces that open stance as well.
Certainly is the case. Marco Jansen, 1 ball remaining in the 27th. He comes now left arm over and squares up Rahul and just defends that one. So 27 overs gone now, 53 for 3. Rahul's on 19 and Hanuman Vihari is on 4. These two have put together just those 4 runs, and Vihari would desperately want to have an opportunity, but it is perfect batting conditions. You wouldn't say that if you'd won the toss here, you wouldn't have batted, despite the slight green tinge here on offer here. But new bowling from the golf course, Coral Drive rather, is Lungisani Ngiti. He's picked up 6 in that first game, and how much he would love to have more of that. He's only conceded 3, so between Janssen and Ngiti, they've really just kept these Indian batters quiet all morning, and what that does is it allows their bowling partners in the quartet to really just bowl with a little bit more freedom to strike. Ngiti, right arm over the wicket, and that's a full delivery and just pushed away to the offside. It was on off stump, but maybe he was looking to play that a little bit squarer than he did. Maybe he was opening the blade a little bit to get it through that vacant cover region.
Yeah, his point of contact was quite far in front of him, but he managed to stay over the ball, playing it down.
It's so important to do that. We saw earlier that I believe it was Mayank Agarwal who was caught because he was playing well in front of him, and you've got to keep that point of contact right under those eyes of yours. Ngiti, for his second, it's nice and full. Again, he opens the blade, but this goes out to point region, and there's no run on offer for him. 53 for 3.
I think one thing we can take out of KL Rahul's innings so far is that he's played with very soft hands. He hasn't been fishing too much out of off, on outside off, which has been good to see.
It's been patient from him, and it's exactly what we saw at Supersport Park. He was just happy to leave outside the off stump, just lift those shoulders. Something like 45% of those deliveries that he faced were left alone, and so it shows the concentration and the patience as well from this opening batter. Ngiti passing umpire Palekar now. It's another full one, and again defended on the front foot on that off stump line. There's a lot of compliments and applause and motivation for Lungi Ngiti from his slipcord. How important is it for the team to rally behind a bowler when they're bowling well?
Oh, definitely, it's very important. I think you can easily fall into a rhythm as a bowler and just bowl a simple line all the time and forget that you're trying to get wickets. So that motivation from your team is very important, just to keep you going and to make sure that you don't fall into the habit of staying outside off the whole day.
Certainly, the opportunity is there for him. Ngiti right arm over the wicket, and that's again a full one and just defends on the front foot. But it shows, Gemma, the mirrored image of what bowling is like, because Ngiti ripped through the Indians with 6 for in the previous game, and in this game he's on wicketless, but he's been so cheap with his runs, and so I think the natural inclination for youngsters who are watching or listening with us would be saying, I have to take wickets, but you can still be effective when you're not taking wickets but constricting the opposition batters.
Yes, definitely. I think if I just go to the women's game again, I think one of the bowlers in the South African unit who has been so successful is Ayabonga Kaka.
Certainly, her ability to just strangle and strike when needed. Ngiti right arm over the wicket, it's full, and he opens the blade there, but it goes down, or it goes to the man at point who does the collection work. It's Temba Bavuma, local captain here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. You're talking to us about Ayabonga Kaka?
Yeah, a very economical bowler. She's very patient. She uses her variations really well. I was lucky enough to play with her for 2 seasons at the Lions a season ago. And I learned a lot from her. And I think that that low economy that she had is something that Ngiti is showing today. He's just being nice and patient, but at the same time, nice and aggressive as well.
Certainly. He's finishing now the 28th over, and his 5th. He comes past the umpire, in again, and this one's just left alone this time outside that off stump. Nice and full. Ngiti's obviously looking for that drive. He's not found it. 53 for 3, and it's a maiden. So crucial indeed. You speak about bowlers who are economical, but just across a couple of boxes here, it's Sean Pollock, who is notorious for his, particularly late in his career, for his frugality with the runs, and yet he was still one of South Africa's leading wicket takers in Test cricket until Dale Steyn overtook him. So certainly you can have your cake and eat it too when it comes to bowling cheaply as well as striking with the ball.
Yeah, I think for bowling it's all about building pressure and then being able to release that in the form of a arm ball or a variation, being able to take that wicket.
3 slips and a gully remain. They're quite tight to one another. Marco Jansen in, and that one dies on its way through to Rahane. And it's a ball that was on the line of off stump or just outside, going across the right-handed Rahul. It's so important for him, as you would expect, the senior partner. He's only got 19 on the board, so by no means confident in his time at the wicket. But it's so important for him here to make sure that he is able to assist his partner, Vihari, in resteadying this ship. Jansen in again, just goes across that right-hand cover, and just taking that in front of Dinelga, shows how much the ball is moving. 28 overs old.
Yeah, I think going back to Rahul, he's definitely taking on his captaincy in this test really nicely. He's playing that anchoring role for India today, and I hope that he can continue throughout the day.
Certainly. There's always that extra little bit of spice when it comes to captaincy, particularly when you didn't prepare mentally ahead of the series to captain. Jansen with the vitriolic bouncer. My goodness me, that came up off the wicket, and I think Rahane looked like somebody trying to defend Cheslin Colby. He just went the wrong way there, but it was a lovely bit of fast bowling from the South African left-hander.
Rahul doing gardening well in front of halfway of the pitch. So that was definitely a very good short ball.
Good take in the end from Rahane. I think he was predicting that it would go down the leg side, but it just landed on the wicket and went to his right. But good take in the end from the Western Province wicketkeeper. Halfway through the 29th, and just squares Rahul up with that next one. It's another short delivery, and just defended to KG Rabada in a cover region who's very wide. And we saw it from the South Africans in the previous game, where mid-on and mid-off were well wide of where you would traditionally expect them, perhaps in a one-day game, which shows that their plans of the ball moving quite a lot is where they're looking to perhaps find their solution. Jansen in again, and it's short, and Rahul just sways out the way. That's gone past his chest. It looked like Neo from the Matrix, just dodging out of the way of that. How important is it, Jenna, when it comes to getting out of the way of short pitch bowling, to keep your eye on the ball?
Oh, it's definitely important. I think there are different ways of evading that short ball. It's swaying, it's ducking, it's dropping your hands, that kind of thing. But one thing is important. Anything can happen off the pitch, and it can stay a little bit lower and hit you in the noggin, which is never a fun experience.
No, never at all. It's equivalent to having a car crash. This is a fuller one this time, and Rahul just leaves that one outside the off stump. 29 overs gone, 53 for 3. It's back-to-back maidens. There's 61 overs left in the day, and we saw, Jenna, at the start of this game that the run rate was 2.9, even 3, but now it's gone way down to 1.8, and wickets always impact the run rate more often than not, particularly in this format of the game. But how does that play into the minds of the Indian batters when they look over to the scorecard and they see 1.8 is the run rate currently?
Oh, it definitely does. As a team, it's quite worrying. But if you are batting and you're consolidating the innings, looking to bat time, waiting for the bowler to make the mistake, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Certainly not at all. Right on over the wicket. Lungingiri from the quarter drive, and this is overpitched and bashed down the ground. It's a front foot drive. He's overpitched on off stump, and that's going to go to the mid-off boundary, the long-off boundary rather. It's 4 runs, and it's the first 4 we've had in 2 overs. 57 for 3.
That was a textbook straight drive. It was really beautiful to watch. He stepped forward and leaned into it. Didn't really play with much effort, but his timing was perfect. A very eloquent shot.
So important that your timing is there, but batting these days with the bats that they have, it has been made a lot more friendly for batters. You can trust your hands a little bit more, a lot more meat, as kids would say. Growing up, you would say my bat has more meat than yours, but these days it's not necessarily that you are limited to certain shots as you may have been with the old bats. 3 slips and a gully. This is a much better line and length outside that off stump from Lungingiri. It's a better length from him. It's not overpitched there. Good response as well from the South African speedster.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the previous over we were speaking about mid-on and mid-off being quite square. And that definitely means that the bowlers have to make sure that they're bowling a bit more back of a length rather than fuller. And we also spoke about the batters taking advantage of that bad ball and setting up, leaning over that full ball and beating Keshav Maharaj on to his right is definitely a way of taking on a fast bowler.
Ngidi. For the third ball, he passes umpire Palekar and it's overpitched again, and just the timing wasn't quite there for Hanuma Vihari. And Ngidi does the fielding off of his own bowling. Halfway through the 30th, Vihari is now on 8 with Rahul on 19.
It's good to see the bowlers nice and aggressive fielding against their own bowling. Ngidi picked that one up and was looking to get maybe a run out on the striker's end, but he didn't release the ball. But just that motion of looking to throw the ball is nice and aggressive.
Precisely what you want from your fast bowlers, particularly when you feel like you're probably ahead in this game. And Ngidi in, and that one's a strain down the left side, and again it beats the right hand of Rassie van der Dussen, who's at backward short leg, goes down to Kagiso Rabada at fine leg, but probably not as close as we would have thought.
Yeah, we've definitely seen different tactics for the different batters. Rassie van der Dussen being finer rather than more square for Vihari. But for KL Rahul, he's been a little bit more square.
You might think that, coming to some of the players, you might think that Vian Mulder might feel perhaps hard done by slightly, because the last time when he played Sri Lanka here, he picked up a fifer and not making his appearance in this test. South Africa opting for the change in the fast bowling department. Dwan Olivier coming in for Vian Mulder. Right arm over the wicket. 2 balls remaining in this 30th. It's a shorter ball, but it dies. He just sways out the way of that one does Vihari. But, you can see the difference, Jenna, between Lungi Ngiti's short ball and Dwan Olivier because of the pace at which it reaches cover.
Yes, both bowlers are tall men, so they do get bounce off the wicket. But Marco Jansen, that fluidity that he has in his body when he bowls, really does get a lot better through towards the keeper.
Certainly. Vihari at the non-strikers end, just that boundary and the single in the service. So he's been very quiet at the other end. This one is medium length delivery and just tucked away off the hips. Very fine. There's a lot of work for Kagiso Rabada to do. They're going to come back for 2. They think about the 3rd, but they have been denied that. That was a bit of a comedy of errors type situation in which KG Rabada had to partner with one of the slips to do the fielding there. So 30 overs gone, 60 for 3, and it was actually a leg by there. So coming off the pads instead of off the bat. But South Africa, 3 wickets in that first session. How many would they be looking for in the second session, Jenna?
I would definitely look to bowl the whole Indian team out. But if that's not an option, 2 or 3 in the next session. Maybe 1 even.
Yeah, certainly. To break a partnership here, you get a Rishabh Pant, who has really just set the game alight since coming onto the scene. He's displaced the position of Riddhiman Saha, who's probably a better gloveman, but batting not going for him at the moment. Mark Jansen with a new over, and it's a bouncer to begin. That's almost what you expect from the tall fast bowler, just to bang it in there short. Lovely to see from him.
Kyle Verreynne catching that well above his shoulder. So definitely getting quite a bit of bounce out here.
Certainly, indeed. We had a bit of a fun there in Bloemfontein when Marco Jansen's twin brother, Dwan Jansen, was visiting his brother from the stands. Marco Jansen in again. This is full and just pushed away to the onside and no run there. So Dwan Jansen would come particularly during the second game. He would come and spend time at a certain space on the grass embankments there at the Mango over in Bloemfontein, and we dubbed it Jansen Corner. But it was actually quite interesting to see that they would chat to each other from a distance, obviously because of the bubble that they were in. But it's strange to almost see Marco on either side of the advertising hoardings. He's in again now, and this one is much fuller, but going across the right hand of Vihari through to Rahane. So that was dubbed Jansen Corner because they would come 5 or 6 of them into that area of the ground. So it was good to see brothers supporting each other. Dwan is part of the Dragon setup at Northwest, and Marco obviously plays for the Warriors in the Eastern Province, and it shows how every cricketer, even though they are identical twins, are not on the same journey. Janssen in, this one squared up Vihari. He pushed hard at that. Vihari. Is he expecting a little bit more bounce? That's why he's pushing at it hard, or is it just too early through the shot?
I do think he's a little bit too early through the shot, but he is playing with his hands quite hard. Yeah. I think just speaking on that brother bond, my sister also plays cricket.
Yes.
She plays for the Titans, and I now play for Easterns.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is. We both bat in the top 3, and she's a keeper.
Vihari facing up to Marco Janssen. You almost feel that there's something coming. There's a big shout behind the stumps, but it's stifled. That one, Vihari's not looking happy here, facing the South African left armer. Really uncomfortable stuff here for him. It's always difficult when you see brothers or sisters or anybody who's they've come through the system together, and sometimes one accelerates quicker through the system, others don't, or you have an instance where you get brothers playing left arm over the wicket to finish the 31st, and this one's on the pads of Vihari, foolish, and just worked away onto the onside on the bounce to Fanadis. No run. 31 gone, 60 for 3. Is there a bit of a competition between you and your sister? Do you chirp each other there at the dinner table?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's always the best when we play against each other. This previous time that we played against each other, my team won, which is great. It went down to the wire. It was a really good game. But obviously, you want your own team to succeed in the end. But at the same time, the sister bond that we have, I want her to do well as well. So we have a running joke that says the other can score 50, but our team must always win.
Okay. So there's balance at least to that. Ngiti will now begin his 7th. He's just conceded the 8, so really cheap stuff from him. Good stuff as well from the South African quick man. 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, a short leg, quite close in. And there's mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. He comes right on over the wicket. It's nice and full and into the pads, and everybody puts their hands on the head, and it's squeezed away down to fine leg for 1 run, 61 now for 3.
The slip cordon now after lunch has become quite a lot more animated than they were in the first half of the day. Seems to be a lot of talking, chirping the batter, but it's really good to see that there's some energy out on the field.
Have you had the opportunity to bat with your sister on a number of occasions, or a couple of occasions?
Yes, we did play together. We grew up playing for Gauteng. We played 2 seasons together, senior provincial cricket. She's 4 years older than me.
Ngiti now for his next delivery. Pitched it nice and full there, but defended and well covered by Vihari. No run.
Yeah, but when we did bat together, we didn't have the best partnerships. So, yeah, we decided to go our separate ways and see what we could do by ourselves.
I know there's a couple of kids that I coach, they're twin brothers, and they always try to run each other out. I don't understand it. You would think that they would want to bat like Ian and Greg Chappell, perhaps, and just score 1 million runs, but they aren't interested in that. Back to the cricket, 61 for 3. Ngiti rather, short and wide and cut and hard, and it's gone through the hands of Timba Bavuma. They're going to get 2 there, and so nearly could have been the 4th wicket for the South Africans, but that was slammed hard at Timba at point.
Really did go straight through his hands.
Yeah, you're just watching this on the replay there. Short and wide, and he's absolutely laced that, but it was straight to Timba. He didn't really have to move a little bit to his right, and that's certainly a drop chance. Not even a half chance. That's a drop catch. How important is it to take those opportunities when it comes to catches, because it could certainly change the nature of the game. You'll give us the answer after this delivery. Right arm over Ngiti, and it's good, same length delivery into the body rather than away from him, and he just defends. How crucial is it? Coaches say catches win matches, but what do they really mean by that?
I really do think that's true, but I also believe that fielding in general wins matches. It's important to take those breakthrough chances. But it also, as long as the fielders are supporting the bowler knows that no matter what comes out the hand, as long as it's not a terrible ball, that there will always be a man or a teammate to support them.
Certainly. Ngidi with 2 balls remaining in the surface, conceded 11 from 6.4, and he's driven hard at that one. It's a fantastic stop by Themba Bavuma at point. Really made up for that drop catch. And he's going to get a high five here from Marco Jansen and Aiden Markram, who've come across from the slip corner. He stopped a certain 4 there.
Yeah, he definitely did. Definitely redeeming himself on that one. A big dive to his right. He definitely made really good work of that.
Themba's always been a good fielder, and he'll probably be able to read how the field will play here, particularly with that one hit into the strips adjacent to the one we are playing on, and so it can so often go wild or spin or maybe bounce unevenly and can wrong foot you. Themba now going out to a deep point region, not all the way, about 10-15 meters off of the boundary. So you might expect another short and wide one here. And Ngidi to wrap up the 32nd. It's not a short and wide one. He's played a bit of a double bluff there. It's full on the off stump, and he just defends. 32 overs gone, 63 for 3. This partnership with 14, and there are 58 overs left in the day. Fingers crossed. Rahul 20 and Hanuma Vihari 11. We don't seem to see like there's going to be a rain, but Jenna, you've played here. You know that once that 3 o'clock crosses over on the clock, that anything can happen in terms of a late afternoon thunder shower.
Yeah, that is true. Up here in the Halfveld, it's definitely a good chance of the lightning alarm at the golf course going off. Which is definitely just to err on the safe side of things and get off the middle.
Certainly, they don't want rain, and even less so when it comes to the lightning. Marco Jansen's changing things up now. He's going to begin his 8th, but he's going to come left arm around the wicket. So there's a change in the field as well. Leg slip in place, Keshav Maharaj. Still the 3 slips in the gully. Mid-off, mid-on, or rather almost Kaukoni is nearly mid-wicket. But Keshav Maharaj coming out of that point region. So Marco cannot bowl anything short and wide here because he's running the risk of being given out here. Or is Rahul with maybe a top edge through to the slip corner, but there's certainly a plan afoot here. Marco Jansen beginning the 33rd, and it's a ball that's cut away and it's over the top. It's exactly what I called for. It's gone over the top of Themba Bavuma in the gully. He just sliced at that one. It's caught the edge and it's gone for 4, 67 for 3.
Me flashing outside the off stump there is Rahul, but it takes his chance there. A little bit of luck is always important in a batter's career.
Absolutely. You've got to ride your luck when you can. He just drove hard at that to try and get it through. Maybe the covers or square of the wicket, but like you said, Carol riding his luck at 24 now for him. So he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. But you would imagine here that this next delivery is going to be full on the pads. That's not exactly what happened. That's the one outside the off stump, and he throws the kitchen sink and grandmother's Sunday lunch at it as well, and just beating the bat there. What a delivery.
Yeah, it did definitely look like it moved away from the bat.
Lovely.
Delivery.
Lovely. It's a Jaffa. Wonderful stuff. And Rahane, we were talking about how he was taking it almost hip height for Ngidi, but Marco Jansen's seriously cranking up the pace here. He comes around the wicket again, and it's into the body of Rahul, who just defends this on the back foot to KG Rabada, who is covering that offside. Besides the men in the corner and the gully, there's only one man on the offside. It's Kagiso Rabada. There are 4 men on the leg side. There's a forward short leg, there's a leg slip, a fine leg, and a man at the mid-wicket region, Duan Olafir, who is covering things up here. Marco Jansen, halfway through the 63rd, he comes left arm over the wicket, around the wicket rather, and it's a bouncer. Lovely stuff from him.
When we play white ball cricket at women's level, we speak a lot about bowling different variations. But I suppose it's the same thing that Marco Jansen is doing now. Changing from over the wicket to around the wicket, just changing that angle, offering something different, making the batter think. We spoke about them having an open stance to him when he was bowling over the wicket.
Certainly it upsets the batters in their rhythm. He comes round the wicket again, and it's into the body of Rahul. He just defends that off the back foot. It's a good line that he's bowling as well, particularly with those bounces. There's nothing worse than bowling a bouncer and it isn't really threatening. You've got to bowl at the body of the batter, and so he's done exactly that.
Yeah, definitely. With that left arm around, sliding into the batter, opening him up. Maybe we can square him up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we saw in that full-blooded drive that beat the bat. Last ball of the 63rd, not 63rd, the 33rd. And it's full and just punched back up the wicket without much fuss. It is 33 overs gone, 67 for 3. Mayank Agarwal was the first dismissed this morning. He was gone for 26. Jara wasn't there for much longer. He was out for 3. And Rahane was gone for a golden duck this morning. And that left India reeling early on. And Vihari now on 11. Partnership with 18, 67 for 3. Ngidi to continue from the call-it drive end. And how long do you think, Jenna, before we see a change of bowling?
Maybe an over or two. I would give Marco Jansen one more just to see if he could coax a wicket out of the Indian team.
3 slips a gully point. Backward short leg, Miramadov, and finally Ngidi to begin a new over. And it's full and just pushed that hard by Vihari. Didn't look too comfortable. He hasn't looked too comfortable. I know I keep saying that, but he hasn't looked too comfortable since he's come to the wicket post lunch.
No, he hasn't. He's playing with hard hands. His point of contact is in front of that front leg, which is slightly worrying. But he hasn't done anything too terrible yet. But maybe we can get those hard hands flashing and get a wicket there in the slips.
Absolutely. Don't forget you can tweet us at @1WorldSR, at @1WorldSR. Keep an eye on those for you as well. Ngidi just pulling out of that one as Vihari said he's not happy about something. It looks like maybe he wants gloves or a bat. No, he wants a new willow. He isn't sponsored currently by anyone because he's got a fresh bat. It doesn't have any sponsors, and he isn't happy with something. We just see Rasif Anderson walk to the striker's end, and maybe he's going to have a gander at what the strip looks like. Crucially here, Jenna, we're seeing Dean Elgar make his way out to find Lake to chat to probably about the plans that he has afoot.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of talking between the senior players, just having a look at where the bowlers are looking at bowling, their bowling plans, that sort of thing, how comfortable they're feeling. Because I think definitely bowlers have to feel comfortable and have to find a rhythm. Otherwise, it's not really worth giving them a go because they'll just cost you runs.
Certainly. So there's a bit of a break here, and we will bring you the action when it gets underway once again. But Imperial Wanderers is the venue for the second test. The third one will be coming to you from 6 Gun Grill Newlands on the 11th, and then the 3 one-day games afterwards. And so One World Sports Radio will be bringing you every single moment of this entire Freedom Series between India and South Africa. Jen, it hasn't been a happy hunting ground for South Africa, particularly against India in the last 5 test matches that have been held here. 2 wins for India and 3 draws. Do you think that plays into the mind of the South Africans? When you come into a game and you haven't won at a certain venue, do you think it plays into the psychology of the players?
Oh, definitely. But I just suppose that it depends on how you look at it, because you could look at it and be hungry for that win, but it can also kind of leave you a little bit defeated and unsure of what's going to go through. But definitely, if I was in the South African camp, I'd encourage the men to try and use that hunger in their advantage.
Does it? Right, we're back on, and Ngidi bowls a full one and just defended by Vihari. Right. Do you think it motivates players to want to pick up a win here, particularly when you might think that this is South Africa's premier cricketing ground?
Yeah, definitely. I think after the first test at SuperSport Park, I would hope that South Africa was very hungry to try and level the series out. But obviously we're not sure what's going through their minds.
Love to see a win here for the South Africans, but equally India would love to take an unassailable lead here. 67 for 3. This session is going along nicely for both teams. Ngidi in and full, and this is an on-off stump and just dotted back up the wicket. This hasn't been an action-packed session. There have been a couple of chances, a drop catch by Temple Bavuma at point, but in terms of results of accelerated scoring or wickets, we haven't seen that, but certainly not without its chances, Jenna.
Yeah, definitely. I think that first session that we had this morning definitely went in India's favour. But then after that first drinks, South Africa then held the wheel. But now this session, we've kind of been sharing a bit of it most of the time.
Stalemate, it's when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force. It's been wonderful to watch. Wonderful fast bowling as well. Ngiri pulling on the middle and leg line, but this has been punched back up the ground. Fantastic shot from him, and this is going to run away to the long on boundary for 4. It's 71 for 3.
Maybe a missed opportunity for the fielder fielding at mid-on. Could have had a slight little bit of more enthusiasm to get to that ball. He did make a dive, but didn't look very enthusiastic.
Yeah, it looked a little bit delayed there from Duan Olivier.
Tired legs.
Yeah, perhaps. I would hope not on day 1 of a test, but he was just slightly late on that one and maybe dove over it a little bit. 33.4. It was gone 71 for 3. Rahul is on 24. And Hanuma Vihari is on 15. This partnership was 22 and slightly beginning to irk the South Africans. Ngiti right arm over the wicket and full and punched it now on the offside to that mid-off region, but not timed as well as he would have wanted. And Keshav Maharaj collects the ball there. 1 ball remaining in the 34th. At the end of this over, there'll be a double change in commentary. It'll be Paul Mutlane and Sean Mayers to take you through the next passage of play. This has been a wonderful opportunity for both teams to really stake their claim in terms of points with the World Test Championship, and we watch with eager anticipation as to how they're going to play. Right arm over the wicket. Ngidi pushes this one full, and he does the fielding off his own bowling, throws it back at the striker's end, and wonderful bit of work there from the South African fast man. 34 overs gone, 71 for 3, and in a moment, you'll hear a commentary change. Sean Mayers and Paul.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Back from our commentary change, you are listening to Paul McClunny and Sean Mayers on 1WSR.com, One World Sports Radio. The lay of the land after lunch. India went in 51 for 3. They're currently 71 for 3. Vihari on 15. Rahul on 24. Kagiso Rabada will be coming in from the golf course. 70 balls, a short one outside the off stump. And Vihari, beg your pardon, Rahul just plays that out to the leg side for no run. Sean, what have you seen so far?
South Africa definitely on the front foot. They took important wickets just before the lunch break, and now KL and Vihari are forced to consolidate now.
3 slips and the tallest gully in the world. That's Marco Jansen. Kagiso is a lot straighter now for a fuller length ball defended back by Vihari to the bowler, no run.
Yes, I think it's a good idea bringing Kagiso back, bowling that hard length, being in, forcing the main bowler, the man heading this attack, bring him back. He knows the conditions. Bring him back. Put Vihari under pressure. That's the man they want to bowl at.
Rabata in for the 3rd ball of this over to Vihari. That one is full outside the off stump, and Vihari lets that go through. Hint of a way swing from there, but Vihari does not want to let go of his chance. He's come in because Virat Kohli had back spasms, and so he's out for the test. KL Rahul will be leading the side. He's done so well so far, 25 runs. His batting partner, Mayank Agarwal, was out for 26 off the bowling of Marco Jansen, caught by Bavuma as well. Oh, by Vihari, I beg your pardon. Kagiso's next ball, the fourth ball of that over. It was full going down leg. It was full going down leg. Vihari played that out to the leg side. On the bounce to the man who's been under the helmet longer than all the batters in the world, in this match, Rassie van der Dussen.
Yes, and Rassie now, compared to the other bowlers, is more squarer. That's because
Kagiso into Vihari. This one is a lot wider outside the off stump, back of a good length. Ball there, just going out to Rahane for no run.
Sorry, as I was saying, he's a lot squarer. That's because Kagiso's not going to attack the body too much. He's going to look to aim for that right shoulder.
So you're waiting for the ball that's going to be turned across from offside or from off stump down to the leg side, essentially.
So your middle and off stump line, that's where they want to attack rather than your middle leg stump.
Kagiso into Vihari. He's on that off stump line, just outside it to end that over. Vihari just defends that one by shoulder and arms. Ended that over 72 for 3. Mark Agarwal started off with KL Rahul. He was out 26. He was caught by Verena behind off the bowling of Marco Jansen. Then that was after an hour. And then we had a lovely over from Duan Olifi where he took 2 wickets in that over back-to-back. Pujara had Chiteshwar Pujara coming in, caught at third at point on a short ball that just reared off a length. And Pujara was caught at point. That was Temba Bavuma hit the shoulder of the bat in that delivery. Then the next ball was a first baller to Rahane. No foot movement. He played at a wide one, and it went straight into the palms of Keegan Peterson. Those are 3 wickets that have fallen. KL Rahul standing as one of the better technically better Indian batters in the series, 25 out there, and Vihari playing his 11th match in international cricket, going well. Duan Olifi from the caller drive-in, 3 slips, son of Gully, and he's on the money. Good length ball on the top of off, defended back by KL Rahul for no run. Short leg is still there. You've got backward point, that's Temba. Gully is Marco Jansen. You also have an extra cover, that's Keshav Maharaj, and Kagiso is fielding in the pastures in the outfield at fine leg.
Yeah, the place where every fast bowler goes there to rest after they're over.
No, I want to be like Bjorn Mulder and go field it slip. Duan Olifi with a full ball on leg stump, and it's been dispatched by KL Rahul. He's been waiting for bad balls. He received one this time, and the ball and the mid wicket has to go out to go collect it on the mid wicket boundary.
Welcome runs for KL. Given the pressure that they've been under, forcing him onto the back foot, playing with him outside that off-stump line, he is happy that he can get the runs and get India back into this first day.
Yes, so that takes the score up. India scored to 76 for 3. Rahul goes up to 29, and Vihari still on 15. His partnership's now with 27. 3 slips. And Marco Jansen and Gully with a short leg outside the off stump, and KL Rahul trying to play that across his body on the back foot. Got a bit of an inside edge out to Rassie van der Dussen. His intended shot was extra cover, trying to punch that on the back foot. He wasn't able to do that, and just squirted out to the leg side for a run.
You find that sometimes happens if you play the shot a little bit too early, or if there's movement with the ball. So can we wary, wait for the ball, or essentially you can afford to leave that ball, get through the session, leave it, get to drinks.
Yes, as Duan Olifi comes past the umpire, short ball pulled, and there is a fielder at fine leg. That's Kagiso Rabada, went quickly to him off the bat of KL Rahul. And a single has been taken. Score goes up to 77. Rahul is now on 30.
That was a very aggressive bouncer. But KL managed to keep it on the ground, played it well, and I think, if Kagiso was a little bit finer at a more regulation fine leg, that would have gone 4.
He's looked comfortable under the short ball, has KL Rahul. Duan Olafia coming in for the 5th ball of this over. Short ball, and it is on that middle stump line. And Vihari playing it around the corner, across from off stump. It missed Rassie van der Dussen. It landed in one of the spots that Rassie's been in this morning. If you've listened to our broadcast, short leg has moved around. He's moved finer, he's moved to 45, he's moved to like leg galley. This time is conventional short leg, a couple of paces back, two pitch lengths back, and so that ball went a lot finer, and no drama for Vihari, just a single in tow, 78 for 3. Olafia coming in to KL Rahul. This one's full, and gets a forward punch from Rahul out to the cover region, which is manned by one man and one man only, Temba Bavuma. End of that over, 79 for 3.
Yeah. DL can't be too upset about that, about him playing around the corner. That's where you want him to target, because it's for one, the bat face is turning. There's a leading edge that could happen. Catch could go to Rassie van der Dussen. So I don't think he's too upset. There's cover out there just giving it the single, and you miss, I hit, potentially. That's how they're thinking.
It's a great analogy. You miss, I hit. That's the type of bowling we need to be employing here at the Wanderers on day 1. Kagiso Rabada to resume from the golf course end. 3 slips. Marco Jansen at galley, like unbelievably tall at galley. Timber Bavuma at backward point. Kagiso into KL Rahul. He gets a short one, and that he ducks underneath it way early. And good to see the South Africans using the short ball a lot more here than they did at Centurion. I felt that at Centurion they did not attack the bat, weren't as aggressive to the batters as you'd normally want them to be. Today they've been aggressive. 79 for 3. If you were Dean Algo, you would take. But as we see, umpire Marais Erasmus pulling out his arm out there. It's a no ball. Remember, no balls are called by the third umpire, so there will be a lag. So this ball is now the first ball of the over, as the previous one was illegitimate. And that one rising off the back of a length, going past that off stump. KL Rahul compact in his defense, just letting the ball go past the bat. No need to be worried for him, but for the South African slip quarter, there's another ooh and ah moment.
Oh yes, I would say that the South Africans don't mind him leaving like that, because with the extra bounce compared to SuperSport Park, just one pop up, that's onto his bat.
Yes. Kagiso into KL Rahul. And this one's full outside off and driven off the bat by KL Rahul on the front foot. It's going to race away the extra cover, and that is 4 runs to the Indian total. It's teased Keshav Maharaj, but the ball won the race in this immaculate outfield at the Wanderers. 84 for 3. KL Rahul's on 35.
The South Africans shouldn't be complaining too much with this outfield. It's going to get a lot quicker as the test goes on. So they wouldn't mind. You know, it's a teasing. The ball is teasing the fielders to the boundary, but later on, if it gets past the fielder, you know, the notoriously quick ball in will take that ball all the way to the boundary.
Yes. We have some tweets. We'll read out some tweets there. Leah says India should replace Rahane and Pujara with Ishant and Umesh, strengthen the bowling without weakening the batting. And that is from Leah on Twitter. Remember, you can tweet us at One World SR, One World SR. Kagiso into KL Rahul. This one slightly short of a length than the previous 4 ball, and outside the off stump as KL shows his arms for that.
Bowling back of a length has definitely worked for the South African setup. KL definitely, he's taking charge of this innings, being the anchor India need, holding that position, not worried too much about the runs, focusing on staying.
So into KL Rahul, it's a short ball and it's a checked pull square of the wicket by KL Rahul. It will be picked up at final leg by Duan Olivier for 2 runs. Good running between the wickets. Rassie was in business there for a moment, but I suspect he was too close to the batter. And as we have seen, whenever ball goes past Rassie, he's going to move back 86 for 3.
Well, I wouldn't say a little bit. I'd say a little bit of self-preservation, getting out the way. Safety comes first, and he moves from short leg to deep square leg, an indication that some short aggressive bowling is likely to happen.
So in with 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. This one's a back of a length ball outside the off stump, no run. As it ends that over. 86 for 3, Rahul on 37, Vihari on 16, his partnership worth 37. India finding a semblance of peace and calm in what has been a very pressure environment with South Africa bowling with their tails up.
They're enjoying the confidence that they are getting from this. They're getting the results they need. They've bowled hard in the first session, got the results, and they're continuing putting Vihari and KL under the pump, making sure that they are more consistent compared to when they were bowled at SuperSport Park with their lines and their lengths. And I'd say trying a little bit more, wanting to go into the block hole. You get it wrong. As a captain, you won't complain too much. You know what the plan is.
Duan Olivier from the golf course end of the new over. Short ball to start off that over. Vihari ducks underneath it for a run. An interesting stat that we saw during the change of ends was that Rahul has faced 108 balls for his 31. So for his 37. So that kind of tells you the type of batting you need to do. So a lot of dot balls, a lot of leaving outside the off stump. The situation with the ball, I think they just needed to get something cut off the seam. Maybe it looks like it was an errant stitch that's been fixed. Ball's returned back to Duan Olivier at the top of his run-up. He is running in past the umpire to Vihari. He cramps him for room off a good length, and that one just goes down the pitch and bobbles out to the offside for no run.
Vihari wasn't expecting that to jag in as much. He wanted to play that, I would say, just wide of extra cover, maybe aiming between extra cover or what would be a conventional extra cover and mid-off position. Not trying to go too square, because the moment that starts happening, you start playing with edges.
Yes, that's what's up. Go on edges, short leg conventional to Duan Olivier. This one is full length outside the off stump, rising off of that, and Vihari just plays that out to the offside on that off stump line.
Would you say that we've entered a new era where that gully position is filled by these big men? We saw Cameron Green out there now on Marco Jansen. Would you say this is a new era of gully fielders?
If he can move laterally as quickly as all the other fielders, then he has every right to be there. I think Rassie's going to look for a new debutant to take the helmet. Short ball from Duan Olivier outside the off stump and slapped away by Vihari through point for 4.
Oh, that was a phenomenal shot. Short ball, wide, given a little bit too much room, and over the point fielder, which is Temba Bavuma, and a few bounces to the point boundary.
You kind of feel like he's getting a little bit tired now with that ball. He's put in a shift already, but the spell's only 3 overs old, less than 3 overs old. But that type of a ball looks a ball of a time, man. Mm-hmm. They did speak of bowling loads. I don't think so. I just think it was just a bad ball, and well done to Vihari to recognize that. 90 for 3, Duan Olivier. That's a lot better on off stump, fuller ball, and defended back to the bowler a lot quicker this time, as his speeds have increased throughout the game.
The shorter bowling spells. As the captain, you say to your fast bowlers, I want you to bowl quick. Short spells, but quick. Be aggressive. Put your all into it. Don't kiss the deck. Hit the deck hard. And make the batters work for their runs.
Outside, 3 slips and a gully to Vihari, who presents a forward defensive shot, shouldering arms, just putting that front foot on a ball that was full outside the off-stump by Rahane. That is the end of that over. 90 for 3. We've got a couple of minutes before the drinks break. As go through that, Swiss partnerships now worth 41. Rahul 37 of 108 balls, Vihari 20 of 51. The Indian batters have been loose apart from KL Rahul, which has always brought South Africa back into the game. Whereas Rahul has not done that. He has forced the bowlers to bowl to him, which is why we've seen the leg side lines. Now we're seeing that plan again from Kagiso. You've got fine leg, you've got deep backward square, you've also got mid-wicket on the leg side, 3 slips gully, backward point, and extra cover as Kagiso comes in past the umpire. To Rahul, this one's outside the off stump. Good length ball as it goes past the bat of KL Rahul for no run.
From what we've seen in the SuperSport in the first test and looking at it now in the scorecard, KL Rahul is definitely your anchor. Everybody that bats around him is the aggressor. We've seen it from the shots Vihari has played, how Agarwal has played. He is the man to stay in.
Kagiso into Rahul. This one's a lot straighter on leg stump. It's a quick single taken out by the Indians as Rahul played that out to mid-wicket. Lungi had to make a lot of ground to get to that. So easy single, but good calling, good running from the non-striker being Hamuna Vihari. 91 for 3. KL Rahul's on 38.
No, we see a change in the field. Rassie van der Dussen coming from deep square leg back into short leg, putting on the helmet. I haven't seen Vihari play too many pull shots. He's played the cut very well. KL has played the pull shot. So this is more the plan.
Next ball from Kagiso. So shorter length outside that off stump. More directed at the body, actually, not outside the off stump. And Vihari playing that down the ground. Down to point.
Just looking at the plan, I would say they want to bowl at his body a little bit more. Because he isn't playing the pull shot. The cut shot, he's got it. KL's comfortable with the pull shot.
Kagiso into Vihari. This one's popped up and it's been caught by Rassie van der Dussen at short leg. It was a back of a length ball straight on the body of Hamuna Vihari, and the man under the helmet, I don't know how many paces back, 3 pitch lengths back. That is Rassie van der Dussen with a lovely one-handed catch, David de Gea-esque, and India have lost their 4th wicket. That will come with drinks, but what a wicket.
What a wicket. Bowled at his body, put him under pressure. And with that one just popped up from back of a leg, gave him a bit of a fright, edge. And what a
catch under the helmet, like a goalkeeper going to stop a top spinner. And South Africa have their 4th wicket. KG has now opened his account at the Wanderers again.
Fantastic bowling here from South Africans, and great fielding, great planning by having Rassie under the helmet to put him in that position and take the catch.
So that's Hamuna Vihari, 20 runs off his 53 balls, strike rate of 37.7. He's only hit 3 fours, but he is out. Caught Van der Dussen at more short leg gully. He's got a little isosceles triangle of doom happening there behind on the leg side. And finally, it's paid off. So India 91 for KL Rahul, watching the 4th wicket fall, and it's not him for India. He's stuck. He's there, not stuck. He is there, stranded, I would say, on 38. This is what South Africa want. On the stroke of drinks, the 1st wicket happened just after drinks. Now it's happening just on the stroke to signal drinks. That's a good hour for South Africa.
A fantastic hour for South Africa. They're planning a lot better. Their bowlers have worked, or you can see that they've clearly spoken about the lines and the lengths that they're meant to be bowling. And so from the first session, first hour of the morning, it weren't too many errant balls and weren't too many errant deliveries. Their fast bowler seemed a lot more aggressive, knowing the lines and the lengths. They need to be bowling to the Indians.
And rule number one is to make the batter play, especially in the morning. What we're seeing now is, I don't know how this works, because I think the 3-minute signal between, so in the drinks break, Rahul has decided to go upstairs to the bathroom and have a bit of a break there, and Rishabh Pant is waiting on the edge of the field, waiting for his batting partner.
He's been out there for a long time, and it's key. He just needs to, as we've said, he's one of the more technically sound batters and just has to wait there. And we know that Rishabh Pant, he is an aggressive batter. He will play at anything and everything, get the scoreboard ticking very quickly. I do think he will, I would say, scale it back a little, but I don't see him backing away from the short ball.
Okay, so we're going to have a very interesting moment now with the first left-hander coming in. That is Rishabh Pant. But Sean is going to be on ball by ball for these next 20 minutes.
Oh, I look forward to it. I look forward to it.
I am so excited. I think you'll do a great job as Rishabh Pant just walking through, having a conversation with his batting partner. South Africa can open this game up, Sean, so much if they can get a clump of wickets out. Now, 1 brings 2, open this game up. The Lions, the team that's number 1 domestically here at the one with the play here, they've dismissed all the teams that have batted here, all the opposing teams that have batted here for 180. So from an international standard, if South Africa can get this Indian team 250, 240, for me, that's a win. And 91 for 4 is well on their way.
And as we know, it's not the easiest pitch to bat on in the country. This is one of the hardest.
Probably one of the hardest. I don't know what the pitch in White River looks like. I'm sure Simon's dad will tell us at Uplands College, because that's where the Mpumalanga franchise is actually playing there. But that's the only one I don't know. The rest, this is the worst.
Right, so coming in past the umpire, just back of a leg, about 6th stump line, and Rishabh Pant leaves that one.
It's going to be interesting to see if Rishabh Pant is going to follow the footsteps of KL Rahul and be a little bit less aggressive. KL Rahul is a naturally aggressive batter, but in this series, he's essentially said, no, we're not going to try that. We're going to be as compact as we can. Yes, we'll put away the bad ball, but if I'm going to put pressure on the bowler, it's going to be on the number of bad balls he's going to bowl. Rishabh Pant, on the other hand, swashbuckling, very open.
Right, and we have KG coming over the wicket. Very wide, back of a leg, and go straight to the keeper. And that's the over after 39 overs, 91 for 4. Rahul on 38, and Pant yet to get off the mark.
Yes, that last ball going on with the angle. Rishabh Pant not being too worried about that. Another strategic thing would be to try and get Rahul off strike and get as many balls of Dewan bowled at the new batter. I think be very interesting, especially with the angle and the bounce that Dewan gets. That Rishabh Pant might struggle with that, but Dewan hasn't bowled that badly. He's taken 2 wickets. He's just taken a wicket. Marco Jansen's taken a wicket. Lungingiti's bowled well, 8 overs for 15 runs. This is the response that Dean was looking for.
You want to put pressure, and Rishabh Pant, as any batter very early on in the innings, will want to put him under pressure. Right, and the field set for KL Rahul, 3 slips and a gully with Marco Jansen there. Point mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg. He's coming over the wicket, and to back of a leg, just over leg stump. There's an appeal by the South Africans, and umpire Palakar is not moved. And
they're not going to review this one. They've already wasted 2. So, but it was going down the leg side. The South Africans were thinking that we could strangle him down the leg side. They did get that wicket in the first innings after they batted out the entire day. Strangled KL Rahul down the leg side. Just a bad ball from Duan's. The line was off going down leg, but no drama for KL.
Right, Olivia coming over the wicket again, right back of a leg, and KL just punches it through the cover to the cover boundary, just standing tall, getting it through, and for 4. The score is now 95, and KL is on 42.
Back foot punch, probably textbook back foot punch from KL Rahul. He was on his toes. He waited for that one. The line and length was what gave him that ability to do that. He's been waiting for the bad ball, and he put it away really nicely. 2 points.
He's been waiting to play that shot for a while, and he's finally got it. We've got Olivia coming back over the wicket. A short ball over the leg stump. KL just ducks under it, and Rahane catches it just outside the leg stump. And the score still is 95 for 4 after 39.3 overs. Yeah, I think the plan is KL, because he hasn't played too many off the back foot, keep pressing, keep pushing him on the back foot, and force him. Or give one full in straight at the Yorker. He's got a great Yorker, so keep him there. Olivia coming in for his 4th ball, right back of a leg, and it angles into Rahul, and he just drops his hand, sways back, and Verena cleans up back there.
Very dangerous lead from KL Rahul. You're just dropping your hands and swaying away, and if the ball doesn't bounce as you expected, that could take a bat, a glove, and it could go anywhere. So really good ball from Duan, just angling into that right-hander. Effectively, he felt like he had no room to move away, but
Duan coming in, bowls a little full of a delivery, about 4th stump, and just defends it right back to the bowler. The score is 95 for 4. KL score on 42, and Punt yet to get off the mark.
And Leah on Twitter says, "Is there an EMT in the box just in case Mpomariki gets to witness a South African hat trick?" I commentated on the hat trick ball. Duan didn't want to do anything for me, or Vihari, but we will get there. We will get there one of these days, because I think I missed my first ever hat trick.
Yeah. Coming in, it's a short ball, about 6 stump. KL just leaves it, lets it go straight through to the keeper, and that brings the end of the 40th over. 95 runs after 4. That's where India is. KL's on 42, and Punt is yet to get off the mark. And on the other end, we've got Khaliso walking to the top of his mark, getting ready to continue his onslaught.
And this is the moment where I think, and this is one of the reasons why I think from a selection perspective, you wanted to have 4 quicks. You want to come into the Wanderers with 4 quicks. You can just rotate them throughout the day. You've got your spearheads, your strike bowlers in KG and Duan, and then 30 minutes to lunch. You then bring in Lungi and Marco as well.
Khaliso comes in, bowls a fuller length delivery on our 5th stump, and drives it between the bowler and mid-on. Lungi does the chasing, and that brings Punt off the mark with 2 runs there. The score is 97 after 4 at the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, that one was just a lack of timing.
Yeah.
Rishabh Pant coming through that one a lot quicker. We've seen balls driven down the ground take a lot of pace. He just came too quickly at that ball from Kagiso. It is what Kagiso wants, because you want Rishabh Pant playing forward, but we just will see whether he'll just be a little bit tighter on that off stump.
Kagiso coming over the wicket, and it's a fuller ball again at about 5th stump. hit through to point. Timber Bavuma doing the chasing to the point boundary. He gets it, and Rishabh Pant gets 2 runs.
Yes, it's a wider ball there, and Rishabh Pant plays that out as you would expect him to, just throwing his hands at that. And 2 runs coming off of that. Kagiso just, Dean will be needing, well, he's just had words with Kagiso trying to let him know what he wants him to do. So South Africa just need to find a way to open it up. But India doing well. Rishabh Pant's aggression is, we're waiting for that first aggressive shot from him.
KG coming over the wicket of the stumps, and there's a wide delivery about 6 stump, and Rishabh Pant just leaves it. Calvera picks it up, and the field set 3 slips a gully, point, mid on, mid off, a short leg and a fine leg. Score is 99 with the loss of 4 wickets. Pant on 4, KL on 42.
So.
Pant not holding back any punches, chasing after a wide one very early on in his innings.
So that's who he is. And the question I've always asked, and I'll continue to ask, batters can play against their natural.
KG comes in, it's back of a length, wider delivery straight to Rahane.
Yes, batters can play against what is naturally their style. If the team needs you to hold up an end and bat within yourself, you have the ability to do that. And right now it's a moment where if Rishabh Pant, and it's probably one of the reasons why Pant doesn't have big centuries, is largely because he's always looking to be too aggressive and doesn't play the different areas of the game really well.
KG coming in, it's back of a length, and Rishabh Pant has slapped it through the extra cover to the boundary, and Keshav Maharaj going to pick that one up.
Rishabh Pant opened up his body, front foot opened up, and he just laid into that wide one from Kagiso, off the toes, off the back foot there. And he punched that in front of square, which is beautiful and tells you a lot about his timing right now. He's getting there slowly. Really lovely shot from Rishabh Pant. That brings up India's 100 at 103 for 4.
And what a phenomenal, great balance. It just shifted his way to the back foot. And we've got KG coming in again. Right, it's a fuller length and play and a miss. Right, on the front foot, Pant went to play it about 4th stump, and it just misses the outside edge. After 41 overs, it's 103 for 4 with Pant on 8 and KL on 42. What a ball. What a ball.
Yes, and India would be disappointed in themselves, essentially, from being 100 for 1 or 2 at Centurion. Well, not 100 for 1 or 2. At the end of the day, they were 220 for 2 or 3 at Centurion, to being 103 for 4 here at the Wanderers, having put South Africa, having chosen to bat first. It's not the best of. Doesn't look like it was the best of decisions. Even though this post-lunch session is supposed to be the period where batting becomes a lot easier. But this season it hasn't. Wickets have fallen in clumps for the line side here at the Wanderers in this period of the day.
Right, we've got Olafia from the call it drive end, and that ball just a little bit fuller, and KL has played it off his hips through to mid-wicket and gets 2. The score is 105 for 4, and that brings KL to 44.
Yes, KL Rahul looking steady. Anything that's in at the body, anything that he has to defend that, he's playing out to the leg side, and it's a really good sign of a batter who knows what the job is. It's not only to attack, but also it's times you've got to defend and force people to do things that they don't want to do.
Okay, it's a short ball, about shoulder height, and KL just on the back foot pulls it, check pull right to fine leg where Kagiso is. Now there's going to be a change in field as Rishabh Pant's a left-hander, and we see Kagiso going from fine leg to fine leg for the left hand, right hand combination. Lots of running there for him, given his bowling load. And there is no deep square leg for Rishabh Pant. We have Rassie van der Dussen coming back to short leg, a little bit backward. compared to what we've seen in that. We've got mid off, point, gully, 3 slips, and mid on with fine leg and
So
short
this
leg.
is the first ball that Rishabh Pant will be facing to Duan Olivier. You've got short leg in, conventional, 2 pitch lengths away. Mid wickets also catching on the square. Mid off also in close.
Right, and Duan comes into fuller leg delivery on leg stump. Rishabh Pant has just, let's say, a little bit of a guide off his legs towards the mid-wicket boundary. Keshav chases it, and Rishabh Pant gets 2 runs, which brings the score to 108, and Rishabh Pant on 10.
Yes, so that line from Duan Olivier was a lot straighter than you would have expected, that you would want. You want Duan coming across the left-hander. That's the field that's been given to him. If he wants to bowl that line, you probably bowl it short because you've got fine leg there waiting for a catch.
Yeah, Duan coming in over the wicket. That's also a straight one about middle stump, and Duan Olivier fielding that one, which is a little bit of a fuller delivery, and score still 108 for 4.
The important thing there is he's bringing Rishabh Pant forward. Front foot defense is what Duan needs now. He just needs one to seam away to go with the angle. And then that would bring in those 3 slips and the tallest gully in the world into business.
Right, Olivier coming over the wicket, and it's a fuller delivery. Pant leaves it. It's about 5th, 6th thumb, and Rahane catches that at about waist height. Talking about, I like this plan. Bowl at Pant, want him to play the ball. He is batting outside of his crease, wanting to get onto the front foot. We know that he wants to play at the ball.
Yes, and that's why I wanted this battle to happen. We've got one more ball left in this Pant and Olivier battle.
Olivier coming over the stumps, and it's a fuller delivery. Pant just defends that ball that was in line with off stump to Duan Olivier, and that's the end of the 42nd over, which brings me the score is 108 for 4. Pant on 10, KL on 45.
Yes, we've got one more over until our commentary change. And so, but India, these two are going to be hoping to take India as deep as possible, because obviously you've got Thakur, after this you've got Ashwin, Ashwin's got centuries, Thakur's got half centuries in his young international career. South Africa should be smiling blood, trying to see that they can open up and end, get into that lower middle order, put them under pressure. Throughout the past 2 years in Test cricket, it's about how strong your top 6 is. And South Africa's top 6 hasn't been strong. India's top 6 has been strong, but South Africa have an opportunity now because they've broken through them all for just about 100 runs.
Yeah, clearly saw coming in from the golf course end. It's a fuller delivery on off stump that KL just goes forward to defense, and Timber Bavuma at point does the cleaning up.
So we've got 2 fielders behind square. That plan is still there.
Right, and so that means that the short ball will likely happen. They will want to bowl towards his body.
The plan is there.
He's still just taking his time at the top of his mark, making sure everything is
Saro
set.
Abia is on the field. We'll just talk about that after this ball.
Right, Kagiso over the wicket. Oh, and it's the back of a length, hip height, and just off the shoulder of the bat, but goes nowhere. KL Rahul with those soft hands. That ball, I'd say,
It looped up.
It looped up.
It looped up. Kagiso was in the middle of his follow through. He couldn't get to it. It hit him high on the bat. He was trying to, as you were saying previously, trying to play it down to the leg side and line that's off stump and squaring him up a little bit. It's not a chance, just an opportunity.
He saw coming over the wicket. It's a fuller leg delivery, and KL leaves it as it's on 5th stump line off the front foot. And just looking on the field, Duan Olivier is off the field, and Ari is fielding in his place. Oh, I hope it's No, it's a comfort break more than anything else for Olafia.
Yes, let's hope so, because there was talk in the first test about bowling loads not being up to standard.
He saw over the wicket, and it's a short one, leg stump, and it's been hit for 4. Right, he's just KL has just pulled that one around the corner. If the line was errant, about leg stump, and he's hit that fine and misses the fine leg fielder.
That line, it wasn't too short, which enabled the ball to go a lot finer. If it was a little bit more shorter to KL Rahul, that one hit him more about chest line. If it was more shoulder line, it might have gone a lot squarer to that fielder there. So bad line and bad ball from Kagiso.
Right, Kagiso comes over, and it's a short ball around head height, and that is one for the over. That brings the score to 113 for 4. Rahul on 49 and punt on 10.
Yes, that last ball's the length that you want. He broke his back, dug the ball into the crease, and it popped off a little bit more. Just more, the line was more an off stump, not necessarily going down leg. KL Rahul willing to play anything down the leg side, so that's what the South Africans have that trap in there for him on those 2 fielders.
And he saw another short ball. This one about shoulder height over the middle stump. And straight, KL just drops his hand, sways out the way, and the ball goes past his chase to the keeper. The score still at 113 for 4 after 42.5 overs.
Yeah, we're coming in with that short ball strategy from the Proteas that has served them well throughout the years. So it's really good to see.
Kagiso coming in for his last ball of the over, and it's a full ball on off stump, which he defends to Keshav Maharaj at extra cover. Right, that brings the end of the over, of the 43rd over. The score is 113 for 4, and that also prompts a commentary change. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Sean. And we'll bring in Ken and Tim.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers here. My name is Proteas. I'm joined by Ken Borland, and we're going to watch some fantastic cricket here. South Africa against India in the second test. India sitting on 113 for 4 after 43 overs. Ken, Rahul 1 run away from another half century here.
Once again, the real anchor of this Indian innings.
Marco Jansen from the corner drive in. This one full outside off stump and driven to the onside. There's a man fetching that. To the offside, sorry. There's a man fetching that, KG Rabada, as it goes to the cover boundary. No run there.
Yes.
No, 2 runs, sorry.
It's been a fantastic hour and a bit after the lunch break. Real cut and thrust cricket. The Proteas bowling, very probing, very testing. And India digging in with that partnership of 42 between Rahul and Hanuman Vihari. What a catch by Rassie van der Dussen off a pretty fiery Kagiso Rabada delivery to make the breakthrough.
Jansen in again over the wickets to the left-handed punt. This one back of a length and negotiated very nicely by punt with a back foot block. 115 for 4.
Yeah, Jansen bowling from the quarter drive-in for the first time today. Which will be interesting. He built up a very nice rhythm from the golf course end. He and Lungi and Ngidi really turning things around for South Africa after not a lot was going on in the first hour, but they bowled a few maidens and started creating some pressure.
Well, they definitely did pile on the pressure there and got the impact. Jansen in again. This one Fuller just outside off stump and inside edge onto the pads, and Marco Jansen picks it up. Still 115 for 4. And that's what we wanted to see earlier. Yeah, pressure beating a few maidens as well. Economical bowling. Marco Jansen especially. He was a bit expensive in Centurion, Temba Bavuma said in the press conference that, first game, debut nerves did get him a little bit. And you can believe that now. Look at his figures. In 8 overs, he's got 1 wicket and only 8 runs.
He's definitely looked a lot more settled today.
Coming in again over the wickets. This one back of a length, outside off stump, punched straight to the man at mid-off at Sadal Advia. 3 slips, a man at backward points, a man at a conventional point. A very interesting gully position there, maybe even a second gully. And then there's a man under the lid, short square leg, and then mid-on, mid-off in line with the non-striker.
Yeah, for much of today, the Proteas have had a catcher, almost a shortish point. Bavuma at the moment is like a shortish backward point.
This one, a very short delivery there. Outside the off stump, and Rishabh Pant just rocks back as it sails towards Calvarena.
Of course, Bavuma taking a catch earlier today, very much at a square, shortish point to dismiss Cheteshwar Pujara. Off Duan Olifia, that ball that leaps up off the surface and gets the shoulder of the bat. And it's very definitely a catching position that the Proteas are using it.
The ball's definitely rushing into the batsman back of a length. This one, very good length in line with the stumps and well kept out by Rishabh Pant to end the 44th over, 115 for 4. Rahul will now be on strike on 49. Rishabh Pant on 12 and the partnership 24 runs.
Rishabh Pant, one of the young pups of Indian cricket, very highly rated, 24 years old. Scored a 100 in first-class cricket as a 19-year-old in 2016. And unsurprisingly, was playing for India the next year. So he's 24 years old, but pretty experienced. And obviously a really exciting prospect for India with a big job to do this afternoon with his captain.
Yeah, he made his debut in 2018 and since then has had a best of 159. So when it comes to runs, this man definitely can score them. Right now, 1,591 runs before the game, an average of 38.8. So at that low in the order as well, that is more than impressive. As we're seeing Kagiso Rabada come in from the golf course, he's coming over the wickets. Good length delivery just outside the off stump, and we see another trademark leave by Rahul, just keeping that bat very close to his person and letting that sail to Calvarena.
Yeah, Rahul's bat is almost always very close to his body. He's a very compact, technically correct opener, and that's got a lot to do with why he's still there on 49 not out. More than 3 hours at the crease now. And once again, the chief stumbling block for the Proteas after he scored that wonderful century on the first day of the first test.
My apologies. It's actually Lungi Ngidi from the golf course end. Change of ends here. Once again, over the wickets. Good length delivery. Jumped off, but Rahul once again blocked that out as it was going towards his body. Pant looked like he wanted a quick single there. So it's always keen to score runs at the bottom of the order.
Yeah, he's a very busy cricketer, Rishabh Pant, and you mentioned his average of 38, which kind of the benchmark these days for wicketkeeper batsmen in Test cricket. You want them, all of them nowadays, averaging, if not over 40, close to it. Quinton de Kock, of course, retiring this week with an average around 38 as well.
And Ngidi over the wickets to right-handed Rahul. An inside edge goes to a vacant square leg region. And he moves on to 50 now. India 116 for 4. That's another half century for the Indian opener.
Yeah, Rahul just playing from the crease a bit there, prodding a bit at Ngidi, getting the inside edge, not too far away from his stumps. But well played. Lokesh Rahul, another very solid half century in 209 minutes of 128 balls. And he's hit 9 fours.
He's been doing very well there, as Rahul, as we heard in the commentary stint before us, has been serving as the anchor for this Indian side. He's been doing very well.
This is down the leg side from Lungi and Ngidi, and Pant has a swish but misses, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Rahane.
Yeah, it's good. It's great to see how Rahul goes about his business, playing at nothing outside the off stump. He's happy to just stay there, stay in the innings. He might even carry his bat all the way through to the end of the innings. Touch wood, all Indian fans. But he definitely has the demeanor. He looks pretty set in there, and you wouldn't be surprised if he does end up carrying his bat through, the captain at the moment. Lungingidi coming in again over the wicket. It's a left-handed punt. This one in line with his body. Full-length delivery, just played to the man at mid-wicket for no run, 116 for 4.
Yeah, Rahul is what I would call a proper opening batsman. A classical opening batsman in terms of technique and temperament. And in a way, India's opening pair are a little bit similar to South Africa's opening pair of Elgar and Markram. Elgar, your classic tenacious opening batsman, really plays within himself. And Markram, a bit like Mayank Agarwal, you get a feeling that they like to feel bat on ball a bit.
Relatively aggressive as Ngidi comes in again. Good length delivery, just in line with off stump. And a punt just plays this off the back foot to end the 45th over, 116 for 4. And in that over, we saw Rahul reach his 7th half century. Just a summary of the session. Started at 53 for 3, did India. And they kept going until they lost the wickets at 91 for 5. That was Vihari. A fantastic catch from Rassi van der Dussen to go for just 20 of 69 balls. And currently Rahul sitting on 50 and Rishabh Pant on 12.
As the Indian batsmen are just getting some fresh gloves and things out in the middle. It's a warm day in Johannesburg today. Beautiful blue skies, though. There are some clouds building up towards the north and the northeast.
In the distance, Ken. In the distance.
Still in the distance. Although the weatherman, or the weather person, I should say, rather.
Thanks for that.
Has forecast thunder showers at times for pretty much the whole week.
I was living in Joburg at the moment. It was at a very nice park here in Joburg, the Emmarentia Dam, very big park. And it was sunny all day. Forecast was at 2, but then all of a sudden clouds just rolled in. So here in the Highveld, thunderstorms could really sneak up on you, as we see Marco Jansen coming in from the corner drive in, left arm over, goes across the right-handed Rahul into the hands of Rahane. Had to think for a moment there with Quinton de Kock's retirement.
Yeah, we've been used to Quinny de Kock behind the stumps in the test team for so long. He will, of course, still be there in the one-day games.
Yes, indeed.
And T20. But a wonderful new era and a great opportunity for Rahane.
Rahane is no scrub. No scrub as Mark Jansen again. Good length delivery, this time in line with the body. And a back foot block from Rahul. No run as the man at cover picks it up. He's got himself 3 slips. A gully that's a weird backward point region, a catching close in point. There's a man at the conventional point. Deep square leg, fine leg, mid on and mid off. Jansen continuing, and he's going to be coming from over the wicket here to the right-handed Rahul. This one a little bit fuller as it goes across the right-hander. Goes around that fifth stump line. Good full delivery and well left once again by the opener.
Yeah, and good bounce and carry from Marco Jansen through to Rahane. Just chatting to groundsman Evan Flint this morning. He said it would be a result pitch. He's expecting batting to be quite tough. But it seems to be a pretty good cricket wicket at the moment.
Indeed. Jansen in again. Good length delivery. Just sailing across the leg stump, the off stump. As Rahane picks that up. No run there. Still 116 for 4. Getting a Rahul special here and leaving.
Yeah, it's how Test cricket should be, in my view. Testing for the batsman in the first day. But the advantage you get winning the toss and batting first is then you don't have to bat last.
Yep.
Hopefully, when the pitch is deteriorating. And be interesting to see if there have been any divots formed on the pitch, which is often the case here at the Wanderers.
Jansen coming from around the wicket now, a top edge as Rishabh Pant tries to hook this. The man at fine leg diving and catching Lungi Ngidi, a fantastic catch. Oh, sorry, I said it was Richard Punt. It was actually KL Rahul who got the short length delivery. The change of angle working for the left-handed bowler.
And just that extra bounce that Jansen gets automatically. He can get that bounce from a much fuller length, and Rahul just not in control of that hook shot. And a really, really good catch, though, down on the fine leg boundary.
And that sees the back of Lokesh Rahul. He got himself 50 runs, exactly a half century. He got it in 215 minutes, 133 balls, 9 fours and no sixes, and another breakthrough here for Marco Jansen.
Kagiso Rabada taking the catch. What a wonderful athlete. KG is. He had to run in quite sharply from the boundary and then dive forward. And he really made a testing catch look pretty straightforward. But a vital wicket for South Africa. That's the anchor of the Indian innings gone. The man who scored 100 in the first test. And it also means that we now enter the bowlers, of course, Shardul Thakur and Ravichandran Ashwin, both very capable with the bat. And Mohammad Shami as well, scheduled to come in at number 9. He's got a couple of test half centuries, so still work to be done by the Proteas bowlers, but so far very encouraging first day for them.
Well, they've been doing very well, been hitting their straps quite well, didn't concede too many runs initially. Many fans were feeling that, even myself, I must say, was feeling that the initial performance for the South Africans was a little bit lackluster, but at the same time, not a lot of runs conceded. Eventually, after the breakthrough, more and more wickets tumbled, and now Ravichandran Ashwin makes his way to the middle. Oh, it's not Thakur. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, well, Ashwin's got 5 test hundreds, so I would imagine he probably should come in ahead of Thakur. But as you say, that first hour for South Africa, not so good with the ball. The new ball bowlers just struggling to find a consistent line and then to build any pressure. I think there was only one maiden bowled in the first 10 overs, bowled by Rabada. But Lungi Ngidi really turning things around when he came on and bowled a couple of maidens in his first 4 overs.
Marco Jansen around the wicket now to the right-handed Ashwin. He just dots this down, beats the man at short square leg, and Calvareda, the keeper, picks it up. That's a single off the last ball of the over. That takes the score to 117 for 5. Ashwin off the mark on 1 and punt on 12.
Yeah, so Marco Jansen getting his second wicket. And he's got fantastic figures at the moment. 10 overs, 2 for 9. Doing a wonderful job. A brave selection by the Proteas to leave out Vian Mulder and play Marco Jansen probably in that number 7 position as an all-rounder. But it's allowed them to field 4 quick bowlers who have all done their bit today. And, of course, the spinner, Keshav Maharaj, also playing. It does look like the sort of pitch where Maharaj could have a role to play, especially in the second innings. And interestingly, Maharaj in his last game here at the Wanderers in a 4-day match last season took 13 wickets.
That's incredible. Lungi Ngidi coming in from the golf course end. Good length delivery going into the right-handed batsman. Looked like it could have clattered into off stump had Ashwin not blocked that out.
He was pushing at it rather awkwardly, not sure of how that delivery was going to behave, very tentative. And Nkidi's just been fantastic today with the control he's had. He's really just settled on that perfect length, drawing the batsman forward and occasionally getting the ball up to the splice, the shoulder of the bat. He's really consistently asked questions today.
Now, might not have gotten the breakthrough like he did in the Centurion test. This one, a full-length delivery, a bit of a half volley, driven on the onside, and all mid-on can do is fetch leather as this goes to the long-on boundary. 121 for 5 now. Ashwin gets a boundary to his name.
Super shot by Ashwin. We did see in the first test at Centurion, he's very strong straight down the ground. Punches very nicely through mid-on. South Africa have tended to have their mid-on a little bit wide. And Ashwin's been very good at finding the gap between the bowler and mid-on.
And also very close to to the pitch as well, in line with the non-striker. So once it passes him, that's 4 runs, easy.
Especially at the Wanderers with such a quick outfield.
Ngidi in again, this one, a little bit more back of a length, got his length a lot better. Also line outside the off stump. For defensive that just finds the outside edge and rolls slowly to Marco Jansen at Gully. 3 slips, a Gully, a backward point, mid on, mid off, fine leg, and finally Rassi van der Dussen. Put my 1,000, standing at a very, very close, not too close. He's on the second strip, short leg. Talking about Marco Jansen and Vian Mulder and the omission of the Lions, man. And many people would have been surprised with that omission. Leaving Vian Mulder out here at his home ground, looking in again. Short length delivery. Ashwin tries to hook this to a vacant square leg region. The man sweeping on fine leg has to come around to fetch that, and Ashwin will get himself 2 runs, 122 for 5. Ashwin sitting now on 7, and Rishabh Pant on the non-strikers end at 12.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, it's a brave decision by South Africa to just go with 6 specialist batsmen. Mulder probably a better batsman than Jansen, but they want those 4 fast bowlers on this Wanderers pitch where the pace and bounce can really assist them. And they also want to keep Keshav Maharaj though. So, yeah, it's a brave call, but the responsibility very much now on those top 6 batsmen to do the job for South Africa.
Kim, I do want to ask you about that, the comment you made about Vian Mulder being a better batsman, as Lungi Gidi, a good length delivery just outside off stump, that foot stump line, and well left by Ravichandran Ashwin. Still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah! Yes, Vian Mulder. Is he really a better batsman than Marco Jansen? And I'm talking about on the international stage. We've been doing this ever since he debuted. Look at that first class average. It's above 30. That's exactly what you need at a number 7. But when it comes to test cricket, he hasn't really converted. An average of 15. Last I checked, it could have even gone lower because of the last test. But I do want to hear about that as Lungi Gidi comes in. Last ball of the over, just outside off stump. Another half volley that Ashwin just dispatches through the offside with a beautiful drive. The man at cover couldn't get it. 4 runs, 127 for 5 after 47 overs.
First of all, apologies for not shouting 1, 2, bingo to celebrate your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bingo or something more relevant to celebrate. But yeah, look, I just think Mulder has shown his caliber at domestic level as a batsman. He's made big hundreds. I think he averages close to 40 in first class cricket. So, you know, there are many who consider him to actually be a batting all-rounder. So I think he is a bit better batsman than Jansen. Jansen's a very useful guy with the bat, as he's shown already in his domestic career. I think number 7 is one spot too high for him personally in the long term. I think he could be a very useful number 8, like a Vernon Philander, yes, or a Sean Pollock, that sort of guy.
He does have a few lusty blows. I mean, we saw him in the SAA India A series as he comes in now from the corner drive end. This one, good length delivery outside, a little bit fuller outside the off stump, left by Punt. We did see him in the SAA India A series. He got 70 runs there. And we saw the drives in Centurion. I mean, they were absolutely classy. So, I mean, he gets runs. He might not be a number 7, as you say, but he does get the runs. 19 runs in the last game. So, valuable runs as he comes in again. He's coming from over the wickets to the left-handed punt. This one just back of a length, goes across the left-hander, down the leg side. And Calvarena picks it up. Still 127 for 5. Punt on 12, partnership 11. Ashwin also on 11.
Yeah, I think that SAA series, India A series was played in Bloemfontein. One of the flattest wickets in the country, if not the flattest.
True. Marco Jansen in again. Good length delivery, jumps, just spats off there. Hits the shoulder of Rishabh Pant's bat. The man at Gully was nowhere near, not close enough for the catch. It was lolling up in the air for quite some time and could have been caught had Gully been significantly closer.
Oh, Bavuma has just moved away from where he has been fielding for quite a few overs before this, which is closer to the bat.
That's true.
And that's going to frustrate the Proteas.
Jansen in again, full length delivery outside the off stump, punched down the ground by punts. They take a quick single as Lungi Ngidi comes in from mid on, shies at the stumps, but to no avail. 128 for 5.
I just think with the occasional ball leaping off the surface, and especially with a guy like Marco Jansen bowling it from 6'8", even higher when his arm is up in the air in his delivery. I like that catching position. We've seen quite a few balls hit the splice at the shoulder of the bat. Not sure why Bavuma had moved back into a more conventional wideish gully position.
Speaking of the fielding positions, 3 slips, a man at a conventional gully. Mid-off, no mid-on, there's a man fielding under the helmet. Here, Rassi van der Dis in short square leg. As Marco Jansen comes in from around the wicket, a full-length delivery, driven by Ashwin, gets a thick outside edge, clears the slips, bounces a few times before it goes to the third man boundary. Heart and mouth moment there.
Yeah, and I quite like this field setting with no mid-on because Jansen is going to be angling the ball into the right-handed Ashwin, but also able to move it away from him. And Ashwin is probably going to be looking to push slightly across the line, trying to take advantage of no mid-on fielder, get it through there. We said in the previous over, it is one of his strong points. And already you could see that drive of his wasn't exactly with a straight bat. It was angling towards the onside, and you got the edge through the slip. So the new plan very nearly working first ball.
A lucky boundary, but a boundary nonetheless to take the score to 132 for 5. Jansen in again. Good length delivery, angling into the right-handed Ashwin, and he just dots this down to the man at short leg. The score remains unmoved at 132 for 5. Ashwin now on a quick fire 15, and Rishabh Pant on 13 not out. He's going to be facing the next bowler. It's probably going to be Lungi Ngidi coming in from the golf course end. Happy to stand corrected as Ngidi and Ragbara seem to be converging, but it is going to be Lungi Ngidi who takes the ball. Over 8's also a little bit slow. We're 2 overs behind here. The South African team not going to be good for Test Championship points.
Yeah, India, of course, have been deducted a Test Championship point after the first Test at Centurion.
That's Lungi Ngidi. He's going to be coming over the wicket. 3 slips, a gully, a man at backward point. And this one in line with the body, a good length delivery going towards off stump, on stump, leg stump, and just played to mid on for no run, 132 for 5. There's also a man, it's Duan Olivier at fine leg, mid wickets, mid on, mid off. Yeah, those are all the fielders.
Yeah, pretty conventional field at the moment for Rishabh Pant.
Ngidi coming in once again from the golf course end over the wickets to a left-handed punt. This one on off stump and a solid forward defensive shot from a good length delivery. Going back to the Vian Mulder Marco Jansen conversation, in terms of the ball, do you think that Marco maybe contributes a little bit more to the South African attack? Look, Vian Mulder can hit the line, the length, takes pace off the ball. That's very good, and he has been effective doing that. So we're just going to see Lungi Ngidi coming from around the wickets, the left-hander. But could you argue that Jansen offers more? Left-hander, a lot taller than most, can extract bounce, and he's a few years younger, so maybe a prospect.
Oh, no question about it. Jansen's a proper strike bowler. He's
Exactly.
a frontline paceman. He's got it all. Mulder, very much your fourth seamer.
Lungi Ngidi coming from around the wickets. This one very wide outside off stump and very full. As Rishabh Pant looked like he wanted to, he got down the pitch. He wanted to just carve that through the offside. But Lungi Ngidi was aware of that. Just kept it well outside off stump.
Yeah, Rishabh Pant certainly advancing down the pitch, and Ngidi very sharp to send that ball wide. and out of reach of the left-hander. Some intent from Rishabh Pant. He does like to get on with things.
He got a 34 of 34 at Centurion. Strike rates of 100, a runner ball. We're just seeing the man at backward points go out to a deep point, maybe expecting a big shot here from Pant. Still a mid-wickets, mid-on, mid-off, 3 slips a gully and a fine leg as Lungi Ngidi comes around the wicket. This one outside the off stump, off a good length, and well left by Rishabh Pant once again.
Who was again strolling down the pitch. Lungi Ngidi not the quickest anymore, and Pant probably wanting to nullify any chance of LBW as Ngidi angles the ball in towards his pads, getting well down the pitch.
Good bowling here from Lungi Ngidi. He still hasn't gotten a wicket here. Figures of 0 for 26 off 10 overs. Has been very economical though. That must be said. He's bowled with discipline as he continues around the wicket from the golf course end. This one looked like it was going to go towards leg stump as Rishabh Pant just glances this in front of square. Keshav Maharaj at mid-wicket picks that up. No run. 132 for 5 still.
Yeah, I think Ngidi's done a fantastic job. He's beaten the bat several times. He could have easily have had a couple of wickets. So to me, he's doing a great job again for South Africa today.
Pace bowling quartet have done wonders here for South Africa. 5 wickets, 3 wickets in the first session, 2 wickets in this one. This one, full length delivery outside off stump. Shoulders arms from Rishabh Pant to end the 49th over, 132 for 5. Rishabh Pant there with Ashwin on 13 and 15 respectively. And as I said earlier, 2 wickets falling in this session. It was of the opener, KL Rahul, after he got his half century, he fell. A fantastic diving catch from Kagiso Rabada at fine leg of the bowling of Marco Jansen. And Hanuma Vihari also, he fell before that, 20 or 69. Fantastic catch from Rassie van der Dussen as well, diving to his right in the air. That's a very strange square leg position. He was under the helmet. That leaves India now on 132 for 5. Jansen will be continuing from around the wickets, from the corner drive end. Great line, great length. Just cramping up Ashwin for room. A little bit of a back of a length delivery there. Played off the back foot to the man at mid-wicket.
Yeah, the session started in the 6th over after lunch with Temba Bavuma putting down a sharp catch. He had to move a little bit to his right, and it was hit like the clappers by Hanuma Vihari to point, which Bavuma put down.
Marco Jansen in again. This one just outside off stump, the back of a length delivery and a back foot punch, and well fielded by Lungi Ngidi here at mid-off.
But then 2 fantastic catches thereafter. Rassie van der Dussen leaping like a salmon at short leg. I mean, it's difficult at short leg because you're in a crouched position and he had to go stretching to his absolute limit high to his left, just clutching the ball in one hand.
The ball did come quickly. Mark Jansen around the wicket once again. A line just on top of off stump, back of a length delivery, blocked out to mid-wicket, no run.
And then Kagiso Rabada, being the superb athlete and fielder that he is, made a real testing catch at fine leg. Looked very simple indeed, running in off the boundary and diving forward. So South Africa's fielding on point this afternoon.
An interesting shot from KL Rahul, something that's out of his character, coming around the wicket. Marco Jansen, back of a length. And Ashwin just tried to cut this one or ramp it over the men at slip. Didn't get any of the ball. Playing that off the back foot. And now we see the man at gully, Temba Bavuma. Oh, it looked like he's going to move, yes, to that third man position. 2 slips of gully now. A man maybe not on the boundary. On the boundary. He's easing there. Very fine as well.
It's like a fly slip. He's probably 15 meters off the boundary. I would say definitely there for the edged uppercut.
Marco Jansen in again. This one short and right at the body of Ashwin. He hooks this off the back foot down the ground to a cow corner, and they get themselves 2 runs. 134 now for 5. Ashwin now on 17. He's been scoring at a healthy rate, and Rishabh Pant on 13. The partnership 18 at the moment.
Yeah, Marco Jansen can bowl that awkward length that still gets the ball to bounce up high at the body. It's a length that the batsman's not comfortable ducking under because it just looks too full to duck under, but it still gets up at the body. And so that's why you see the batsman kind of feeling compelled to hook or pull or cut.
Jansen in again, full length delivery. Ooh, it was going to clatter into the pads and smack off stump had Ashwin not just chipped this to the man at cow corner. That ends the 50th over, 135 for 5. Ashwin on 18, punts on 13, partnership 19.
Another good, it's a no ball called by the television umpire, so Jansen will have to bowl that delivery again.
That takes the score to 136 now after that single.
Tight call, but he certainly has nothing behind the line with those massive boots of his.
Just 4 no balls so far, 2 leg byes. They have been tightening up with their extras, have the South Africans. KG Rabada guilty of giving away over 10 in the last game. It could have been in the first innings as well. I think he just gave away 8 and then another few in the second. So they've been doing well to address that.
Or at least no one's taken a wicket off a no ball.
That would be
Proteas in the series yet.
Marco Jansen over the wickets, the left-handed punt. This one, a short length delivery, bounces over the batsman, over the keeper, diving to his right, and it goes all the way to the boundary. That 4 byes, yes, 4 byes given. A little bit harsh on Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, those are the first byes he's conceded as a test wicketkeeper, so a bit of an unwanted milestone for him on the first day, but it really climbed steeply, and it was down leg side, and Rahane did all that he could to try and grab the ball, but it was just out of his reach.
That takes the score to 140 for 5 after 50 overs. And now we're going to see Keshav Maharaj. Many people calling him the specialist fielder here at the Wanderers. Not expecting him to bowl, but he's going to have a bowl here.
It's the traditional over before tea.
Ah, yes, that's true. That's true. So give him an over. He's got himself a 1 slip, a man at short third man, short fine leg, a man at backward cover, extra cover, a man right next to the wickets on the onside. That's a missed drive. Mid wicket is also in a very interesting position, in line with the non-striker. He's got a mid-on, mid-off. And he's coming in from the golf course in around the wickets to the right-handed Ashwin as he drives this to KG Rabada at mid-off.
That first ball just quick and flat from Maharaj. It'll be interesting to see if he does get any turn today.
Continuing there, giving it a little bit of flight. Ashwin carves this through the offside, beating the man at cover and deep cover, Temba Bavuma, catching the ball before it gets to the boundary. And that's 2 runs now, 142 for 5. Ashwin now on 20 and punt on 13.
He's a dangerous batsman, Ashwin, because he does have all the strokes, likes to get runs quickly, and he can very quickly turn the tide of an innings, especially in partnership with a set batsman, Rishabh Pant there on 13, the partnership with 26 already.
Yeah, he's quite a handy batsman. It's very important that the South Africans don't rest on their laurels. Keshav Maharaj pulling out of his run-up just before the delivery. It looks like Ashwin just needed to adjust his gloves. Need to make sure. It's a good thing to do. Same fielding positions coming from around the wickets. This one, a good length delivery and driven, to the man at cover. Sorry, I was actually wrong. Not the same fielding positions. There's now a man in the gap that Ashwin actually drove into. And the man that was at cover now moves even closer to the pitch. He's now on the second strip. Around the wicket once again. This one in line with the stumps and kept out by R. Ashwin.
And the short cover is now going to come into a silly point for the last 2 deliveries of the session.
This one fired in from Keshav Maharaj. Fuller length in line with the stumps and just driven right back to the bowler. No run there. Still 142 for 5 after the 50.5 overs. Maharajan for the last delivery of his over. Big drive from Ashwin. He finds the gap on the offside once again with a fantastic cover drive. A little bit of a half volley. And got the treatment, got the boundary, and ended what would have been a good over with the boundary now. The score 146 for 5 after 51 overs. Ashwin on 24, punt on 13, and I believe it's time for tea.
Yeah, so what an intriguing second session that was. 93 runs scored in 25 overs for 2 wickets. So I guess honours even in that session. And it's all set up for a fascinating final session of the day here at the Wanderers.
We've been treated to some fantastic cricket here in Johannesburg. As you said, an even contest between bat and ball, but we'll be back after tea. So don't go away.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Fifth Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
On day one in this final session between South Africa and India as part of the Freedom Series. My name is David Mitchell. Alongside me for this first 40 minutes after the tea break is Otto Simon. And don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'll read a couple of those tweets just in a moment. Otto, good afternoon and welcome to you.
Hello, David. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. We are live from the Wanderers. Still can't believe it. Still pinching myself a little bit. It's an honor and a privilege to be here in the commentary box at the Wanderers, bringing you the cricket first day of the second test between South Africa and India. The Freedom Series, Freedom Trophy is on the line. 146 for 5, 51 overs gone. And at the crease for India, Rishabh Pant on 13 and R. Ashwin on 24. It looks like it will be Marco Jansen from the caller drive end. He will be going to the left-handed Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, just those 5 wickets that fell this morning. Rahul just getting to his 50 and then dismissed. Mayank Agarwal was the first man to go this morning. He was gone for 26. Then a bit of a mini collapse with Cheteshwar Pujara out for 3, and Ajinkya Rahane was gone for a first ball duck. Vihari weathered a good storm in terms of dealing with South African quick bowlers, but only scored 20 before being dismissed, and that meant after the dismissal of Rahul that Pant and Ashwin got together. They've put 30 on the board, and so they'll definitely want to continue with that momentum heading into this final session on day 146 for 5. Marco Jansen to begin the first over.
He goes left arm over to Rishabh Pant, full good length outside off stump, just defended, no run. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men on the boundary, one at fine leg and one at backward square leg for Marco Jansen bowling to Rishabh Pant.
Ravi Nair on Twitter is saying he's got a prediction for the first 2 innings here, and I'll give it to you after this delivery.
Jansen over the wicket. This one left alone outside off stump by Rishabh Pant. Good leave, good length ball about the 4th, 5th stump line there.
He imagines that India will finish on 285, South Africa 235, and the third innings will be key. And Chris Tindall-Bisco, our resident statistician, saying he hopes to see India score about 80 fewer than that, but showing his green-tinted glasses is Chris. But there's 2 men back, one at deep square and one at fine leg.
Jansen over the wicket, left alone by Rishabh Pant. It's a bit of a shorter delivery, just about on the boundary between a good length and a short delivery. So back of a length there, left alone, through to Rahane for no run. Strange not to be saying through to De Kock for no run. But those days are gone.
Particularly in the red ball format, but he'll still be around for the white ball format for South Africa.
Yes. Jansen over the wicket and left alone once again by Rishabh Pant. A bit of a wave movement there through the air by Marco Jansen that was very full and just about 6-7 centimeters inside the wide line there on the offside to the left-hander. That's a good sign if Marco Jansen can get some movement through the air after 51 overs. We into this 52nd over. Partnership between these two now 30 runs. Marco Jansen tries to end that. This one is pulled by Rishabh Pant, short ball, and Kagiso Rabada and Rassie van der Dussen doing a teamwork thing there down at the fine leg boundary to keep it down to 2 runs. Good work there by Rabada. That was a short ball by Jansen to the left-hander and hooked by Pant. This went pretty much along the ground. I don't think there was any chance of a catch there.
So well placed, Otto, as well, because there's a man at deep backward square and a man at fine leg, and he just surgically pierced the gap.
Yeah, 148 for 5. Jansen over the wicket. This one is a good length on off stump, defended by Pant, and he gets a thickish outside edge, I would say, like a forward defensive push there. And they take a 2 down to the third man boundary where it's fielded by the slips running back. And that is the end of the 52nd over. 150 runs up for India, 316 balls. So they're just clicking along at 2.9 runs and over. And according to the scoreboard, there are 38 overs left in the day. So scheduled play will stop at 5:30 local time. That's about 2 hours and 25 minutes exactly from now.
Just having a look at these bowling figures. Kagiso Rabada, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 43. Dwan Ulefir, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. Lungengiti, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 26. Marco Jansen, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 22. And Keshav Maharaj, just a solitary over for the South African left-arm spinner, 0 for 6 from his over. And change of bowling from the golf course end, it's Dwan Ulefir.
Now, the over rate is not great by South Africa. They should have had at least 60 overs done before tea. But Dwan Ulefir coming in now, right arm over the wicket to Ashwin. He tries to pull the shot, goes through Vihari down the leg side, and it's going to run to the boundary. And Algar gives up the chase, running back from first slip, and that is 4 to the total. Did we see if there was a leg by signal there or a bye?
I think it possibly may have been buys. It was umpire Maria Rasmus. Having a look at that one. He's dug the short ball in there, R2, and it's missed everybody, and it's a bit of a fumble there from Rahane, and he'll want to clear his mind of that. 154 for 5 with 5 balls remaining in the 53rd.
Yeah, couldn't quite get his body behind it there, Kyle Rahane. Dwan Ulefir in again, full on middle and leg stump there, driven to the onside by Ashwin, and score is now 154 for 5. Ashwin has gone, he stays on 24, and Rishabh Pant, after those few runs he got in the previous over, moves on to 17. Beautiful day for cricket, by the way. The weather looks okay. I haven't had a look at the forecast today yet, but apparently there are some thunder showers around. Ulefir over the wicket to Ashwin. He hooks this one down to fine leg, straight to the fielder though. That's Keshav Maharaj, and they take a single. So that moves Ashwin onto 25 and the score onto 155 for 5. 3 balls to go in the 53rd over.
Yeah, there's a couple of isolated thunder showers throughout Gauteng, but it's looking like it's going to be mostly clear for us here at the Imperial Wanderers, at least for the remainder of the day. Just have a look at the World Test Championship stats here, just to see where everybody is. And after this delivery, I'll give you at least where South Africa sits, as well as India in terms of this championship so far.
Still the same field for Ulefir, except it's for the left-hander. Punt just defends this one back with a good length outside off stump, no run. So yeah, it's exactly the same field that Jansen bowled to, 2 slips, a gully, and so forth. So no changes in the field set for either of these batsmen, just mirroring left-handed, right-handed.
Absolutely. So Australia, 3 wins from their 3 matches. Sri Lanka, 2 from 2. Pakistan have won 3 out of their 4, which means that those 3 teams are atop the table.
Ulefir outside, off stump. This one is left alone by Pant through to the keeper for no run.
South Africa, having lost their only game so far in this championship, means that they are 7th, second from the bottom, 8th rather, second from the bottom, and they are just above Bangladesh. But India, 4 wins from 8. And the contrasting fates of Australia and England. England having only won 1 in 8 of their World Test Championship contests.
Well, if you're into Rishabh Pant, this one is defended on Midland leg. Back to the bowler who just runs to mid-wicket to pick that up. No run, 53 overs gone, 155 for 5. Ashwin on 25. He'll be on strike. And Pant on 17. Partnership now 39.
Don't forget, you can tweet us, as always, at OneWorldSR. That's the number 1 World SR. And we are truly privileged to bring you every single moment of this Freedom Series. We're bringing you all of this test, as well as the 3rd test at 6 Gungraw Newlands, and the 3 one-day internationals live from the ground. It's a landmark series for us here at One World Sports Radio, and we hope to continue to be along with you for the entirety of this South African summer. Marco Jansen is going to come around the wicket, 2 slips a gully backward point cover, Roof Maran, and 2 men back on the square on the leg side.
He goes to Ashwin now, full outside off stump, driven out to the man at mid off, which is Lungi Ngidi. He runs around and picks that up. They still haven't fixed his numbers, have they? He's still got the normal font where the other players seem to have a bolder,
skinny font.
The other players have a bolder print on the back of their shirts. Something that we picked up in the previous test, and still wondering why that is. Jansen around the wicket. Ashwin on the leg stump, clips this one to backward square leg. They take a singles. Good shot there. Jansen attacking the stumps, and Ashwin just flicking it around, but not quite timed it. Better batsman would have sent that crashing through the mid-wicket boundary, I reckon.
Sure. 2 tweets from India, one from Nikhil Lemay said, it's a nice view that we have here from the commentary box, and he's tuned in from Mumbai in India. And Somnath said it's a nice view, and he's enjoying the commentary from Kolkata.
Thank you. And this one outside off stumped for the left-handed punt is left alone. Marco Jansen full outside off stump, left on line there. So nice of you to listen in. Please tell us where you are listening from, and please tell your friends if you can't watch the game. You can listen to us on TuneIn, on the TuneIn app. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook Live. As Jansen comes in again over the wicket, and this one is outside of stump. Did that get a nick? Yes, says the umpire. Jansen appeals, and the umpire says that's out. And Pant is walking. That was an inside edge, I think, through to Kyle Rahane, and Rishabh Pant has to depart. Caught Rahane, bowled Jansen for 17 or 43 balls. 156 for 6, 2 balls to go in Jansen's over, in the 54th over. And Pant scored those 17 runs or 43 balls.
Massive wicket here for the South Africans. Just a nothing shot. He just drops the bat on it and it catches the inside edge. And Rahane takes that 2nd catch for him in this game so far. It means that India have now lost their wicketkeeper for 17 from 43. Shardul Thakur most likely to come to the wicket, and how that will change the trajectory of this game, particularly this first innings, is yet to be seen. But he's gone for 17, and Shardul Thakur is the new man at the wicket. He's averaging 29.1, his highest score coming in the previous season against Australia at Brisbane, 67, and just 204 runs to his name in the 6 matches under his belt so far. But 350s crucially are to, out of 9 innings, you get a 50 once every 3rd innings. Is not bad for a number 8.
Not at all. And he's very accomplished batsman. You've read his test career stats now, but of course in the shorter format, he has some very good numbers behind his name, and also did the job as a night watchman in the previous test. Number 54, and we're into the bowlers now. No more recognized specialist batsmen to come, shall we say. Although Shami has been known to make the tail wag, and hopefully it's something that South Africa can get out of their system, because it's usually when teams play against us that their tails wag so nicely. 3 slips and a gully in, backward point, short square leg, fine leg on the boundary, mid off, mid on, as Jansen comes in over the wicket to the right-hander who defends this to gully for no run. That's Thakur on strike, of course, after punt was caught behind. Let's see a replay here of punt's wicket. It was an inside edge and caught very well by Rahane. Just easiest catch for the wicketkeeper there.
Yeah, you'd expect a wicketkeeper of Vihari's quality to be able to take that one. Still require a little bit of work, but simple enough, and then 3 slips in place.
Jansen into the right-handed Thakur, straight to short square leg. Tried to flick this one off his pads, but that wasn't a chance of a catch.
Great stop, though. A great reaction stop there from Rassie van der Dussen under the helmet.
Oh, yes. So good work there. 54 overs gone now. 156 for 6. Ashwin is on 26, and Thakur is still to get a score.
Speaking of Rassie van der Dussen, he's got to be one of the taller men under the helmet, men at short leg. Traditionally, you'd have a slightly shorter cricketer in stature. I mean, he's what, 6'1", 6'2", maybe even 6'3", and he's probably certainly South Africa's tallest one in a little bit.
That's one of the toughest stats in my experience to go and search on the internet. If you guys can give us a clue, the height of a player, of a cricket player, since it's not really that important. Dwan Olivier into Ashwin, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander, defended outside off stump, no run. Back to the same field we had before, except that the man at backward point is now on the boundary along with square leg and fine leg. Other than that, just the cover, mid on, mid off. So wide open spaces here for Ashwin if he can get it through mid wicket or through cover. And he faces Willifield now over the wicket. This one is just defended, good line. On off stump, good length as well. No run.
Yeah, it's so important for our Ashwin to set himself first before ever really looking to go quickly. But he certainly has done exactly that. He's come to the wicket and scored 26, and so he'll want to remain resolute here with Shuttle Thakur at the other end. South Africa would love to wrap this Indian innings up here, but I suppose India, if they're going to be bowled out here, would love to do it about an hour before the end of the day's play.
Willifield in again. This one is hooked by Ashwin, and it's just bouncing in front of the man at square leg, and they take a single. Wasn't completely in control of that, Ashwin, and almost fell to the short delivery.
Armchair Cricket Podcast on Twitter is saying, are we expecting Shuttle Thakur to come in and cause mayhem for about half an hour, 45 minutes? What do you think, Otto? Is there going to be a late acceleration here?
Well, if I were the Indian coach or captain, I would say, please no. They've got a bad time now. These two have to stay at the wicket as long as they can. Willifield in, and this one is a short delivery. That's also a hook shot attempted by Thakur over his leg stump through to the keeper for no run. Luckily for him, it missed everything there. I don't think India would want to risk losing more wickets today. They've lost enough already 6 down, and there's more than 2 hours play left, 36 overs of scheduled play left. So if I were in the Indian camp, I would think just stay there, guys. Ashwin and Thakur, they are, could we say all-rounders? Yes, we could. Both of them have got 50s in Test cricket. Willifield full outside off stump and just driven to the man at mid-off. No chance of a catch there. Bounce just short, I think.
Yeah, I think it was one that left you hoping perhaps to whether or not it was going to carry to Marco Jansen. Just looking at this, he pushes quite hard at it, does Shuttle Thakur, and Marco Jansen was going down to his right, but just hung in the air enticingly.
One ball to go in the 55th over, 157 for 6. Partnership is just the one. Ashwin at the non-strikers in Thakur edges this one through to Gully. Easy catch for Peterson at Gully. He tried to guide that ball down to third man and just sent it straight to Peterson for catching practice. 157 for 7, 55 overs gone. Strike by Dwan Olivier, his third wicket of the match. He's now bowled 15 overs, 49 runs for 3 wickets, and Thakur is gone. He scored no runs at all and faced 5 balls.
He's gone for a duck is exactly what you are seeing in front of you or listening to when you are with us, but it was essentially catching practice. He ramped it up to the man at Gully, Keegan Peterson, and a simple regulation catch. India, 157 for 7 in 55, and that's another catch. Every single wicket today has been out caught. No leg befores, no bowls. So it shows that if you are able to take your catches, you are likely to be able to put some pressure on the opposition. And we saw earlier as well, Themba Bavuma dropping a catch, a difficult one as it was smashed to him at point. But there's no extra cost on top. There's no added little VAT on top of
that. Only
drop
cost
catch.
South Africa 11 runs because you dropped Vihari on 9 in the 32nd over, and Vihari went for 20 in the 39th. To the crease comes Mohammad Shami, India's last hope of holding up the inevitable here. 3 wickets to go for South Africa to get themselves a chance to bat after they lost the toss and were told to bowl. This is a very strong position for South Africa at the moment, and India would hope that somebody can hang on and just stay the end of the innings until tomorrow.
Yeah, India and fans would be lamenting the decision to bat, you would think, in contrast to the Supersport Park game in which they were 117 without loss after being put into bat.
Jansen over the wicket into Ashwin, defends this outside, is off stump, back of a length there. A ball hit his bat about in front of his chest. Exact same field once again, and Peterson comes into third slip, and we've still got backward point, backward square leg and fine leg on the boundary, and now Bavuma runs from cover to gully, and then the mid off and mid on just behind square on the non-striker's end, and Jansen in again, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Ashwin, who defends this one into the ground to gully, no run. 56th over, 157 for 7.
Anis Mohammed on Twitter at one. So tweet us at OneWorldSR if you want to have your tweet read out. He says, we know the Proteas traditionally start a series quite slowly, and the bowlers have clicked on today. Let's hope the batters follow suit.
From your lips to God's ears, Anis, we all hope that. It's true that we've often said that South Africa looked undercooked in the first game. Jansen left arm over the wicket, full driven, straight down the ground over the bowler's head. And that ball run down to the boundary, a teasing chase for Dwan Olivier, but he's going to cut that ball off as it just slows down gradually, and they take 3. So that will bring the new man, Shami, on strike. Both, Shami, is on 0 still. He will face his first delivery now, and that will be Marco Jansen bowling to him, and Ravi Ashwin on 30.
Not a terrible shot there from R. Ashwin, just hitting through the line of the ball, but just the timing wasn't quite there for him. But this outfield at Imperial Wanderers is traditionally quite lightning fast, but you would imagine, Otto, with the number of days of rain that they've had here, that they wouldn't be as fast of an outfield. Changing the field, mid-on goes to mid-off, and mid-off going to point. So 3 slips a gully, point, mid-off, nobody at mid-on, forward square leg, deep backward square leg, and fine leg.
Jansen into Ashwin. This one is on leg stump line. I think that hit Ashwin's hip. Excuse me, Shami.
Shami, yes.
Excuse me. I think that hit Shami's hip, and there's no run. So for the new man at the crease, it's all out attack. Ashwin there, that shot plugged a little bit, I must say. I don't think it's completely the outfield's fault that didn't go for 4. Yeah, certainly not perfect timing there. Jansen, left arm over the wicket to Shami. This one is flashed at by Shami. Goes through to the keeper. No appeal there. We're just as frustrated as you guys who've been tweeting us about the lack of background noise, because we're sitting inside a soundproof booth here at the Wanderers. Not quite soundproof, but close enough, at least so that we struggle to hear the nicks and the sounds from the middle there. Shami facing Jansen. Comes in now. This one is outside off and driven nicely by Mohamed Shami into the covers. That will be Lungi and Giri chasing after it, and he's just going to cut it off as they come back for the second run. 162 for 7, 56 overs gone, and Shami is off the mark with those 2 runs. Ashwin still on 30.
Yeah, this is such a vital opportunity here for the South Africans to wrap up this Indian innings, but they are by no means going to lie down and accept defeat. Here are the Indians. You've seen a lovely shot there through the covers from Mohamed Shami, Otto, and that to me says that he's not looking to just play a swashbuckling 15 and then get out. He's really here to bat for a length of time to assist his partner at the other end, R. Ashwin.
Well, I think that's just the way he plays. He's not a blocker. He's a guy who likes to field bat on ball. I think it will not be long before he's back in the change room. Willie Fear over the wicket, start of the 57th over, almost played at it that R. Ashwin, but he leaves it alone and it goes through to Rahane for no run. So 2 slips. We're back to 2 slips in a gully with cover in and the mid-off and mid-on, backward point, square leg and fine leg on the boundary.
This game is such a crucial game for both of these 2 teams. South Africa want to come back. India want to romp this series at such an early stage in the terms of the entire tour.
Well, if you over the wicket, Ashwin gets in behind the line of this one outside off stump and just defends it out to point for no run. Fielded by Bavuma running in from cover.
Virat Kohli spoke about the fact that the last time they came here, if you don't feel like you're here to compete, well, then why come at all? If you don't feel like you're here to win, there's no point in being a part of that. And certainly that's the kind of fire that we'd love to see from these 2 teams. We did see it in the first game, and it's ringing true again here for these 2 teams. India would love to get maybe 250, 230 at best, but 7 down doesn't look possible.
Well, if you into Ashwin, again, he gets across his stumps, gets in behind the line of this one, defends it to point, no run. So he's really trying to get the slips out of the game here, is R. Ashwin with that foot movement.
Not really forcing him to drive, is he, with these type of length deliveries? Not really getting him on the front foot. Maybe they're going to pin him back a couple and then straight after that pitch something up and ask him to drive quite hard. There's a man at deep point as well as a deep backward square who's about 10 meters in from the boundary and fine leg.
Willie Fear to Ashwin, hooked and through to the keeper for no run. Hit nothing there.
Certainly willing to take on the short ball are these Indian batters. You think of Dwan Olivier's last series, particularly here at Imperial Wanderers, and he didn't dislike the conditions at all in which he ripped apart Pakistan batters. But these Indian batters are not going to sit down quietly and let the game be dictated to them, particularly around the short pitch stuff.
Well, if he looks like he might be a little bit winded or something, was clutching at his diaphragm, at his stomach, just below his rib cage there. So I don't know if he maybe stretched the muscle or something, but
could also
back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, could possibly as well be the after effects of COVID as well. Some of those symptoms lingering on with him.
Yeah, people have been complaining about that. This one to Ashwin, back of a length, outside of stump. Once again, Ashwin gets across and in behind the line, no run. Yeah, people complaining of all kinds of strange after effects. This really is a weird virus.
Lingering after effects, and some
Yeah.
people
and
struggle
different
continually.
different symptoms for different people. It's going to be so interesting to watch the docus that's going to be coming out in 2 or 3 years' time when they give us all the complete facts. Olivier over the wicket to Ashwin, full outside off stump and driven by Ashwin to the vacant mid wicket area, and they come back for the second. So 162 for 7. And that is the end of the 57th over. Ashwin is on 32 and Shami still on 2. So again, Olivier is doubling over with his hands on his knees, and it looks like somebody who's got the wind knocked out of them. That kind of body language that I'm seeing from him.
Certainly.
Let's hope he's okay to continue. He did signal to his teammates that he was okay when he was walking back to the top of his mark. But maybe just stretched a muscle or something inside there somewhere that's not feeling like a 4. Olivier?
Yeah, he's declined the services of a team physio, Craig Govender. So long conversation as well between him and the skipper.
Yeah, it's sort of that area that you grasp at when you get winded, That's and doubling over like that. So as he's walking, he's doubling over a bit. Kagiso Rabada is replacing Marco Jansen from the corner drive end. And that will be Shami on strike, 3 slips and a gully in for the new man. Let's see. Now they're going to go for fine leg on the boundary, short square leg under the lid. Point, mid-off, mid-on. Rabada over the wicket to the right-handed Shami. This one is short and just defended on middle and leg down into the ground. No run.
Anis Mohammed on Twitter saying he's seeing a lot of chatter around the South Africans having 6 batters. He misses the days of not being too stressed because there were enough viable batters down to 9. Guys like Andrew Hall coming in to bat at number 9. Josie Oak at Woy Woy Palm has said that he's in the UK at the moment, but if he was in Joburg and they were letting fans in, he'd be there. And, he hopes that they'll be letting fans in soon.
Rabada over the wicket to Shami. This one is just wafted at by Shami, and it's through to the keeper. No run. What kind of shot was that? Thakur also played a silly shot. Shami would have looked like a proper amateur if he'd gotten out to that one.
Sure.
164 for 7 and 2 balls gone in the 58th over. Shami is there on 2 and Ashwin on 32. Kagiso Rabada bowling his 15th over. Into Shami. This one on leg stump and just flicked it out. Tried to flick it out. There's an appeal for LBW, not really super enthusiastic, as Shami takes a single to the backward square leg area.
Hopeful shout.
Giri runs in from fine leg. I don't think they should go up for this. It hit him.
Yeah,
as it hit him, he was, sort of in front of leg stump. Let's see the replay here. Yeah, that struck him outside the line of leg stump because you couldn't see leg stump as it hit him on his front, on the outside half of his front leg. So Rabada into Shami again, and a very nice looking drive to mid wicket. The man running around from fine leg will only get to pick up the ball. Good shot there. Excuse me, that was by R. Ashwin, as they took a single there, did Shami. So R. Ashwin playing that one out to mid wicket for a single. 169 for 7.
Lovely shot.
Stays the same.
Deserved more though, Otto.
Yeah.
Deserved more. He just whipped that off the front foot.
4 runs.
Wicket region.
Yeah.
And
he got the 4 runs.
Got the 4 indeed.
Rabada into Ashwin, and this one is outside off stump. Once again, Ashwin is getting across to try and get the slips out of the game. Thick inside edge to mid on, no run. So now we have a backward point on the boundary as well as backward square leg along with fine leg as Ashwin is batting, and then 3 slips, gully, mid on, mid off.
Possibly an opportunity here for a single for Ashwin if he can get it away square at the wicket, but I don't think Cage's going to bowl that.
This one is on a leg stump, short of a length, and they go through for a quick single as Ashwin defends this one out to mid wicket. 58 overs gone, 170 for 7.
It just dropped onto the onside. It was a drop and go type shot there from these two, and they were clearly keen to get Rohit Sharma, not Rohit Sharma, or Ashwin on strike for the start of the next term. I don't know why I had Rohit Sharma in my mind. Maybe I'm missing. 170 for 7. Ashwin on 37. Shami on 2 in this partnership with 13, and they've really accelerated here. 2.9 to the over currently. There's still 32 overs left, and South Africa at last check were 2 overs behind the over rate. So they've really got to pick things up. Duan Olafir continuing from the golf course end, somewhat of a surprise. 2 slips and a gully.
Yeah, so he seems to be fine. Over the wicket to Ashwin, and this one is a very nice on drive over the head of mid-on, down to the mid-on, long-on boundary for 4 runs. Good shot there by R. Ashwin.
He just got underneath it to hit it up and over the top of the man at well, he's a wideish mid-on, near on mid-wicket. It's Kagiso Rabada is the one who's fielding there. It's actually, is that Lungingiti?
Yeah, it's the white arm.
The sleeves.
And the white sleeve gives him away. And also the fact that Kagiso is down at
fine leg.
At fine leg.
I saw KJ and I was like, doubt yourself. So lovely shot though.
174 for 7, and Ashwin is into the 40s, 41 now for R. Ashwin. He takes strike as Willifeer comes in again over the wicket and just worked around the corner, short on leg stump, down to fine leg, single taken. And that is the second delivery of the 59th over.
175 for 7, and you'll see a couple of field changes. Will you, Otto? The man at deep point coming in, Rassi van der Dussen to go under the lid for Mohamed Shami, and deep square comes in now from that boundary. He'll no doubt make his way. Oh, he thinks about going to a leg slip. He's almost at a leg gully region. Very strangely positioned, but what that means is that the man under the helmet has to be in front of square. So 2 men back on in the fine leg region, 1 short and 1 deep, and let's see if there's a short ball here.
Willifeer over the wicket. This one is on leg stump, straight at the stumps, and good length ball. Just worked around the corner by Shami off his pads, down to Maharaj there at that strange leg gully type of position. There's no run. So whatever was wrong with Willifeer, he seems to be fine now. 175 for 7 is the score, with Shami on strike on 2 and Ashwin on 42 at the other end. 2 slips, gully and a backward point. As you mentioned, Willifeer over the wicket. Now this one is outside off stump and short and cut high up into the air off a top edge, and it goes down to the third man, very fine third man boundary for 4 runs for Mohamed Shami, and he's on to 6, 179 for 7.
Just using the pace of Duan Olafir to lift that one up and over the slip cordon, and there's nobody there, third man, and all too easy for the wonderful shot there from Shami.
Nobody in the covers, and I actually think that's where he wanted to hit it, because it looked like a cut shot, but it was in the end a good result for India, and Shami as he gets the boundary. Willifeer over the wicket. Shami is ready. This one is outside off stump, and another wild swoosh by Shami, but this time he connects, and Temba Bavuma manages to stop the ball as they go through for the third run. Third one for the throw. Good running there by Bavuma and Peterson to get to that ball and get it back, saving 1 run there. And that brings Ashwin on strike with 1 ball to go in the 59th over, the score 182 for 7, and Shami now on 9.
Don't be surprised here, Artu. We're just seeing these two come together in the middle and maybe have a one quick word to one another. But I think they're certainly going to think about something quick here, perhaps another drop and go. If the option is on, they want to make sure that they keep Ashwin on strike for the start of the next over.
There's nobody close to Ashwin on the onside, and he does do that. He just dabs it down behind square on the leg side, and they take a quick single. This ball was just short of a length on leg stump. 183 for 7, 59 overs gone.
Ashwin on 42, or 43 rather, from 44 deliveries. He's got 6 fours to his name. He's striking at nearly 197 and 97.67
almost 6 runs and over, according to Simon's table. So good, which we will have up on the glass here at the Wanderers, hopefully by tomorrow. Simon did manage to find all our studio signage, and he promised not to forget it at home.
Yeah, we're just seeing Duan Olivier, what looks like he's making his way off the park, and Sarel Ervia, I think. It's Jan Mulder, rather, who's on to field for the South African speedster.
So, Rabada, to start the 60th over, he will be bowling to R. Ashwin. And this one is on leg stump, just dabbed down into the onside for a single.
Mulder.
At mid-on, running around there is Vian Mulder, who's on the field for Duan Olivier. We hope he's okay. He's walking off the field with the physio into the tunnel now.
Yeah, I think that might be him done for the day. South Africa didn't pick him in the first game, and as a precautionary measure, really. And now exactly that's where they find themselves. Bowler short, possibly.
Back to Shami's field. 3 slips, gully, backward point, short square leg, fine leg on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on. As Rabada comes in, this one is full on middle and just very nicely defended to mid-on by Shami, no run. 185 for 7.
Ashwin 6 away from his 50 here. And just such a defiant knock here against the run of play, Otto, because South Africa would have felt that they were well on top and would wrap up this innings hopefully very quickly for the sake of chasing the game, but definitely not the case.
Same old story. Rabada over the wicket, short, backward of a good length rather, and defended on the middle and off stump line by Shami for no run. I've seen it so many times before where the South African attack just rip through the upper and middle order of a team and then get stuck with the tail enders and
low order batters, defiant.
So this partnership already 28 runs, 28 irritating runs. Rabada over the wicket to Shami, full on off stump and driven straight back to Rabada for the catch. Well taken catch there by Kagiso Rabada in his follow through. Just went to his left, got both hands to it. What a catch by Kagiso Rabada, 185 for 8.
Sharp chance there, just came back at him very quickly, and it's one of those, Otto, where you just stick your hands out and it sticks. So that brings the end of Shami, 9 from his 12 deliveries, but just KG put his hands together and it stuck. India 8 down now, and we've done well here. We've taken a wicket here. We just need 2 more before the end of our commentary stint, and we are not far away from that commentary change. It'll be the sounds of Tsepo Tyler and Jenna Searle that will be bringing you the commentary after the end of this over. We should have a commentary change, but 185 for 8. South Africa would love to bowl out India here for less than 210.
Indeed, that would be awesome. Just 2 more wickets for South Africa to see if they can do any better in these conditions. From the Centurion Park Test match, we saw how India's bowlers were much better, I would say. I was about to say far superior, but I'd rather say just much better at extracting what was available to the bowlers from the wicket. But I'm not sure if the difference between the 2 sides will be that big here, because South Africa's bowlers have been really doing a great job so far. But we'll see. One of those danger men.
Jasper Bumrah, the new man of the wicket, 26 matches to his name. He's averaging 6, so not really your best man with the bat, but certainly can add a swashbuckling 20 or 30 here. He's got 151 runs to his name and a high score at Lords in 2021 against England, 34 not out. So certainly he'll be wanting that, or even half of that would be good.
Same field that we saw for Shami, except no mid-on. This one is outside off stump and it spits up at Jasprit Bumrah through to Rahane for no run, bouncing up off a good length there. So the only difference now, they've taken mid-on out. Mulder is going down to the backward square leg boundary along with fine leg on the boundary. Other than that, the field is exactly the same as it was for Shami.
There was a little bit of a word there from Rassie van der Dussen into the ear of Jasper Bumrah, and he just says to him, just wait, you still have to bat, mate. Don't worry, it'll come your way as well.
Rabada into Bumrah, and this one is well, let's give it to Bumrah there. He didn't play at it. He just tucked his bat inside the line, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, it was one
left that on.
Yeah, just held his line. And so that's why Bumrah felt a little bit more comfortable that he could leave that one outside the off stump.
And we're seeing replays of that Rabada catch here on the scoreboard. Wow. Just magnificent reactions there. Rabada in again. Jasprit Bumrah leaves this one alone. No run. 60 overs gone. 185 for 8. And there will be a commentary change.
No doubt, yes. So, Otto, I'll relieve you, and we'll have Jenna and Tsepo should be joining us as well after this ad break.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Here at the Imperial Wanderers, I'm Tsepo Taylor. I'm joined by Jenna. Jenna, how are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. It's been quite an eventful day of cricket out. I've really enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, truly has been a great day, especially for the South Africans. Mark Jansen just bowled a delivery that went across the right-handed Ashwin, past the off-stump, no run there. After Kagiso Rabada caught and bowled, Mohammad Shami, India sit on 185 for 8. Marco Jansen coming from over the wicket. This one, good length delivery, just stayed low, and Ashwin just blocked this out, got his bat behind it very well. A pesky 44 runs here for the Indian spinner.
Yeah, he really has been looking quite attacking, going after the short ball, looking to drive straight over the bowler's head. But it's been really good to watch. A little bit of high-risk cricket. Yeah.
With such a low score, it's vital that India gets something on the board. We'll see Marco Jansen coming from around the wicket. He has 2 sniffs, a gully, a man at fine leg, deep square leg, a deep point, and a man at deep cover, but not all the way on the boundary, as we just see the Indian physios coming on, I believe, going towards the batsman, that on the second strip. Something wrong with Ravichandran Ashwin's hand. The magic spray comes out here. That gives us some time to just review the scorecard. Rahul, he was out for 50. He did very well, getting that 50, staying in for quite some time. Mayank Agarwal, 28. Pujara got 3. Rahane, a golden duck. Vihari got himself 20 runs before being dismissed. Punt, 17. Thakur got 0. Shami got 9. And right now, Ashwin and Bumrah are in the middle at 185 for 8.
Yeah, in 60.2 overs, the South African gents have been doing quite well. I think they've really pulled it back. We were looking to get a couple of wickets after lunch, and that really does seem to have happened.
More than just a couple of wickets.
Yeah. I think initially I said something about if we can try and get 2 or 3 more wickets today, that would be well worth it. But I do think they've well past that mark.
Yeah, no, just 2 wickets left to get you at 185 for 8. Who's been the pick of the bowlers for you? I mean, you have the option of the left-handed Marco Jansen, who just powered through the attack, got many vital wickets. But you could say the same for Duan Olifield, who's back here at the Wanderers, back home for the first time since taking a Kolpak deal.
I really do think that Jansen has impressed me with those 3 wickets. He's also only conceded 28 runs in his 15. Well, this is his 16th over. So that has been good to watch, economical and wicket taking.
That's right. A very exciting prospect here for South Africa with his pace, his height, his bounce, and he's coming in from around the wicket to the right-handed Ashwin. pitched in back of a length, going across the right-hander, going over leg stump, and absolutely missed by Ashwin trying to hook this. And Carl Rahane picked that up. There is a man catching a deep square leg, ready for that shot. So we'll probably see a few more banged in short deliveries with the men on the boundaries on either side of square.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to give Ashwin some whip.
Marco Jansen again around the wicket. Full straight, a booming drive. It's in the air for quite some time. Temba Bavuma, looked like he took the catch as he was running towards the boundary. He dove, but as he landed, it went out. He cannot believe it. The second drop catch of the day. That would have been the big one. Ravichandran Ashwin, he got 2 runs for that. And now India on 187 for 8.
Temba covered a lot of ground there on the cover area of the field. He wasn't all the way on the boundary, but he did make a lot of ground, diving quite far. But unfortunately just popped out of his hand as he landed.
He did very well to get there in the first place. It looked like it was just fingertips. Just bobbled out as he was trying to land, and literally if he took that would have been an absolute blinder. Marco Jansen in again, another short delivery. Ashwin has just scooped this up into the air, and the man at third slip, Keegan Peterson, will catch that one. So eventually getting the wicket, just 2 runs off that drop, so not too bad.
Yeah. In the safe hands of Keegan Peterson, I think that's his 3rd catch of the day.
Now, there's a reason he's in the slip corner, and he's very agile, very nimble, and very safe and secure hands. That sees the back of Ravichandran Ashwin. Happiness for South African fans, a little bit of despair here for India, who are now on 187 for 9. And he was just fishing at one well outside the off stump, very short, trying to ramp it over the slips, but hit the middle of the bat too hard, and it just went straight up into the air.
Yeah, so Ashwin scored 46 or 50 balls. He had 29 dots and he hit 6 fours.
South African fans will be pleased. We've seen many times before at the Wanderers specifically, and against India as well, the lower order scoring a lot of runs. I remember Bhuvaneshwar Kumar in 2018, scoring 230s in both innings, and really putting the control with the Indian team. But right now, South Africans doing well to clean up the tail.
Yeah, we really are. We really have kind of stepped up, pulled our socks up, and gotten things done today.
Pull our socks up. It sounds like something a teacher would tell you. Hey, pull your socks up, boys. We have a game to play here.
Yeah.
Brings Mohammad Siraj into the middle. High score of 16 against England and Chennai in the last season. This time last season, he's going to be on strike, the right-hander. Marco Jansen has 3 slips, a gully. The man right now, Temba Bavuma, moving to 3rd man. Looks like it could be a fly slip. Yeah, a fly slip. We saw that before. A leg slip, literally. Keshav Maharaj, a man at short square leg under the lid. A man at mid-off. And finally, a man at fine leg.
I think Marco Jansen really needs to be careful with his length now, not to go too full. But if you are bowling to batter number 11, you've got to give it a go, right?
Could just surprise him with the Yorker. Good length delivery. Looked like it was going to be just over middle stump. Kept out well by Siraj. He survives. India 187 for 9 after 61. Both batsmen, Siraj and Bumrah, not off the mark yet.
It's going to be interesting to see whether these 2 batters try and dot everything down and try and keep their wickets, or if they try and flash a couple and get 10 or 12 more runs on the board.
What would you do in this position? Surely you'd live by the sword, die by the sword, go guns blazing.
Perhaps. I don't know. I've never been a tail end batter.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm joking with you.
Yeah, but maybe I would expect them to go at it a bit.
KG Rabada coming in from the corner drive in. 3 slips, a gully. This one down the leg side, flipped off the pads, and it will go to a vacant square leg region. The man that was sweeping from fine leg started with his foot. Lungi Ngidi, a little bit of fancy footwork. And stopped. No, he didn't stop the boundary. 4 runs.
Oh, we also saw some fancy footwork from Temba Bavuma a little while ago when he stopped the boundary with his foot. But he sparked the ball.
That takes the score to 191 for 9. 191 for 9. KG Rabada coming in over the wicket to the right-hander. He clears the front leg, does Bumrah. Absolutely missing the ball as it sails across off stump. No run there.
So I suppose that answers our question. They will be going all guns blazing.
They'll probably be very excited to get onto the pitch as bowlers now as well. Saw a little bit of turn, a little bit of nip from time to time. A few great deliveries here from the South Africans taking wickets. As KG Rabada comes in. Back of a length delivery. It's in the air. It's played to the fine leg boundary and it goes all the way over. It's 6 runs for Jasprit Bumrah. Takes his score to 10 in India now on 197 for 9.
Lungi Ngidi at the fine leg boundary. Teapotted a little bit with his hands on his hips and watched the ball sail over his head.
Now, there's nothing you could do with that. It's just so much pace on the ball. Bumrah did well to get under it, middle it, and send it over that boundary. South Africans won't be discouraged by that. Literally by a man standing there. And we're seeing now the man from Gully, Keegan Peterson, he's moving to backstop. 2 slips a gully, backward points. A man at cover, another clearing of the front foot as this one just sails over the stumps. A good length delivery from KG Rabada. And live by the sword, die by the sword, yeah?
Definitely. After he played that horrendous flash at the ball, he corrected his shot with a straight bat, but I don't think he'll be coming through with that when the ball actually comes towards him.
Nope. There's also a man at fine leg who watched the ball sail over his head, and finally a deep square leg. So lots of short pitch deliveries here. A Yorker. No, a missed Yorker. That was actually a full toss, a pie that Bumrah just had to play down the onside. A lovely on drive to take India to 201 for 9. The 200 up now after 61.5 overs. 379 balls, 27 fours and 1 6. And we witnessed that 6 together. It was big. It's huge.
It was big. Into the wooden stands.
Oh, wow. Just KG just erring on his length there, going for the Yorker, but totally missing it right in front of off stump. Just had to play it through the onside to Bumrah. This one almost squared him up. If it was a top order batsman, probably would have squared him up. But he tried to swing at it from a backward length, and that just sails through to the keeper. 201 for 9. Very expensive over here from KG Rabada. But as we expect here from the tail end, it's not going to die wandering.
Yeah, no, I don't think KG would mind being expensive in that over. He was definitely looking to attack, just trying to get that last wicket of the innings.
So where do you think India would be happy? I wanted to ask this question before they got to 200 and would have given 200 as an option. They're there now. They'd probably want to build on this, see how far they get. But if you were in the Indian camp, what would you be happy with as a first innings total here on this ground? As Marco Jansen comes from around the wickets, the golf course end, a thick outside edge from a good length delivery, and looked like it just bounced short of third slip. The man there being honest about it, not saying that he took the catch.
I think it dropped.
Dropped short. Oh, Vihari Mulder's on the field. Ain't that interesting? Who's he on for?
Not sure, I didn't see.
I have to see. Keshav is still on the field. 3 slips, a gully. A man at leg slip. Under the lid, Rassie van der Dussen at short square leg. A fly slip. As this one, very full outside off stump. Almost a half volley delivery. And this one wafted at by Siraj. No run there.
Yeah, I think just to answer your question about in this situation, what I would be happy with if I was in the Indian camp. I suppose I'd want the batters just to keep going the way that they are, nice and aggressive. Maybe get to 210, 215. See from there where that takes us.
Man, fine leg. Fly slip. And this one just tickled around the hips. It was a back of a length delivery from Marco Jansen down leg side. Tickle around the hips to the man at leg slip, Keshav Maharaj. A very unconventional position, but after that shot, you can see why he's there.
Definitely. In between the last 2 balls, Keshav Maharaj took a run to Marco Jansen. They had a little bit of a conversation, came back into his leg slip position, and the ball went straight to him.
Jansen coming from around the wicket to the right-handed Siraj. He looked like he was going to get off the mark. A little bit of hesitancy from the striker's end, but Bhuvaneshwar Kumar quickly made it through to the other end as Lungengiri swept up that ball from mid-off. 202 for 9.
It definitely looks like Bumrah wants to take a little bit more strike, simply because he's getting a little bit more bat on ball.
Now he's feeling very confident. Looked very confident in Centurion as well when he was bowling. Marco Jansen coming in from the golf course end around the wicket again. Bumrah trying to swing at this as it just smacks him on the pads, wraps him on the pads. No run there.
Yeah, the bowlers are definitely being very attacking, looking to bowl at the body of the batters.
A clear tactic here. Not just the batters, it's the bowlers that will be bowling to the players right after the break. So serving a dual purpose here as we see Rassie van der Dussen leave his helmet with Kyle Verreynne. He goes now to Kyle corner. Bumrah sets up and Marco Jansen just bowls this fantastic Yorker that's well kept out by Jasprit Bumrah. And that ends the 63rd over. Siraj on 1, Bumrah on 14, and India on 202 for 9.
Lots of different plans going on now. They're obviously searching for this final wicket. The field is changing almost every ball. Lots of discussions going on, trying to see what is going to work and what is not. It's good to see that the minds of our players are working.
Indeed, and you mentioned it in the last over, it was Keshav Maharaj who went down to Marco Jansen with a plan. And we know he's the one-day international stand-in captain for when Themba Bavuma is injured. So there's a leadership core here in this very young South African lineup. And that's good to see them working as a team. If someone has an idea, he chips in. And we'll see KG Rabada coming over the wicket from the corner drive in. This one going down leg stump.
Hey.
A good length delivery. And Siraj tried to play it and he got an edge on it. And Kyle Verreynne picked it up comfortably behind the stumps. That ends the Indian innings. 202 all out after that. So a fantastic end to the innings. Just going to give you a scorecard summary. Rahul, as you heard, he got 50 runs at the top of the order before he went out. After that, Mayank Agarwal continued. He got 26 before Pujara came in. He was out for 3. Ajinkya Rahane didn't spend too much time at the crease. Literally went out for a golden duck. And Vihari got 20 runs before he also went out. Rishabh Pant got 17, a quick fire 17 while he was batting with Ravichandran Ashwin, who got 46. Very pesky for the South African bowlers. After that, the lower order sort of capitulated with a little bit of booming. Thakur got 0. Shami got 9. Bumrah got a quick fire 14. He wasn't going to die by the sword, and he's not out there. And the final wicket was Mohammad Siraj. He was caught by Kyle Verreynne. And that ends the first innings for India. As you heard, 202 all out. And Jen and I will be back right after the innings break. 10 minutes.
to know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers, where India were bowled out for 202. That just happened 10 minutes ago. My name is Tip Patel. I'm joined by Jenna Searle. Jenna, South Africa now in. Dean Algar on the strikers end, while Aiden Markham is opening partner there. How do you feel about their chances?
About South Africa's chances, hoping we can hopefully back the day out. That would be ideal.
We have Jasprit Bumrah coming in here from the golf course end. Back of a length delivery. Algar on the front foot a little bit, dotting this down straight back to the pitch. No run there.
I mean, we still have about 2 hours to go today, so I definitely think that South Africa would be looking to bat through the day without losing, I would say, more than one wicket. That would be really good to see.
That would be very good to see, especially for this opening pair. Just a quick update on the field. 3 slips, a gully. A man had leg slip, like a short square leg, but backward there. Back of a length delivery across the left-hander, over off stump. No run there. There's a man at conventional points, a man at cover, and a man at mid-wicket. So not quite, it's mid-on and mid-off rather. They were just moving to their positions now, and finally a man at fine leg. And as you said, these guys really do need to get some runs here. If they can get some runs without losing a wicket, that would be a big victory for these 2 South African batsmen. Jasprit Bumrah stands in their way, coming from over the wicket from the golf course end. A short length delivery going over the off stump. And Dean Algar just evades that. No run there.
Yeah, they have a similar fielder in the form of Vihari. Under the lid, he's fielding at like a backward short square leg. Similar to how Rassie van der Dussen was fielding earlier on in the day. Interesting position. Yeah,
interesting position indeed. We're probably going to expect a few short length deliveries that a left-handed batsman would just have to steer. And that's exactly what happened. A back of a length delivery going down the leg side. Dean Algar kept his bats away.
Now we see Aiden Markham standing on the non-strikers end, really practicing that straight drive.
There's a boy that loves getting bats on ball.
Yeah.
A man that needs some runs here. Didn't do too well in the first test. I believe he only got 9 in the first innings and 1 in the second. I'll give you the exact numbers now as Jasprit Bumrah comes in again from the golf course end. This one a little bit fuller, close to the pads. Whooped off the pads from Dean Algar. We'll see if it's leg buys now. Yes, it is leg buys. The man at fine leg did the work, and South Africa are off the mark. Algar on 0, Markham on 0, and still 1 ball left in the over. No, sorry, I stand corrected. He got 13 in the first innings before being bowled by Mohammad Shami, did Aiden Markham, and then 1 in the second. Once again, bowled by Mohammad Shami, but a very strange wicket, trying to leave it and then just chopping it onto his stumps.
Yeah, there was some talk about Aiden possibly batting at number 4 this test. But obviously, they decided against that.
Did you buy that? Do you think that would be a viable thing to do as Jasprit Bumrah once again over the wicket to the right-hander? Good length delivery going down the leg side. And the keeper, Rishabh Pant, picks it up. No run there. 1 run on the board. 1 over.
Yeah, I think that the success of our opening pair hasn't been as good as it has been in the past, past. So I don't think a change-up would be the worst thing, but maybe giving them another go and seeing what happens this test is the right call.
But then who would you bring up the order? Do you just want to bring up Keegan Peterson because he's basically been playing as opener
He has
for the
basically
past
been
4
playing
games?
as an opener, yeah. I don't know who I would put in. As I said, I just heard some talk about it around.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Mohammed Shami coming in from the corner drive end. He has 3 slips, a gully, a man at backwards, short, square leg. So he's on the 3rd strip. There's a man at mid-wicket, or very interesting mid-on, in line with the striker. And the non-striker, a man on the offside, mid-off, and finally a man at point. This one a little bit too straight on the pads, a full-length delivery, and Algar just whips it off his pads to a man at mid-wicket. There's also a man at fine leg, but I almost missed.
Yeah, we're seeing a very similar opening field set for India now that we did this morning when South Africa started with the board.
Don't forget, you can tweet us using you can just go at OneWorldSR. OneWorldSR will be reading out your tweets as Mohammed Shami comes from around the wickets to left-handed Algar. Back of a leg delivery, just played off the hips in front of square. He gets himself a single, gets himself off the mark. And that takes South Africa to 2 for no loss. And Dean Algar on 1.
Yeah.
Mohammed Shami, now to the right-hander, will be coming from over the wicket. He's also been quite a fantastic bowler, especially in this series, and for a long time for India. He did very well as he's coming in now over the wickets to Aiden Markram, well outside off stump on a full length, and left alone, this time getting his bats way out the way, Aiden Markram.
Yeah, Shami's bowling with quite a lot of speed. He clearly took the morning to get himself nice and loose.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's really bombing it in at the South African batters.
Yeah, figures of 5 for 54 in the first innings at Centurion, and then the second 3 for 63. So definitely a very, very strong bowler here for the Indians. He was telling us in his press conference that he was glad to just do it for the team and loves getting the ball and doing it for the team. As this one short, just outside off stump, Aiden Markram leans back and heaves this to the onside. No one there in a vacant square leg region, just a little bit forward of square. He gets himself 4 runs. Does Aiden Markram, and South Africa now on 6 without loss.
It's lovely to see a little bit of confidence from Aiden. I think it's definitely something that we can use from him.
I know that ball needed to be dispatched, just dragged down a little bit too much. It sat up perfectly for Aiden Markram, and as soon as he passed the man here at short leg, that was it had 4 written all over it. Mohammed Shami coming in again. This one, a good length delivery. It looked like it was going to clatter into middle stump had Aiden Markram not gotten his bat in the way. A little bit of a twist as the man at point picks it up. No run there.
Yeah, I think Aiden isn't looking too bad in the couple balls that he's faced so far. He's presenting a nice full face to the ball. And then again, just taking a little bit out of KL Rahul's book from this morning, that he really waited for the bowler to make the mistake and pounced on it when that happened.
We have a tweet here from Anis Mohammed saying that we should tell the people about why they put a tunnel here at the Wanderers. This one, a back of a length delivery going down the leg side. Aiden Markram looked like he played a shot there, but got his bat out the way comfortably. That ends the second over. 6 for no loss. Markram on 4, Algar on 1. And the deficit 196. But yes, Chris TB says that it's because of not that AB Mueller, a regular here on One World Sports Radio. AB, don't you want to tell us exactly what went on? The listeners need to know. If you know, please do tweet us once again at One World SR.
Cool. Jasper Bumrah coming in again from the golf course end. Bowling to the left-hander Dean Alga.
I really enjoy watching Jasprit Bumrah's runner. Starts off very slow, and then he starts skipping, and then he comes in from over the wicket to the left-handed. Oh, Dean Algar, a full-length delivery here, and he drove this past the bowler. It was airborne for some time and just evaded Jasprit Bumrah as it ran towards the boundary. Picked up by the fielder there. They get 3 runs.
It looked like Bumrah got a left hand to that ball. He is looking at his hand.
No, he was very close there. Very good delivery. That's 3 runs. Takes South Africa to 9 without loss.
Yeah, maybe a drop chance there.
Yeah, that's a bit harsh, eh? That's a bit harsh. But
you can get a fingertip, you can get a hand.
All the coaches say that, eh? All the coaches say that. Jasprit Bumrah coming in again from over the wicket now to the right-hander. Good length delivery outside the off stump, and Aiden Markham evades his bat way out the way this time.
We just look at the position that Carl Verena was catching the ball this morning to the different bowlers. Bumrah is getting quite a lot of bounce because Pant is catching it about hip height, which means that the ball's coming through quite well.
Now next to punt there, 3 slips, a gully, a man, a backward point, short square leg, mid-on, mid-off, and fine leg as Jasprit Bumrah comes in once again from over the wickets. Full straight punch down the ground on the onside by Aiden Markham. It's running to the boundary. Mid-on and mid-off are converging as the South Africans get their 3rd run. They now move to 12 without loss. Aiden Markham on 7, Algar on 4, and the deficit now 190.
Yeah, I think with the last 2 runs being scored in the V, maybe India is bowling a little bit too full. The South African batters are just leaning into the ball, presenting a full face, just taking it from there, timing the ball really nicely.
And not quite getting that movement that goes away from either batsman quite yet. The ball's still very new, only 2.3 overs old, so anything can happen. 3 slips a gully. This one, good length delivery. Algar comes forward to it, blocks it, keeps it out, no run there, 12-4-0.
Aiden Markham is doing some gardening halfway down the pitch.
Yeah, I've got to sort out some gremlins. I was chatting to some fellow commentators from other broadcasters, and they were saying that at that end, especially the golf course end, has a few gremlins as Bumrah comes in from over the wickets. This one, full straight out on off stump, and Algar just gets across it, glances it to a vacant mid-wicket region, gets himself a single. But yeah, that's where the cracks could open up, where that side of the pitch gets really exposed. It's right next to this green patch where you'll find it very difficult as a right-hander to bat. So we'll see how that sort of comes out after some time. We'll see how that develops.
Maybe Ashwin can use that to his advantage. This morning we only saw Maharaj getting 1 over in.
Yeah, some people calling him a specialist fielder today. Jasprit Bumrah in again over the wickets. Aiden Markham, a back of a length delivery. That Markham just lifts his hands up, going down the offside to end the over. 13 without loss. 3 overs in. Algar 5, Markham 7, deficit 189.
Is that the highest partnership that these two have had?
It actually is. It could have been in, I believe, about 6 innings.
Yeah.
The highest partnership, or ever since Keegan Peterson actually played, because Keegan Peterson, we had an interesting stat in the last game, has come in at 1 for 0, 0 for 1, 1 for 1, 4 for 1. I'll actually find that stat, but yes, this is significantly the highest partnership. Could even be the sum of the previous partnerships as Mohamed Shami comes from around the wicket chair on the corner drive in. This one going towards the body of Dean Algar, back of a length, and he just plays it off the hips. Actually, it's a leg bias, didn't play that shot. Yeah, you can see he's just ramming his thigh a little bit. So wraps in there.
Yeah, both batters are looking quite comfortable. They're kind of respecting the good ball and making sure that the bad one goes. Yeah, but they're both looking quite good.
Oh, yes, and there's a tweet here from Chris TB that says exactly what you said. This is already Algar and Markram's highest partnership in their last 6 innings together. And that's from Chris TB, our statistician. Chris, we miss you, bro. Send us some stats. Mohamed Shami over the wicket to the right-handed Markram. Full straight, and Markram keeps this out. Interesting back foot shot. Sort of jumped, but kept that out. He's got himself 3 slips a gully, a man at point, a conventional point, a short square leg, mid-on, mid-off, and finally a fine lead for the next delivery.
Shami's coming in from the corner drive end. I think he's looked decent today. He hasn't had too many overpitch deliveries, besides that boundary that Eden Markham got through the leg side.
Yeah, I was about to say, hey. Shami again, back of a length delivery just outside off stump, a solid back foot defensive shot from Eden Markram. The man at mid-off picks it up, no run there. Still 14 without loss.
So if you were South Africa, what would you be looking score-wise before the end of the day?
Score-wise, it's a very good question. I think that the key is what we spoke about this opening partnership. It's definitely an area of concern here. Eden Markram and Dean Algar. You'd find that one would often go to make runs while the other just got no runs at all. So Mohamed Shami now outside off stump, good length delivery, left alone by Eden Markram. So if these guys can get themselves a 50 partnership, that's already a very good start for the South Africans, and they'll just build on from there. We saw that Keegan Peterson, he has a few good strokes in him. He can sort of get off the mark, and he looks like he will be converting very soon, constantly scoring just over between 10 and 20, but then it looks like the new ball just gets the better of him. So if they can get a good start here, keep Keegan Peterson out of the middle for as long as possible, that could set up a fantastic platform for the South Africans. Mohamed Shami, this one is full straight on leg stump, and Eden Markram has to go. He's been given.
Did look like it was crashing through, but obviously we don't have the best view.
He's not sending it upstairs, so it looks like we have a view that's good enough. Yet another partnership falling early. Eden Markram, he goes out now. 7 of 12 balls, just the 1-4. And that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, the sum of their scores in the past 6 innings definitely comes down and shatters a little bit. At least Keegan Peterson has a little bit more to work with when he comes in now.
Very, very unfortunate here for the South Africans. Not good enough from Eden Markram. Great delivery as well from Mohamed Shami. Just going down the leg side. And Eden Markram has been struggling to actually whip it off his pads. So it was only a matter of time before he got wrapped on the pads and was given.
Yeah, he really was looking comfortable, I would say. But then unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Eden Markram can't preserve his wicket long enough to really get a big score here. Hasn't been doing too well of late. I'll actually get up his 5 previous scores. He has had a fantastic 2021 though, being called into the IPL, but he is no more. He's dismissed for 7, and that brings South Africa's third opener, Keegan Peterson, to the crease, 14 for 1.
I like that third opening.
He basically is. He really is. He averages 15, a best score of 9, and that was in Centurion. No, it wasn't. He scored 17. It was against the West Indies in Grozile. Very difficult conditions there. He's had a rough start to his international career. Had to face the Duke ball, and that was moving left, right, and center all over the West Indies. A very difficult place to bat, and hasn't been given the rough of the green here. But he's in. He has a job to do.
I think he's going to do it.
Oh, you back him?
Yeah, okay.
Is this just the inner number 3 talking? Right?
Yeah, something like that. You've got to support your own kind.
Your people. He has himself 3 slips a gully. A man at square leg, a short square leg, that's just forward of square. As Mohamed Shami. Wow, what a delivery. It looked like it was a good length delivery, shaping away from the right-hander and just missing the off stump. That ends before over 14 for 1.
Do you think Ashwin will get any overs in today?
Not sure about today, eh? I was surprised to even see Keshav Maharaj have a bowl, and I don't think he'll get an over in today because I don't think it will be necessary. India have enough firepower to really use this new ball and really get some big wickets here. So I see the pace attack continuing. I mean, Mohammed Siraj, he's also quite a fantastic bowler. Made it very difficult for the South Africans in Centurion. So ample options before you need to go to Ashwin. Jasprit Bumrah coming in from the golf course end to Dean Algar outside off stump. Good length delivery, shoulders, arms, no runs there.
I was just looking at the three gentlemen in the slips clapping hands, and I was thinking about Rahul being the captain today and just looking back on the Indian innings this morning and wondering if the batters felt a little bit unsettled after losing Virat Kohli.
That's a very good question. They did sort of, I wouldn't say capitulate, but wickets were tumbling on regular intervals. Already 11 wickets today. Jasprit Bumrah, a little bit full. Outside off stump, Dean Algar looked like he hung his bat out there and just missing the outside edge. Wow, what a delivery.
He definitely plays gritty cricket.
The amount of times the ball will go past Dean Algar's bat in an innings is remarkable. And that's what it means to survive. It's not easy, especially with quality bowling like this. Jasprit Bumrah once again walking in now, skipping. He gathers, delivers a good length delivery, just going across the off stump, and Dean Algar just leans and leaves. As South Africa sit now on 14 for 1, deficit 188.
Just looking at that leave and thinking he left that quite close to the off stump. But as long as he knows where it is, I'm happy for him to continue leaving.
Interesting little conversation we have on our little commentary WhatsApp group about the last innings where everyone was caught out. This one full straight, whipped off the pads by Dean Algar into a vacant mid-wicket region. He gets a single. South Africa moved to 15 for 1. Let me just make sure. Was everyone caught in the last innings? They were. Interesting. And the last time that's happened was South Africa against West Indies in Grazile, literally last year. So, and this is the 80th time it's happened in tests. So that's very, very interesting.
It's a very interesting stat.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar coming in, 3 slips of gully, backward point, short, square leg, fine leg, mid-on, mid-off. He pitches this one in full, outside, off stump. It seems, no, it's on off stump. Wraps Keegan Peterson on the pads. And no run there. Appeals falling to deaf ears. Ray Erasmus unmoved.
Big appeal from the 3 gentlemen in the slips. But Rishabh Pant was having none of it. He does have the best view behind the wickets.
Oh yeah, that just hit Keegan Peterson in line with middle stump. Just missed the replay. It looked like it hit him just by the roll. So probably expecting, because he came forward, it's probably too high. Kumar coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Peterson, outside off stump, and just left as it goes to Rishabh Pant. That ends the over 15 for 1. Algar on 6, Peterson on 0, the deficit on 187.
Yeah, Boomer's really looked like he's come back now. In the previous over, he was bowling a little bit too full, I think. But he really has pulled his length back a little bit now, which is good to see.
Don't forget, you can tweet us in OneWorld at OneWorldSR. One the number, World the planet, and SR like strike rates. Mohammad Shami is going to continue his spell here from the corner drive in. 3 slips of gully, a man at a conventional point, short square leg, mid-on, mid-off, and a fine leg coming around the wickets to the left-hander. Interesting angle there as it's a full-length delivery outside off stump. Left by Dean Algar, but caught by Rishabh Pant well outside or down the leg side. Very, very, very leg side.
Yeah, definitely look like it's coming into Dean Algar. We were speaking about different variations a little bit earlier on in the day and saying that that change of angle depending on the batting hand is definitely a variation option.
Now, Marco Jansen executed that very well as the left-hander coming from around the wicket. Mohammad Shami, goodness gracious, that just a full-length delivery went through Dean Algar. It looked like it went past his inside edge. He sort of made a strange motion as that went through to Rishabh Pant's potentially an inside edge there. It's looking nippy out there.
Yeah, Dean is not looking comfortable at all.
Ooh, literally right through the gate, almost hitting the shoulder of the bat. What a Jaffa we see on the scoreboard, and a fantastic delivery.
This new angle that Shami has going on is definitely working for him. I wonder how long it's going to last.
Wonder how long Dean Algar is going to last. That's a big question. Shami coming from around the wicket once again. This one outside the off stump, it's full, and Algar gets back to this. Blocks it out to the covers. No run there.
See, the Indian team is quite loud on the field today. We can hear them through our Perspex cars.
They're very competitive, this Indian team. I feel like it's a result of just Virat Kohli's very competitive attitude, very contagious. You can see that their tails are up. They came here on a mission, the final frontier, conquering the world. Haven't won a series here in South Africa. It's the last place they haven't won a series, and the one win away from that. Shami again around the wicket to Dean Algar. Oh, another Jaffa. Good leg delivery outside off stump. Algar's bat was hung out, but took it out the way just in time. 15 for 1 still in this incredible over.
This is quality bowling from Shami. He's definitely asking a lot of questions.
That angle is lethal. Pitches well outside off stump, like two whole wickets away. And it just comes into the left-hander. By the time it gets to him, it's in line. It's in that corridor of uncertainty. And Dean Algar has to play or has to leave. But jeepers creepers. Mohammad Shami having an absolute cracker. This one a little bit fuller. Angling into the pads of Dean Algar. He gets bats on that as the appeals were muted from the Indian team.
Dean looks very, very uncertain as to when to play and when to leave, especially when the ball is pitching outside off. Yeah, tough for him.
Definitely very tough. Mohammad Shami is really enjoying bowling here at the Wanderers. South Africans did well to get India to 202 all out. It looked pretty good, but this pitch has some spice, has some fire. Back of a length delivery outside off stump. Dean Algar gets back to that and just starts this down to the man at points. 15 for 1 after 6 overs. The partnership just won. Dean Algar on 6. Keegan Peterson on 0 of 3 balls. And the deficit 187.
When do you think we're going to see a bowling change, or do you think these two are going to keep going for a couple more overs?
Yeah, I see them going at least 5 overs each. They're looking very good.
Yeah.
Jasprit Bumrah, just the angle at which he releases, unconventional, very difficult to deal with. And Mohammad Shami, a seasoned campaigner, as you heard, a 5-wicket haul in Centurion. You don't want to take away a ball from them while they're this good. Keegan Peterson at the striker's end. Jasprit Bumrah, full length delivery just outside off stump. And just played to the man at cover for no run.
Yeah, this Indian team quite animated. They're working the ball hard, keeping it new. They really are looking good on the field today.
We just see Mohammad Siraj just chatting to maybe the staff, the coaching staff here. He's getting his finger taped up. He's at fine leg, 3 slips of gully, backward points, short square leg. Mid on, mid off. This one just outside off stump, a full length delivery, and Keegan Peterson manages to get bats on that to keep it out. Still 15 for 1.
That position at short square leg, we saw it very active this morning, but today, so far in the 6 overs, we haven't seen much action there.
No, not yet. It's only a matter of time before that short delivery comes in. Jasprit Bumrah can really ramp up the pace here. And And if Keegan Peterson just fends it onto the leg side, he could be in trouble. This one, a half volley outside off stump. Keegan Peterson drives it, a very square drive. The man at point picks it up. They go for 3, and they make it comfortably. South Africa now 18 for 1. Keegan Peterson off the mark on 3. Deficit 184.
That's lovely running. They pushed hard in the first and second run and came through quite easily on the third. It's really good. Good cricket, good match awareness, as we would expect.
So you yourself are a number 3 batter. How would you go about making your runs here at the Wanderers? You're seeing that it's a very difficult pitch to bat on. There's a lot of movement. Once the bowler gets it into that corridor of uncertainty, it's difficult to really know if you need to leave or play. As Jasprit Bumrah now comes around the wickets, the left-handed Dean Algar. Good length delivery, goes straight into the body of Dean Algar on top of middle stump, and he keeps this out with his bat. Yeah, so what would you do?
I think I would have a look at what happened earlier on in the day and just look at the way that Rahul batted this morning. Low risk. He made sure that the bad ball was put away, and he respected the good ones. He looked very comfortable this morning, and I think that would be a similar way that I would go about it.
That makes sense. And just thinking of that, Rahul's innings in context is this one. Full length delivery. Look like I'm just going for the stumps. Dean Algar keeps that out. No run, 18 for 1.
And we also had the success of Ashwin getting his 44. That was a little bit different. I don't think the number 3 would play the same way that he did.
True. That's the last delivery before I believe there'll be a commentary change up to Simon. And Sean will be Sean Mayers, almost like John Mayer, coming from around the wickets. Jasprit Bumrah, outside off stump, good length delivery, and left by Dean Algar. But that ends the 7th over, 18 for 1. Algar still in there on 6. Markham went out on 7. And Keegan Peterson now the new opener, the third opener, sitting on 3. Yes, not out.
Not out.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Meant to be a test match, Andre, for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
We come back and Shami has bowled right on over the into the attack, right on over the wicket, and gets the outside edge of Kevin Peterson's back, and it goes for 4 down to third man between the 3 slips. Shami is bowling with 3 slips, a gully, point, mid on, mid off, and a short leg and a fine leg. He bowls over the wicket, back of a length, and Kevin Peterson just defends that to the man in the gully. Otu, my first time with you here.
Yes, so nice to share the microphone with you. And geez, it's still a bit unreal to be here at the Wanderers live in person. And 22 for 1 is the score. Aiden Markham departing for 7. Shami doing the business for India first up. And yeah, that, shall we say Keegan Peterson steered that one past third slip and gully?
Yes, we have Gully moving into the 4th slip. Shami coming over the wicket, bowls back over length, and Keegan Peterson just defends that to the man at point.
Not that KP. He's our KP.
Well, technically, don't they both belong to South Africa?
Yeah, we'll claim the good Kevin Peterson side for the Proteas, but or for South Africa at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, still the same field there, just that small change. Backward point moving a little bit further behind square now. and only fine leg on the boundary. 3 balls to go in the 8th over.
Right, Shami coming over the wicket, back of a length, about off stump line, and Keegan Peterson just defends that to a very close mid on. You could almost think that this is the plan against Keegan Peterson. He doesn't look overly comfortable with the back of a length shorter deliveries.
Yeah, especially on this wicket, we saw a few deliveries just spit up off a good length. Some very nice bounce in the pitch. You can see the green tinge in it from here, sitting way up here in the memorial stand.
Yeah, Shami over the wicket, bowling fuller length delivery, and Keegan Peterson just drives this past mid-on for 4. Right at the mid-on boundary. Fantastic shot. Stood and just got over the ball, waiting for the ball to come to him, and an on drive.
One of my favorite shots in cricket, the on drive. Batters always look so good when they play that shot. And Keegan Peterson here helping himself off that full delivery. He moves on to 11. He's into double figures, and 26 for 1 is the score. 1 ball to go in the 8th over. Shami is bowling his 4th. He's got the wicket of Markram for 13 runs as he comes in again.
Shami over the wicket, back of a length, just outside leg, and Keegan Peterson just flashes his bat but leaves it alone, and that brings us to the end of the 8th over. The score is 26 for 1. Elgar is on 6 and Peterson is on 11. Oh.
Deficit 176. Can we get there, Sean?
If these two can get through to the end of the day with I would say, looking fairly comfortable, just basically dig their heels in, bat through the end of the day, and bat all the way through to tomorrow, I think they can.
202 was India's score, and a little bit of a wag in the tail with Ashwin scoring 46. Jasprit Bumrah in again from the golf course end.
Right. Bumrah coming from around the wicket to Dean Elgar. Right, angles it into the leg stump, just back of a length, and it hits the thigh pad of Dean Elgar to the man at square leg for a dot ball. Score still 26 for 1. The field set that Bumrah has, it's 3 slips and a gully, a point, mid-on that is very wide, and a mid-off that is quite short, as well as a square leg and a fine leg. Bumrah continuing from around the wicket to left-handed Dean Elgar. Right, balls back of a leg, about just below waist height, and it's off stump line, and Dean Elgar defends it straight back to the bowler, who cleans it up.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Elgar is still there. Markram made it another small opening partnership, but at least they lasted more than they usually do. But in the 4th over, Markram lost his wicket, and that trend continues, and hopefully that can be stopped in the next batting innings for South Africa.
Bumrah continues from around the wicket, and it's back of a length, about 5th stump line, and Dean Elgar just leaves that alone and goes straight to Rishabh Pant around waist height.
He wants nothing to do with that. So the tactic here from Bumrah seems to be coming around the wicket, straightening, forcing Elgar to play. But that one just too wide outside off stump, an easy leave for Elgar.
It's key that they don't chase anything tonight. Do not chase a single thing.
Absolutely right.
Bumrah continues from around the wicket, and back of a length, and targets on top of off, just over off, and Dean Elgar defends that to the man at mid-off. The score is still 26 for 1. Dean Elgar is on 6. Keegan Peterson on 11.
Peterson, the first South African batsman to go into double figures, and he must have been relieved to have a little bit more time than he usually has had in his Test career so far to just have a look at the bowlers from the pavilion.
Bumrah continues from around the wicket. It's a short ball. Dean Elgar just ducks under that as it goes for wide, well over the head of Dean Elgar. It was over middle stump line, and it's a wide, so it will bring the score up to 27 for 1. And Bumrah will have to re-bowl that ball. Yes, Keegan Pearson, you are correct there. A little bit longer, but not as long as we would, or as the South Africans would want.
Yeah, it's a good start so far here for India. Run rate is just over 3 runs and over, and they've got the first wicket.
Bumrah round the wicket, angles it in. It's about 4th stump, goes over the stumps at the back of a length, and Dean Elgar just leaves that with a little bit of flair. Flash, just getting his bat. Almost looks Manus Labuschagne. Yes.
Labuschagne. Sorry. Yeah, he's got the dance moves these days. When he leaves the ball, it looks quite extravagant. But as long as he doesn't lose his wicket, I don't really care.
Bumrah continues from around wicket. It's back of a leg, about 4th stump line, 4th north stump, and Dean Elgar just defends that to the man at point. And that brings us to the end of the 9th over. The score is 27 for 1 with Dean Elgar on 6 and Keegan Peterson on 11.
Now, it's good to see Bumrah is back to his very best. Must have been a huge scare for the Indian camp when he twisted his ankle in that first test on the 3rd day. It looked from what the visuals we saw like at least a severe strain, but he seemed to have been able to walk it off, and he's back terrorizing the South African batters. So from an Indian point of view, that's nice to see.
Shami coming from over the wicket to Keegan Peterson. Ball bounces a little bit fuller. Keegan Peterson just defends this, but in between the men in the covers, and gets a single, bringing his score to 12. With South Africa is 28 for 1. The field set for left-handed Dean Elgar, who is facing Mohammed Shami, is 3 slips, a gully, point, mid off, who is very close in, very close in, mid on, that is very wide, square leg, and a fine leg on the boundary.
Pretty much exactly the same field all around for Peterson and Elgar. So let's see if Elgar and Peterson can get rid of one of those slips, score some runs here in a safe and responsible way. Just
Shami coming from around the wicket to Dean Elgar. It's short of a length and just comes off with the shoulder of the back. Dean Elgar playing with soft hands, and it is stopped at gully for no run. Oh, a little bit of scenes out here.
Yeah, no, that one lifted off the pitch quite nicely for Shami, and Elgar seemed to have been a bit surprised by that bounce. And that's just in that greenish area outside the off stump of the left-hander on a short length, just a bit fuller than that, and the ball really reared up.
Shami continuing from around the wicket to Dean Elgar. Back of a length, very wide, and no run there. Doesn't worry the batsman too much.
Yeah, nor the umpire. That was just inside the wide line. So throwing a wide one out there, trying the Lungi and Gidi tactics there to try and entice Dean Elgar to chase one, which he does from time to time. I've seen him a few times getting out that way, chasing after a wide delivery, bringing that booming drive out of the cupboard and getting caught behind. Not so this time.
Shami continuing from around the wicket. It's back of a length, and it jags in between the stumps and just misses the inside edge of Dean Elgar's bat. He plays and misses, and Rishabh Pant cleans up behind the stumps, and the slip cordon is very interested in what's going on.
Yeah, it's a big appeal there for caught behind. The umpire's not interested, and India not interested in reviewing this either. Beat the outside edge of Dean Elgar, just playing a bit away from his body there. Again, that's pretty much the way he got dismissed in the first test, in the first innings, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so no harm, no foul there.
Shami from around the wicket and angles it in from pitching at about fifth stump and goes towards fourth stump and back of the length. Dialga just leaves that one alone for a dot ball. The score is 28 for 1, Dialga on 6 and Keegan Peterson on 12.
Now we see a replay here of that appeal for caught behind. It was very, very close to the bat, but no sound. So Algar survives. Well, let's say that was close.
Shami from around the wicket, last ball of his over. It's a fuller ball, angles it in to the off stump. Dean Algar just defends it to the man at mid on.
10 overs gone.
And the score's 28 for 1.
So there's about, there's 35 minutes left in today's scheduled play. 14 overs left in the day according to the scoreboard. Don't think we're going to get all of them in. South Africa were well behind the over rate. The last time they showed that on the scoreboard, we were 2 overs behind. Bumrah looks like, will he be continuing? He's walking out to his mark there. No, he's got the cap on. It looks like it will be Mohammad Siraj to replace Bumrah from the golf course end. Yes, Siraj with that orange-looking sleeves on. It's easy to pick out one of the Indian fielders with short sleeves, but he's got the short-sleeved shirt, but he's got the orange protective sleeves on his arms. So he has got 12 matches under the belt, 36 wickets at an average of 27.94. He comes in from the golf course end.
Siraj from over the wicket to Keegan Peterson, and it's a full delivery. And Keegan Peterson leaves that one alone as it's about 6th stump line. The field said that Mohammad Siraj is bowling to his 3 slips at gully point. I would say man in front of square, a wide fine leg, mid off and mid on.
Yeah, so that's just in front of square on the leg side, almost mid wicket.
Siraj over the wicket, it's back of the leg. Keegan Peterson just defends that on off stump line to the man at mid off.
Deficit now is 174, and Bumrah has bowled 5 overs, none for 12. Shami just finished his 5th over, his 5th over, 1 for 14, one wicket for 14 runs, and Peterson is facing on 12.
Shami from over the wicket, Keegan Peterson, back of a length, and just waits for the ball to come to him, and say guides it down to the man, plays with soft hands to the man at gully. No runs scored. Scores 28 for 1. Dean Algar is on 6. Keegan Peterson on 12. Would you say that those are encouraging signs that the ball is going behind the bat after he plays at it?
Well, it makes me nervous when the ball goes into that area of Keegan Peterson's bat, I won't lie.
Mohammad Siraj bowls back of a leg. Keegan Peterson just plays it off the back foot from the line is off stump line to the man at defends it to the man at mid off. Scores remains the same, dot ball.
2 balls to go in the 11th over. Siraj just sticking to that backward of a length line outside off stump, trying to get that cordon, that slip cordon into play.
Mohammad Siraj from over the wicket, 4th stump lies a fuller ball, and Keegan Peterson just defends it right back to the bowler. That is a dot ball. Score remains at 28 for 1.
Yeah, I like that much better.
Yeah.
But Keegan Peterson has looked solid in the series so far. Just either an excellent delivery or that played on in Centurion that got him. So he'll hope to just stick with it until close of play today.
Mohammad Siraj over the wicket on his last ball back of a length on middle stump line, and Keegan Peterson just defends that to mid-on. That brings us to the end of the 11th over. Score is 28 for 1.
Maiden over.
Yeah, very good over. Dean Keegan Peterson is on 12 and Dean Alga is on 6.
174 is the deficit. So let's see if there's going to be a bowling change from the caller drive end from this side. No, Mohammed Shami has got the hat off and he's walking towards his mark. Receives the ball from Bumrah now. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed South African captain, Dean Algar, who is on 6 runs, as you mentioned.
I think they want to bowl a lot more overs to Keegan Peterson, put him under pressure, make sure Dean Algar showed that the quality batsman that he is, had dug his heels in the 4th innings during the first test. Mohammed Siraj bowling to Dean Algar from around the wicket, has 3 slips of gully, a point, mid-on, mid-off, square leg and a fine leg. From around the wicket, pitches back of a leg, angles it in. Dean Algar plays at it on the front foot and doesn't bounce as much as he'd hoped. And it's a dot ball. Score still is 28 for 1.
So you got beaten all ends up there, that Algar by Mohammed Shami. So a good ball there, and just given a nod there by Dean Algar as well. After that went through to the keeper.
Didn't bounce and no foot movement from the captain.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying. We saw in that last over he was playing away from his body a little bit, feet not moving well.
Mohammed Shami from around the wicket, back of a length to off stump line, and Dean Algar just defends that back to the bowler. No runs scored there. The score still is 28 for 1.
Deficit still 174. India stringing along the dot balls here, building up some pressure. Still no change in the field either. Looks like there's a little bit of cloud cover coming in front of the sun. We're going to be surprised by the weather when it comes in from behind us here as we sit in the stands looking down.
Mohammed Shami from around the wicket pitches it back of a length by 5th stump line and goes straight. Dean Algar leaves that ball and goes straight to Rishabh Panters, and he cleans it up behind the stumps.
Yeah, so proper build-up of pressure here. Last 10 overs, 27 runs for 1 wicket. And we've got... previous one was a maiden over, 2 overs before that, 1 each. So very good bowling here by India. Just keep stringing those dot balls together, and somewhere something's got to give.
Mohammed Siraj from around the wicket, back of a leg, it's about off stump line. Dean Algar, back foot punch to the man in the covers, but manages to steal a single. Good running, good calling from the 2 batters. That brings the score to 29 for 1. Dean Algar's on 7 and Keegan Peterson on strike, and he has 12 runs. Keegan Peterson, the right-hander, we'll see some changes in the field. Yeah, I have 3 slips, a gully, backward point, a man in front of square. It's a very close mid-off.
Mid-on is a little bit further back now.
And mid-on is more regulation. The man in front of square is moving to more mid-wicket area. Mohammed Shami coming from over the wicket. So Keegan Peterson, but it's a little bit fuller. And Keegan Peterson just waits for it, shifts his weight back, and plays it to the man at point for no run. Score still is 29 for 1.
Nobody in the covers, so India keeping big gaps here in the covers and the offside for Keegan Peterson, trying to dangle that carrot, trying to get him to drive, bring those slips into play. But so far he's been looking quite solid. Nothing expansive from him. Definitely the game plan for South Africa would be to bat through to the close of play. 26 minutes to go. 13 overs left in the day's play, but we won't get that.
So we see a change in the field. Man at deep square moves up to the boundary, and Mohammed Shami bowls a little bit of a fuller length, and it's at off stump line. Keegan Peterson just defends it to the man at mid-on, and that brings us to the end of the 12th over. The score is 29 for 1. Keegan Peterson is on 12 and Dean Algar on 7, with the deficit at 173. And Still 12 overs left in the day.
Siraj will continue from the golf course end, and looks like we're going to have copy and paste, just exactly the same field. Shami walks towards his hat at fine leg, and it will be the captain Algar on strike, the left-hander. Still 3 slips, gully, backward point, square leg in front of the umpire, mid-on, pretty much in line with square leg.
Mohamed Siraj coming from over the wicket to the left-handed Dean Algar, and the ball pitches about middle stump going across the left-hander, and Dean Algar just plays it off the back foot to the man at point. Score still remains at 29 for 1 as that was dot ball. Yeah, I think the plan here is to cramp up Dean Algar as much as possible. We see that he hasn't looked comfortable at all throughout this innings with the ball coming in towards his body and almost forcing him to play at the ball.
Also a big gap in the covers for Dean to go for.
Mohamed Siraj coming over the wicket, bowls it short, and Dean Algar just waits on his back foot and pulls it behind square to the fine leg boundary, and that brings up a 4, bringing the score to 33 for 1, and Dean Algar is on 11.
Algar into double figures. Good signs for South African fans. That was a great pull shot by the captain. The man at fine leg didn't move. The ball hit the boundary about 25 meters to his right, and he just watched it go straight into the cushions for a boundary. Good shot there, Dean.
It's a way to stamp your authority. Siraj coming from over the wicket, ball pitches back over leg, and at 6th stump, Dean Algar leaves that one alone, and Rishabh Pant, funny enough, for catching that in front of the first slip.
Yeah, that's also not a good sign. We saw Quinton de Kock grass one in front of first slip in that first test. Would have been Janssen's first test wicket. I thought he should have left that for first slip, but here we are in Johannesburg. India are 1 up in the series. Siraj in.
Bowling from over the wicket, about middle stump line, back of a length, and Dean Algar just defends it, and it falls right in front of him for a dot ball. That score remains at 33 for 1. Dean Algar on 11. Keegan Peterson on 12.
So both of these guys are really looking solid. We saw at Centurion Park, all of the South African batsmen looked really at sea. The Indian guys today were, here and there, they just got good deliveries, but I think they would.
Mohamed Siraj from over the wicket, fuller length delivery at off stump. Dean Algar plays it on the front foot towards the man at point, looking for the single, but the man there is too quick, and it's a dot ball. Score remains at 33 for 1 with a deficit of 169.
So the partnership is now 19. The lights are coming on here at the Wanderers. As I mentioned, there are some clouds in the vicinity. Scattered thunder showers predicted for Johannesburg, but Johannesburg is a huge geographic area, so that doesn't help much.
Siraj from over the wicket, and it's bang the leg, and Dean Algar slashes at that and misses out. It's a dot ball. He's lucky to have missed it. Rishabh Pant cleans up behind the stumps, and that brings us to the end of the 13th over. The score is 33 for 1. Dean Algar on 11, Keegan Peterson on 12, and the deficit is 169. Would you think Dean Algar missed out on that one?
Oh, well, that's the trap that they're trying to set for him. And with this Wanderers wicket not being easy to bat on this whole entire season, the Lions have held sway here, bowling teams out for under 220, 180s around there. So I think that was Dean Algar almost falling for the bait there, falling into the trap there with that wide open cover area, trying to play the back foot drive off that short and wide delivery.
We have a bowling change with Jasprit Bumrah bowling from the corner drive end to Keegan Peterson. He bowls back of a length off stump line, And Keegan Peterson just defends that to the man at square leg. The field set is 3 slips, a gully point, well, backward point, mid on, mid off, and it's a catching square leg, and the man at fine leg.
Yeah, he's the only one on the boundary. So let's see what Bumrah can do from this end.
I think they want to attack him, attack his body.
Looks that way.
That would be the plan for the Indians, especially against Keegan Peterson, as Bumrah comes from over the wicket. And, it's a back of a length. It's a wide one. Keegan Peterson slashes at that, and it is palmed by Rishabh Pant. And the first slip goes chasing to the boundary, and that is given as runs. Keegan Peterson gets 2 for that, which brings South Africa's score to 35 for 1. A dropped chance there by Rishabh Pant.
Yep, faintest of top edges and just enough. It goes through the webbing of the glove on Rishabh Pant's right hand as he dives in front of first slip, who also might have missed that, as the ball was still rising as it came to Rishabh Pant, but the drop catch.
Bumrah from over the wicket, bowls back of a length, and Keegan Peterson displays that on off-stump line, defends it to the man at point. Okay. Nice and legs under his eyes, keeping things very simple, compact. Score still remains 35 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 14, Dean Elgar on 11.
So let me make a note of that. Peterson dropped on 12 by Pant off the bowling of Bumrah.
Pant should have left that for first slip. Should have allowed first slip to take that one. Would have been a lot better.
Yeah, that's such a tough call. I know I said the same thing about the Cook.
Bumrah over the wicket, back of a length, and defended by Keegan Peterson to the man at mid, who comes from mid off to the covers.
I think if the keeper sees a chance for him to grab it, he's got to go for it. I mean, that's your instinct as a keeper, especially with the white ball cricket, where you're often standing behind the stumps by yourself. So the instinct of the modern keeper is to just go for anything that's within range.
Bumrah coming through over the wicket to Keegan Peterson, back of a length, angles it into Keegan Peterson off his thigh pad. At middle stump, there is half of an appeal, and the ball's cleaned up at gully. I think a little bit too high, but that is a dot ball. And the score still remains at 35 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 14 and Dean Elgar on 11.
I think on this wicket, the LBW decisions that we've seen today, the ball's got to be really, really full for it to hit the stumps. And that one was just back of a good length.
Bumrah in over the wicket, back of a length, off stump line, and it is defended back to Bumrah by Keegan Peterson. That brings us to the end of the 14th over. The score is 35 for 1. Peterson on 14, Dean Elgar on 11, and the deficit is at 167.
Yeah, no, this is good stuff by these two. Partnership of 21. That's not the important part. The important part is that they've been together since the 4th over, and it's now the 14th over. So this is really good from Elgar and Peterson. Siraj will continue from the golf course end. Exactly the same field.
Coming from over the wicket to left-handed, Dean Elgar pitches it full. Dean Elgar plays and misses it. Barely missing the outside edge. And Pant cleans up behind for a dot ball. So close there. So close.
Now it's once again, that looked like it moved a little bit off the pitch, just enough to beat the outside edge. Scrambled seam delivery, going across the left-hander, forcing him to play with that line because it was aiming at off-stump around the wicket, over the wicket, excuse me.
Mohammad Siraj in over the wicket and across Dean Elgar, who defends it. Fuller ball defends it and misses, goes past the outside edge to Rishabh Pant. Score still remains at 35 for 1.
So that fuller length seems to be working for Siraj. He's trying to draw Elgar into shots, and he's forcing Elgar to play. Even though the line is going way across the left-hander, the ball ending up in front of first slip almost every time, it is putting the doubt into Algar's mind.
Siraj from over the wickets, another fuller delivery, this time on middle and off stump, and he defends that to the man at mid-on. You could almost say it's asking questions of Dean Algar. Where is
your off stump? Yeah,
Where is
exactly.
your off stump?
That is the question that they're asking, and Dean is saying, I'm not sure.
And with that as well, do you trust the pitch to just leave it and knowing that it's going to go across you, or can it come back in?
No, that is so difficult for Algar at the moment.
Siraj, fuller length and to the middle stump, and Dean Algar just on the front foot defends that, drops just in front of him with the man coming in from point 2. Clean that up. Dot ball, score still at 35 for 1.
So just want to have a look at the Centurion Park scorecard again. I know that Algar had a very good second innings there. Disastrous first innings for him, and it's looking okay so far. At least if they can just make it through the next 14 minutes, 10 overs scheduled play left. Lights are almost starting to take effect here. Can't really see the shadows going the other way yet.
Mohamed Siraj coming from over the wicket, back of the length, and just a fifth stump, and Dean Algar plays and tries to get his bat out the way as quickly as possible and just misses his outside edge, and the score still remains at 35 for 1. Siraj has definitely put the pressure on the South Africans in this spell.
No, he's making Dean Algar work for his money out there at the Wanderers today. Really excellent work from Siraj. Just cannot relax, can Dean Algar. He's thinking about playing every single ball.
Mohamed Siraj Cardinals for his last ball. It's a fuller delivery and balls across him, and the ball angles from the middle stump to outside the off stump for a dot ball. Dean Algar plays and misses, which brings us to the end of the 15th over at 35 for 1. Dean Algar on 11, Peterson on 14. With the deficit remaining at 167 after that maiden over from Mohamed Siraj. He was super consistent in that over.
Yes, he found the line that plagues Algar and he stuck with it. Found the line very quickly that the South African captain cannot resist. He's got to go for each ball, in his mind at least. So Algar will be having flashes of Siraj as he tries to sleep tonight. Man will be haunting his dreams. Boomerang continues from the corner drive end over the wicket to Peterson.
It's coming from over the wicket. Keegan Peterson bowls back of a leg, middle stump line, and Keegan Peterson just parries that away from under his armpit to the man at mid-on. The field set is 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, man in front of square, and man at fine leg.
167 is the deficit. Second ball of the 16th over is about to come to Peterson, who's on 14.
Jasper Brown coming from over the wicket to Peterson, bowls a fuller length ball on off-stump line. Keegan Peterson going on front foot and just defending it to the man running in from mid-off. Score remains at 35 for 1.
So in the first test, Peterson lost his wicket in the first innings, playing away from his body and playing it onto his stumps. Doesn't look like he's doing that today. He looks really solid. He looks like he's got his might have his eye in already.
Yeah. Boomerang continues from over the wicket, back of the length, and just takes the inside half of the bat and goes just behind square, but for no run. And the man runs from square leg, cleans up, and no run there. Score remaining at 35 for 1. Yes, he is. He's playing very compact, waiting for the ball to come to him, not rushing or going out towards chasing after the ball, which is key.
Good sign so far for South Africa, for Keegan Peterson. We do want him to score some big runs although I doubt if he'll be.
Bumrah from over the wicket, a fuller leg delivery on off stump, and Keegan Pearson just defends that as the ball goes into the covers, and the two men on the offside in front of square clean up, and there's no run. Score still remains at 35 for 1.
I don't think anybody's going to be scoring big runs on this wicket. I heard somebody say that this is how a 3-day test starts off. So we'll hopefully have more cricket than that for you here on One World Sports Radio.
That's just Bumrah coming from over the wicket. Back of a leg, off stump line, and Keegan Pearson just parries that, defends it to the offside with man at point, running around and cleaning it up for a dot ball. Score remains 35 for 1.
10 minutes to go in the scheduled day's play. We're definitely not going to get all 9 overs that are left, 8 overs after this one that was scheduled for the day. With the change of innings, of course, we lost a couple. But the South Africans will be in trouble again for their over 8. We'll see if they get sanctioned for that. Bumrah continues.
From over the wicket, full of length, off stump line, Keegan Pearson just defending that, and no run there. That brings us to the end of the 16th over, 35 for 1. Keegan Pearson on 11 and Dean Elgar on... Sorry, Keegan Pearson on 14, Dean Elgar on 11.
Indeed. So we have a small break here as there's some kit replacements, and I think the umpires will have a word here because that's totally unnecessary. Indeed, one of the umpires walking over and saying, "What's all this? Why are you on the field?" Well, the umpire is just looking at them to try and see what's going on.
In modern cricket, you have to ask permission. So lately, these days, you have to ask permission from the umpires, and you have to be quick. You have to be very specific with what you want.
Now, you see, that's the type of thing that you only know if you're an international cricketer like Sean is. Very interesting. Okay, so the umpires would be informed that they would like to get some new gloves or some other kit replaced, and Siraj will continue to terrorize Dean Elgar from the golf course end, and Dean Elgar will try and survive the 8 minutes that are left in the day.
Siraj from over the wicket, just outside leg. Dean Elgar plays at it and misses, and diving stop there from Rishabh Pant for a dot ball.
Siraj lining up his Ronaldo celebrations there with the looping run and the jump and the strut of the arms, but not at this point.
Very close to that leg stump, painfully close.
Yeesh. Yeah,
almost strangled.
Siraj is all over Dean Elgar like a rash at the moment. 35 for 1. Second ball of the 17th over.
Mohamed Siraj come from over the wicket, bowls back of a leg, off stump line. Dean Elgar just defends that to man at point, and that leaves the score still at 35 for 1.
We still have exactly the same field, although we'll just see where they form up. The man at square leg there's a man at sort of a that's sort of a leg slip almost.
More 45. So
45, yeah. Okay. So that's a man that changed in the field. That was at square leg. And then point mid-off on 3 slips gully, fine leg on the boundary.
Mohamed Siraj come from over the wicket, a fuller length delivery on off stump. Dean Elgar plays it off the front foot and defends it, and the ball goes to point for a dot ball. The score still remains at 35 for 1. Dean Elgar on 11, Keegan Pearson on 14, with 3 balls remaining in this over.
Siraj is very, very dangerous here.
Dean Elgar looking a lot more comfortable. His footwork is more definitive. He is going towards the ball. He seems to have, I would say, worked out some things compared to the last over.
Yep, definitely.
Siraj coming from over the wicket, back of a leg, off stump line. Dean Elgar just rocking onto the back foot and defending, and for a dot ball, and still needs to score 35 for 1.
2 balls to go in the 17th over. The deficit still 167. Yeah, it does look a bit better than the previous over. That's true, and that's very good news for the South African captain. So that's the difference between a good player and a great player. Somebody who can adjust to the conditions and to the attack that they face in that situation. That's brilliant work by Algar.
So we see the man at 45 who's going out to the 45 boundary, wide, like a backward square leg. Siraj coming from over the wicket and bowls a short one. It fits that line, and Dean Algar just drops his hands, sways out the way, leaves the ball to go to Rishabh Pant. So some more short bowling coming away.
I would say that's a bit of a victory for Algar, because he got Siraj off that line of attack, off that mode of attack. And now Siraj will come around the wicket to the left-hander. So Siraj trying some new things here, trying some other things once he saw that Algar was getting in behind the ball and getting in line. 4 slips now as well.
Siraj coming from around the wicket to Dean Algar, and it is a dead ball. And
oh no!
Siraj has pulled up with his is it hamstring or quad?
Looks like he's holding onto the back of his right buttocks there, upper thigh. That's disastrous for India. They don't need this at all. He's one of the best bowlers today so far. He's really troubled Dean Algar especially, and he's walking off the field. Somebody else will have to complete his over, and it looks like it will be Thakur. Shaldu Thakur will take over. 1 ball to go in the 17th, and that is horrific news for Indian fans. Mohammad Siraj walking off the field, holding his right upper thigh just below his buttocks, and let's hope for India's sake that he is going to be good to go soon enough tomorrow morning. There's only 4 minutes of play left. We see a replay here just in his delivery stride, just as he was about to bring his arm over, he just abandoned his action and went walking to the offside of the left-handed Algar and just carried on straight off the field.
Very disappointing there for India. And Shaldu Thakur comes in, bowls back of the leg stump line across the left-hander, and Dean Algar just waits for that, gets on top of the ball and defends it for no run. That brings us to the end of the 17th over. Dean Algar on 11, Keegan Peterson on 14, and South Africa 35, still remain on 35 for 1, with a deficit of 167. In that last over, we saw a very decisive Dean Algar almost forced the change from Mohammad Siraj, who unfortunately has had to leave the field with a hamstring injury. We hope to see him later on in this innings or tomorrow when the test continues, but very disappointing for India, who have only selected 5 bowlers with Ravichandran or Ashwin available.
Spinner, yeah. So Bumrah will continue from the caller drive in, exactly the same field, 3 slips a gully.
Comes from over the wicket, Keegan Peterson bowls a fuller length delivery on off stump. Keegan Peterson just stepping forward and defending that ball.
Another dot ball. This is one good thing about the Indian attack so far. They've only been able to get the wicket of Aiden Markram, but wow, the accuracy has just been wonderful from Siraj and Bumrah.
With the field, 3 slips a gully, point, mid on, mid off, and a man in front of square, as well as fine leg. Bumrah from over the wicket, 6 stump line, and Keegan Peterson just leaves that ball that pitched back of the leg for a dot ball. The score still remains at 35 for 1.
Gully has gone into 4th slip again now for Bumrah, just as we saw for Siraj the previous over. And Thakur also on the money with his first and only delivery, taking over from the injured Siraj. In the last 10 overs before that ball was bowled, doesn't make a difference really, 13 runs off the last 10 overs, the last 60 deliveries.
Bumrah coming from over the wicket, bowls back of a length, 5th stump line, and Keegan Peterson just lifts his hands up, and lets that ball go through to the keeper.
So is that now 4 slips in a gully, or is that a backward point?
That's 4 slips in a gully.
4 slips in a gully. Okay, there we go. We've got the expert here to help us. And then, so there's nobody in front of square on the offside except a wideish mid-off or almost an extra cover. Extra cover.
Yes, extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-on, and a fine leg. This would tell me that they want to bowl back of a length shorter deliveries to Keegan Peterson. Around that off stump line. Bumrah coming from over the wicket, bowls back of the leg, and Keegan Peterson just defends that off his hip to the man at mid-wicket for a dot ball.
Yeah, and now we'll see if that guy goes back to extra cover, but he's moved to cover, and that is Thakur having a discussion with the slip cordon with Rahul there, the captain. His first test as captain, KL Rahul, and he hasn't done too badly so far.
Bumrah coming from over the wicket, a fuller length delivery, quite wide from the stumps, and Keegan Peterson leaves it off the front foot for Rishabh Pant. Score still remains at 35 for 1. Keegan Peterson has showed so much control in this innings, especially towards the end of the day. It's almost like a different player compared to the Keegan Peterson we saw play at Supersport Park in the first test.
Yes, he's playing the match situation perfectly. Bumrah pitching it up outside off, trying to entice the drive, and he says, no, thank you.
Bumrah coming from over, pitches that full, and Keegan Peterson plays, and the ball just dies. I think managed to get the outside edge, and Rishabh Pant just cleans that from behind, and that brings us to the end of the 18th over. And that is stumps with the score with South Africa 35 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 14, Dean Elgar on 11, and the deficit is still at 167.
Sure, that was nerve-wracking stuff there, especially when Siraj was bowling at Elgar those few overs, and Elgar fighting back and keeping his wits about him and keeping his wicket intact. So let's take you through the day's play. We started off this morning with Rabada and Willifeer bowling to Rahul and Rahane for the start of the second test here in Johannesburg at the Wanderers Stadium. The first wicket to fall was Mayank Agarwal, caught behind by Rahane off the bowling of Marco Jansen in the 15th over with a score on 36. Next to go was Pujara with the score on 49. He went for 3 off 33 balls. Agarwal incidentally scored 26 off 37. And Rahane was out first ball, caught by Keegan Peterson, bowled by Willifeer, and Pujara, was caught at point by Bavuma off the bowling of Willifeer as well. So Rahane went just before lunch, score on 49 for 4. The score at lunch was 53 for 3, So score there when Rahane was dismissed was 49, of course. And so at lunch we were at 53 for 3. After lunch, Vihari was dropped on 9 by Bavuma with a score on 61, and he was eventually dismissed for 20 or 53 balls. So didn't cost too much, didn't cause too much damage. He was caught by Rassie van der Tussen off the bowling of Kagiso Rabada for 20 or 53 there. Rahul eventually went, the newly crowned India captain, with a score on 116 for 5. He got dismissed for 50. And then in the 47th over, we had 123 for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I made a note of that. Incidentally, Rahul was caught by Rabada off the bowling of Jansen. At tea, the score was 146 for 5. Once they got back on the park, only 10 runs later, Rishabh Pant was caught by Rahane off the bowling of Marco Jansen for 17 or 43. 1 run later, Thakur went for 0 or 5, caught by Peterson, bowled by Willifeer. Mohammed Shami stuck around with R. Ashwin up until the 60th over when he was caught and bowled by Kagiso Rabada for 9 off 12, the score 185 for 8 at that stage. And then R. Ashwin eventually caught by Keegan Peterson, bowled by Marco Jansen for a valiant 46 off 50, 187 for 9 was the score. And the last man dismissed was Mohammad Siraj, caught by Kyle Verreynne and bowled by Rabada for 1 with the score on 202. And so we resumed after the break with Aidan Markram being the first to go with the score on 14. LBW bowled by Shami. No review needed there. It was plumb. In the 14th over, Keegan Peterson was dropped on 12 by punt off the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah. And in the 17th over, just before close, we saw Siraj walking off the field with an injury. And the score for South Africa is 35 for 1, as you heard. Elgar on 11, Peterson on 14. Thank you very, very much for listening. Thank you, Sean. It was such a pleasure to be here with you. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. South African time, weather permitting. I don't think there's anything forecast for tomorrow. So thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, too.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.